Well, Jordan, you're at -9. What are your plans out today? The leader's so far in front of you, you really can't catch him, can you?
Yeah, well, it's going to be very difficult. So my goal today is just to stick to my own plan, try and shoot the best possible score I can, and just finish as
It's the final day here at the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. It's been an enthralling 3 rounds so far, and it's shaping up to be a great finish here today. We're at the City Golf Club. It is a beautiful setting for what is going to be an exciting finish. We hope you can stick around all day, but for now, why don't we head out and hear from our commentators Ozzy Moore and Shura Taft.
Thank you very much, Ali. A huge welcome to you across Australia. This is a live coverage of the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. I am Shura Taft, very lucky to be joined by the man himself, the 2-time winner and Queensland native, Ozzy Moore. Nice to see you this morning.
Thanks, Shura.
I notice it's not maroon that you're wearing. It's close enough too, though.
There you go.
Trying to hark back to those Queensland roots. But it's been an interesting tournament so far, and we're going to see an interesting last day. Not so close as much as we would have hoped, you'd think, but...
At this stage, not, but the course requires low scoring, and there's been 62s and 63s. There's no reason we won't see something like that again today. If the leader doesn't stand up and play well, then one of the others has got a chance.
And we're going to check out all the action very shortly, but this does look like the most variable day in terms of the weather of the first 3 days. It was pretty good, so scoring was very good, so we might see, as you said, a little bit of difference in the weather. But we are at the beautiful City Golf Club here in the city of Toowoomba in the Darling Downs region of Queensland. You know very well here, Ozzy, how beautiful this part of the world is, and for those who don't know, it's known as the Garden City. There's a reason for that. 150 gardens, parks dotted around the place, and have a look at this as we look down 18 here, Ozzy.
Well, especially the colour of the soil, how red it is. Just the vegetation just loves it. It thrives at the nutrients, the water they get up here. The weather's beautiful, as you can see, blue skies. A little bit of cloud coming in today, maybe later in the day, maybe a shower or two, but really nice conditions to play in.
And, well, we said that before, that so far in the tournament there's been some low scores over the first few days, and we're going to check out some of the action on the first 3 rounds. Ozzy, you've been up here checking it out, so why don't we start with the man who started with a 62 in the first round, Peter Martin. This is his birdie putt on the 17th hole.
He was quite excited about his round the first day. He didn't really hold on as well as he'd like to the next couple of rounds of the tournament.
Another young man who had a very, very strong start with 62 is Blake Proverbs. Ozzy, can you tell us much about this boy?
Just a young lad, only first year out on tour. Obviously played really well the first day. Very confident young fellow, as they mostly are these days.
We'll stick on 17. First 3 shots we're showing you on 17, a par 5. Are making lots of birdies at this hole.
Yeah, the par 5 up the hill, 17. This was a wonderful bunker shot, actually on the 18th green, coming across a big mountain, chasing it down. He did save that par.
And this is our leader at the moment, Daniel Pearce, on the 18th, making, well, he made enough birdie putts to sink a ship, and that was on day 1. He went on to shoot 63 on the first day. So let's check out the action on round 2 here. And we'll start with Charlie Dan, another amateur we might hear more about, Ozzy.
Yeah, he's played really nicely. He'll maybe turn pro later in the year or early next year from the Sunshine Coast. Plays a lot with the boys. He started in Gympie and went up to Twin Waters and Pelican Waters, that area up there, but they're fine young talent.
That was on 11 there. He went on to shoot 67. Christian Muke had a great couple of days as well, 63 on the second round, and this is his second shot at the 18th hole, and you can see he's worked that beautifully back towards the pin. Here's Adam Burdett on number 7. He also shot 62 this day, and it's his third shot, goes on to make par there.
A good young player from Yarrawonga. Spent a lot of time with Evan Droop. You know, fine talent again.
And of course yesterday, round 3, some low scores as well. Jack Munro, he shot 1 under yesterday, and this is his second shot at the 9th hole, which, Ozzy, you said is going to be a tough hole today for the players on the final round.
Yeah, there's a couple of key holes out here. Certainly this is one of the tougher par 4s on the golf course. There is out of bounds. It's a tight driving hole. A good par save here for Daniel Pearce. He missed the green right, chipped down to that position. And if you can keep making putts like that, you can keep your round together.
Absolutely. Here's Brad Kennedy, former champion. He had a 65 yesterday. This is his second shot, beautiful shot on the 15th hole. As we look at Daniel Pearce yet again rolling in a birdie on 14, and well, he just keeps making putts, and that's what you do to win championships. We'll head back to 18 here, Ozzy. This is Charlie Dan again.
Yeah, fine ball striker. Pinned down the front section today, really accessible to make birdies there.
This was Matt Miller from the ACT. We know how smooth and good he hits the ball. And this was his shot to 18 yesterday as well.
And he's played solidly over the last couple of events. He had a great year in 2015, a lot of top 10s. I expect him up near the lead again at the end of today's play.
There's that interesting putting stroke we know all about. He sort of brings the club a little bit outside but he shot a 66 yesterday, which he'll be pretty happy with. And then finally, our leader, and you can see the fans following him around yesterday because he was doing everything on this course. This is his second shot to 18, and watch where he puts this. This would be the perfect position on 18 when the pin was there, and he goes on to make birdie on 18. I mean, he hasn't done much wrong here, Aussie.
No, he's driven the ball nicely. He's putted well. He's seeing the lines on the greens, and that's really important. The pace goes with that. He rolled that in to finish it off birdie. Had a 7-shot lead going into that hole. Wow, the way he's played has been fantastic over the first 3 days.
So they are the highlights of the first 3 rounds of the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship, and that is the leaderboard. And yes, that is right. Not too often you see a bloke at the top of the leaderboard with an 8-shot lead heading into the 4th round, but Daniel Pearce has had a fantastic couple of days. And then below him, some plenty of good players with some good scores there.
Yeah, Mark Brown, Brad Kennedy, seasoned players that can make a charge today. Jordan Zernick, former winner of the New Zealand Open, look for him to do something today. James Nitties is in fine form again.
As we head down, there's our boy Matty Guyett, who helped us out in the Vic PGA. He's on 8 under. He'll be teeing off shortly. Jason Norris also has been around the traps for a long time. He's on 8 under, as well as we look at the next page. Tim Hart, he was flying yesterday, had unfortunately a little bit of a stretch of holes that didn't go to plan, and he's sitting at 8 under as well, but he knows this course very well.
Well, last year he all but shot 59 around here, 58. He had par up the last for 58 and didn't do that, went into a playoff and unfortunately lost the tournament from there, so he knows the course well, he likes it. Look for him to play well again.
Another former winner, Kurt Barnes, there at 6 under. As we look down the list, plenty of players. James Marcassani, I should say. David Klein, also a former winner, and he's defending champion. He's just sitting thereabouts at the moment at 5 under. So it's going to be a case of someone's going to have to go super low to even get close to Daniel Pearce, and he's going to have to do some things wrong, which he hasn't done.
No, he hasn't done that. I mean, he's had fine putting over the couple of days or the 3 days. If his putter's not hot today, that'll make it a little more difficult for him. He drives it long, and he's been driving it straight. Very tight golf course here. It's not long, but if you hit it in the trees, very few opportunities to get to the green. So there are bogeys out there. I don't look for him to shoot any more than a couple over today at the worst.
Right.
The way he's playing, he'll probably shoot under par again. The other players, they're going to have to shoot low 60s.
That's right. Well, we have mentioned it's been beautiful weather over the first few days, but it is a little bit more variable today. There's a bit of wind around. At the moment, we're sitting on 23 degrees. It looks like it's only going to get to 25. Yesterday was a lot hotter. And the wind, which, Aussie, you say, tends to move around a bit.
Yeah, you're up on a hill here in Toowoomba, so that the winds can change. The ground heats up, so the winds come from different directions. I mean, forecast today from the southeast, and fairly strong to go with it. They haven't had that for the 3 days.
No, so that's what you said about the scoring. It certainly will be probably higher today, so we'll wait to see how that goes. But we're going to have a look at some of the groups who are heading out today and who are the feature groups you might want to have a look at as far as the tee times. We are live here at the Queensland PGA Championship, and we'll show you some of the groups you might want to see.
And the thing to remember this morning, there was a little bit of fog around this morning. They had a slight delay in tee-offs. That means the ground's nice and damp and moist, so it's not running a lot, it's not fiery, and the greens have got a little bit less pace in them. So the scoring may improve as the morning goes on.
There's a beautiful shot of what the players are going to be expecting today. And tell us a bit about, for those who don't realise, courses like this with a lot of kikuyu grass, it's a different surface to play shots off. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, every course has its own options, its own characteristics. So if you play well at your home course, you might be a good iron player or not such a good driver. You go to a golf course that's quite wide open off the tee, then driving's not a priority. Round here, you must hit it straight. The kikuyu grass, you don't get a lot of run at it. So when you're around the green, you must chip it onto the putting surface. You can't run it onto the putting surface. Bent grass greens, lovely to putt on. Don't see a lot of that in Queensland, mostly down south.
All right, let's get back to Alison Whitaker, who is on the course. We're going to have a look at the first hole here at the City Golf Club.
There's a rumour here in Toowoomba that you need to come to the first tee ready to play and well warmed up. And I've worked out why. This thing is a beast. It's 425 metres. It's the longest par 4 on the golf course. And it's actually only 14 metres short of a par 5 on the back nine, par 5. So a dogleg round to the right. Important to be just up the left-hand side, ideally with a bit of a fade, and that should put you right in the middle of the fairway. With a helping easterly wind, most of the players are going to be driving it down around this area, which is about 100 metres to the front of the green. Now, there is water short of that green, so you have to make sure you cover that front number. The bunker on the right, not in place so much, but with 2 tiers on the green complex, it's really important to hit it in the right section. It really is a challenging first hole, and part of the reason for that is obviously the length. But having said that, Once you get up to the green, it's also pretty difficult. As you can see, there's huge swales separating the front and the back portion, and also again through the middle of the green. So you really want to pay attention to your yardage. Try and hit it as close as possible with that short iron in and give yourself an easy birdie putt.
Now we headed out this morning. There's our man Matt Guyatt on the first tee, and Aussie, we did head out and have a look at the first green, and the pin's in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, it's 25 back and 4 from the left corner. There's a little plateau up there. It's actually lower than the right section of the back of the green, but you've got to get up the ridge, as Allison talked about there.
Let's see how Matty gets away. He's already talked to himself, which says that he's probably not happy with that shot, Oz.
Driver's a big club down there. A lot of players will hit 3 metal. There is an out of bounds down the left-hand side if you drive it too long. You want to slide it a little bit left to right if you can, and it works its way a little bit down the hill to a plateau area on the fairway.
Looks like that one ran maybe slightly on the right-hand side there, so I don't know if he's going to have you can see just on the corner of the frame there, that's his ball. Not probably where he wants to be.
Maybe blocked out by some overhanging branches from that position. You can see the breeze there. It's a little bit into them out of the left. So the sou'east has been in most of the morning. James Nitty's on the tee. He likes to hit it with a little low fade, so he won't mind the breeze getting up today.
Got that beard going at the moment. He's enjoying the facial hair. There's a few blokes running around with facial hair at the moment.
It used to be a straightaway par 4 this hole, and the green was not far from where they drive it, and they moved the tee up a little bit and built a green back over the creek down near the 9th tee, and I think it's a massive improvement to the golf course.
Yep. Well, you know it better than any. You've played this golf course for many, many years, and you've won this championship twice. And you were telling me this morning they've moved holes around, things have changed over the years, and they've obviously made this complex absolutely magnificent.
As always, they're always looking to improve, and they do a good job up here at City Golf Club in Toowoomba.
We saw that yesterday with plenty of people coming through the doors to have some food. There's driving range, there's mini golf. It's an exceptional facility. All right, so we've seen Matty Guyatt and James Nitty's hit off. That is on the first hole here at the Queensland PGA Championship. There's going to be plenty more action, including our leader, Daniel Pearce, hitting off very shortly. We'll be back shortly here on PGA TV.
Hi, I'm Lincoln Ty from Port Kembla in New South Wales, and you're watching PGA TV. What do you mean? That's me. You want a bit of that, don't you?
A big welcome back to PGA TV Live from the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship, I should say, and that is Matty Guyatt on your screen. He's just hit off on the first hole here, teeing off with James Nitties and a young man by the name of Laurie Flynn. Aussie, don't know a lot about him, an amateur player, little left-hander.
Well, he's from this area, originally from Dalby out here, which is just west of Toowoomba. Nice little golf course out there, actually. Flat golf course, nice par, but he plays most of his golf now at Brisbane Golf Club. A left-hander, he's been up to play in the Japan Amateur last year, which is good experience, and I think he's also been over to Sawgrass to have a hit as well on an event over there. So he's a well-travelled amateur as such.
Well, he's got a big future ahead of him.
And of course, this week we had a lot of rain Tuesday, Wednesday, so invoked in the local rules is lift, clean and replace on the fairways, on the closely mown section.
I was just about to say, did Matty hit a second ball and he's picking it up, or what's going on there? So, okay, there you go. So that's the rule there. They're lifting, cleaning, dropping, and Matty Guyatt making the most of that. There looks like a good angle in from James Nitties.
So he's got some shot from there, just in the right edge of the fairway. And the red clay here, the red soil is quite sticky, so when your ball does pitch in the fairways, occasionally pick up that red mud, and that will deviate your flight. So it's a good rule that the PGA installed this week.
Yep. I just love watching professional players pull their buggies around a golf course. There's something funny about it. It's great to see. It's what golf is for everyone else. We all pull our own buggies. So it's interesting. Ozzy, tell me about the players, why some players wouldn't have a caddy. Is it if they're not carrying, they don't need someone giving them advice?
Well, sometimes the advice, as we watch James Nitties with his second, we're looking at about 130 metres in from here, slightly downhill. There is a lake in front of the screen you can't see from this angle. The pin in the back section just to the right of that white advertising sign left of the green. There's no room behind the pin. That'll be interesting to see whether he chips that or putts that. So Kuy is hard to actually putt the ball through. It's quite a strong grass. And the ball tends to bounce a little when you putt.
I did see him yesterday. He hit his second shot on 17, just left off the green, and he did choose to chip. Took the flag out and had a chip, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does that.
And this is Laurie Flynn with his second. And getting back to caddies, it's sometimes better off not having a caddy at all if you get poor information or ill-directed information. When you're playing, they might point out things that you really don't want to see, like out of bounds posts and no, that's not good over the back. You should be able to get it up and down, but it'll have a nice little touch from there.
So yeah, I guess if you're not trusting, either you've got someone who's feeding you what you want to hear, which is not necessarily right, or you've got someone who's feeding you things that you don't trust. You may as well just go out and trust yourself, right?
Yeah, and at least if you make a mistake, there's only one person you can blame.
Yeah, that's very true. Did you have a caddy much? A mix of both?
I had a number of caddies over the years. In the mid-80s, I had Max Cunningham in New Zealand to caddy for me for a stretch of probably 2.5 to 3 years. We got on quite well.
You still get on quite well?
Yeah. My wife caddied for me early on in the golf tournaments, and she had a great record, and the management just suggested that because we spent 24/7 together, maybe might be a bit of friction there in the partnership, and but there wasn't. But then I took on a caddy, and then after that a caddy full time. As we watched Matthew Guyatt, perfectly placed here, right on that little plateau I was talking about, just a gap wedge. That's the advantage of hitting driver down here. You can fly it all the way to the pin and stop it.
All we need is a bit of spin. Oh, that's a beauty.
Fantastic effort there.
Look at that.
He would have been a little distraught when it landed over the green, but great spin on it.
Well, that was Matty Guyatt there. Now, earlier today, Aussie, you had a chat with Jordan Zunic about what's going on in his golf.
Well, Jordan, you're at -9. What are your plans out today? The leader's so far in front of you, really can't catch him, can you?
Yeah, well, it's going to be very difficult. So my goal today is just to stick to my own plan, try and shoot the best possible score I can, and just finish as high up of the leaderboard as I can. So, I mean, there's plenty of birdie opportunities out there, and we know there's a low number out there. So, I mean, if I can play well and just shoot as low a number as I can, I mean, I know that second place is still definitely right in reach for me. So, yeah, that's definitely my goal today.
The key to a low round here, is it off to a good start? Because the first 4 holes are pretty tough out there, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. I know there's a lot of scoring opportunity on the back 9, but if I can just get around the front, a few under par, set myself up for a good round, I think I can, there's definitely a low score out there today. The weather looks pretty good, the wind's not too strong, so just need to get the ball in play and probably hold a few putts.
Okay, Jordan, well, best of luck and thanks for your time before you start.
No worries, thanks, guys.
Here is Jordan's group here. Ryan Lynch hitting off first at 9 under as well. Good talent, this boy.
Yeah, young Victorian.
Plays his golf at the Heritage Golf Club. It doesn't look like he's super happy with where that ball's going.
Well, with that reaction, I'd say it's going up to the left-hand side.
Oh, there it is.
No, it's down there far enough. Just in the light rough. Won't get to clean it, though. That's a disadvantage.
Of course, there's Ryan on your screen there, so he'll be pretty happy with where he's sitting. This is Jordan here. You just had a chat to him this morning, sitting at 9 under as well. He'll be hoping to get off to a good start. I think everyone, as you've mentioned already, Aussie, is hoping to, I mean, par's pretty good on the first. Get away with a par, you're okay.
Former winner of the New Zealand Open. I think his chances are good of shooting a low number today. As he said, he just needs to get through those first few holes with a decent score. He was happy with the strike. I'd look for that to be on the fairway.
The last member of this group is Lee McKechnie. Also at 9 under, he must have hit already. Now this is the shot we talked about. Tough out of this lie here, Aussie.
Well, you see how lofted the club is. He's looking to land this on the green if he can. Just short, and it popped forward for him, which is fortunate. It's very hard to read the bounce. That could just as easily have landed on that grass and popped, you know, half a metre rather than gone 3 metres from where it landed.
So there's no option there really to play a bump and run a lower lofted club, is there?
Fraught with danger, really. What he did was a good shot. He's left himself just over a metre for his par.
We know Matty Guide's got a birdie putt. Now this is the question here, as you can see, James, and he's exactly what he did yesterday on 17. He took 3 clubs, including his putter. And he's deciding here. Well, there you go. He gets
closely mown portion, so he gets relief in terms of cleaning it and places it back where he marked it.
So it looks like he's going to putt this one.
It's not a preferred lie. Well, it looks like they're taking. As a local rule reads, a ball lying on the closely mown area through the green may be lifted without penalty and cleaned. The player must mark the ball of position, place it on the spot 1 club length, not near the hole from where originally laid. And that's only in the closely known section.
Okay. So let's have a look and see if Nitties can get off to a great start here with a birdie putt on the first hole from just off the edge. It's all about judgment here of the distance over the first cut here.
Just slightly downhill. You can see it bobble through that grass. Once it gets on the green, it's nice and smooth. Very hard to judge what it does under that Coca-Cola.
Yep. Well, he's left himself with, should be able to clean that one up for par. You can hear in the background there, plenty of wildlife here at the City Golf Club, and you can't be too distracted by the sounds of the birds, because I tell you what, you'll hear them all day.
Well, after a while, that noise when you're playing, it's like having a big gallery, because there's a hum the whole time. It's not something that upsets you when you play. It's the ordinary sounds that just jump out of nowhere. When you've got 3 or 4 people following you, it's more difficult. If one person moves while you're trying to play the shot, you kind of pick it up in your eye.
So here's Matt Guy with his birdie putt on the first hole. I think he wants the cameraman out of his way, maybe.
Always important to try and make the early putts. You know, metre and a half is not that easy. The 9th tee is just to the back of this green, so he may wait for them to tee off that hole.
I thought he was just hoping that the cameraman might give him a bit of a close-up or just make it a bit more beautiful for him.
So for birdie, wonderful iron shot in.
Lovely start there for Matt Guy, who moves now to 9 under.
Still is a little breeze out there. I'm going to say it's 15, maybe 20 kilometres an hour at the moment.
Another Queensland native, Matty Guy. There's a few of those floating around the field today.
He's actually a member of the club that I work at, actually, the Grand Golf Club on the Gold Coast. And a good save for Laurie.
He stays at 8 under. And a great experience. Any time an amateur gets a chance to, you know, play experienced players, Nitties, Guy, in the last few groups of a championship, it's just incredible experience, isn't it, Aussie?
It's good that they get to play in this Queensland PGA Championship. There's only 3 amateurs made the cut, but it's good experience because the number of these guys are going to go out and play the tour full-time anyhow. So you want to be able to get 4-round experience. Now for Nitties, this for his par 4 opening hole. Yeah, that's a good save. He has missed a few of those putts this week. You don't want to leave those ones on the first hole. You'd rather just tap ins or to roll in a 3 or 4 metre one to start the day for birdie.
Yep, he'll be happy with that. Head off to the second, par 3, which today's going to play fairly long, isn't it?
It'll be into them out of the right, the breeze. It plays uphill. It's not a short par 3 by any stretch of the imagination, and the green is hidden from where you're playing. The pin on the back level of the green, so I wouldn't classify it as a birdie chance. This is back at the first fairway. This shot from where Lee is here, about a 4 to 5 metre drop down to the green, and the pin in the back left as they look at it. Lee's had 2 opening pars and a bogey on this first hole. He's looking for a little bit of revenge, and he won't be making birdie from there, I doubt.
Interesting, we've seen a few players overhit this. They're obviously attacking it very closely.
Well, it's slightly downhill. The other thing to remember is we're nearly 700 metres above sea level here, so the ball will go a little further through the air because it's slightly thinner.
You'd think they would have learned over the first 3 days that that's what it's doing. This is Ryan Lynch, I think.
In the left-hand rough.
Yep.
Just in the light rough there, so he'd have a fairly decent light. Sometimes difficult to judge the distance the ball comes out because the grass gets caught between the ball and the club face. And the ball tends to spin a little less, which makes it go a little further.
Yep. And you can see the flag in the distance is actually moving quite briskly. So there's obviously a bit of wind out there for Lynchy. See if he's learnt anything off his playing partner. I think he'll be okay with that. Just off.
Yep. He would have had good grounding as a young player. His father, a well-renowned teaching professional, Dale.
Yes.
I played a lot of golf with him in my era, actually, and that's going back a couple of years.
Teaches out of Yarra Bend in Victoria, amongst other places.
Zernick in ideal position, centre of the fairway. Maybe just sandwich in for his second.
See the wind sort of flipping around behind his back, so don't get tempted to be too strong on this.
He likes it, he's looking at it.
With good reason too.
The difficult thing there is just a little ridge, as Alison pointed out earlier, it's short of the pin, and if they fly it into that ridge, it'll spin back down to the front section. So they're all looking to fly it over that ridge, and unfortunately a few of them over the back of the green being aggressive.
So that group all on 9 under. That's McKechnie, Lynch and Zunic. Right, back on the first tee now, and this is the group of Muick, Munro and Sconawill. And you've seen a bit of Christopher Muick playing over the last few days, haven't you?
Yeah, very steady player. Got a good attitude, actually, which is important. And at this level, it's really all about short game and attitude. It's not about pure ball striking. You have your on weeks, you have your off weeks.
17, all 3 players in this group are currently 10 under par. To lead them off is from Victoria, Chris Newick.
Chris has had a bit of difficulty with this hole. He has bogeyed it all 3 days.
Okay. Hoping to turn this around. Seems okay. Bent down to pick up the tee. You usually know that's happiness with that shot, and that looks like that's down the middle.
Right down the camera lens, perfect.
It's Jack Munro, Queenslander, also at 10 under. I mean, with the leaders sitting at 21 under, these boys, they'll be hoping to go as low as possible.
All they can do is go out and post the number early on the front 9 and let Daniel look at the scoreboard. For Daniel, all his goal is to go out and shoot par or better the front 9. Jack was running tied 4th after 2 rounds, shot 69 yesterday. That's a really good strike of the ball there.
Third
I
player
look for that to be a
from
little bit up the
Victoria,
left centre.
Andrew Shonwell.
Oh, look at that. Well, there you go. You can hear the announcer say his name there, but I can tell you he plays at my golf club back in Melbourne, Peninsula Kingswood, and it's actually Sconwill is what he calls himself. A lot of people call him Shonwill. Sean Willie he gets as well. Shonville. But I can tell you it's Sconwill. And he's a very good striker there. You can see some good rounds early on, 65, 67.
Sure, when you play with him, does he give you a couple of side?
You know what?
Bet?
I actually haven't played with him. I've seen him play around. We haven't actually had a round. We've got one teed up in a couple of weeks' time, but he's a lovely bloke and obviously hits a very, very nice ball. And Kingswood, the club that we play a lot of golf at, is quite tight as well, so he knows how to play the tight golf courses. All right, now earlier this morning you also had a chat with Chris Muick about how he's feeling at the Queensland PGA Championships.
Well, 10 under is a good score, Chris Muick, after 3 rounds. You played with Daniel Pearce yesterday. He played nicely. Can anyone catch him?
I don't believe so. He played amazing. He's putted really well and he's got the ball in play. So I think credit to him, and he probably has played good enough to win. Like those first 3 days it was very impressive.
Is there any weaknesses that they can exploit, do you think?
Not really. Like, he bombs it off the tee and he's been putting brilliantly. Like, I'd be very impressed if he went that low again. Certainly yesterday he held quite a number of putts and whatnot. So if he can do that again, credit to him. But yeah, he probably won't be as aggressive either. So we'll have to wait and see.
What about your golf today? You're 10 under.
Well, obviously second's right up for grabs, so I'll be going for that. But yeah, I'll be looking for a really low one. Like, if there's going to be any, you probably need to get to 22 or 23 under to be half a sniff. So yeah, I'll be trying to make as many birdies as I can and see how I go.
Are there any key holes out there to a low score?
Getting through the tough ones, 1, 9 and 18. You can sneak a birdie or 2 on those ones, and all the other ones, you can get the ball in play on the fairway. You're a big chance at a birdie. So yeah, getting the ball in play and hole a few putts is pretty key today.
Well, hopefully you jump start with a couple of birdies early and on you go. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ozzy. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry.
Here's Ryan Lynch just off the green here for his birdie putt, Oz.
Well, very similar to what we saw with Nitty. See it bobble a little bit through the fringe grass.
Same putt, actually, same result. So Lee McKechnie's in for his 4. There's Lynch putting in his 4. I love the candidness of interviews like that with Chris Muick, where they talk about other players, and it's a great thing.
Well, they've got the insight. They're playing with them. It's an amazing game, golf, as we watch Jordan Zunic putt for his birdie. You learn a lot about a person by the way they play the game.
Lovely start. So he moves now to 11. Oh, sorry, to 10 under, I should say. Yeah, so they're obviously paying attention to those around them.
Yeah.
You know, someone like Daniel Pearce goes out and shoots a low round. The other players are aware of that and obviously aware of how he's playing.
Well, the thing is, when you play with someone, if they're a very good ball striker, you're aware of that, and you then you understand how they play the game. You may not have that capability. You may have a better short game. So there's golf courses that are going to suit you, and there's golf courses that are going to suit other players. And this week, if you bomb it straight and long, this golf course is going to suit you to full stop.
But as I said, I've always hoped, we want our sports people to be real and to be honest, and when they're giving interviews, to be candid about how they feel about themselves and also about those around them. And golf's one of those games when you can't help but look at how everyone else is going. And I think for most of the players, they accept the fact that Daniel is going to be tough to catch.
Well, they understand that it's up to Daniel. If he doesn't play well today, then there's a chance for them to catch him. But they have to ask the question as well. So they've got to shoot under par the first 5 or 6 holes, and he looked at the scoreboard and go, well, I started with an 8-shot lead. It's now only 5.
Well, that's what Chris Muick said, and this is exactly what he needs to do. He's standing in the perfect position here. And what do we think he's got, about 110, 120?
Yeah, in that marketplace, it'd be a good strong wedge or a little 9-iron from here. I'd prefer to go the stronger club because you need to fly it at the pin here and stop it. If you just knock a little 9-iron in there, you can have less spin on it, so it's not going to stop or back up as quickly. We saw Zunic hit it in nice and close by landing just short of the pin. We saw Matty Guide hit it over the back of the green and spin it all the way back down. So there are different avenues to get towards this pin.
Let's see what he does here. A nice easy swing there. That's a great shot.
Yeah, that's a very good shot from where he was.
I mean,
Almost
you can't
landed in
do
the hole.
much more than that, can you? Land it before the hole.
Well, in his mind too, he started with 3 bogeys here the first 3 days. So, you know, to hit a shot in there and have a chance to get some revenge is really what you're after on a hole like this. And as he said, if he can birdie 1, 9 or 18, that's a great start to having a low round.
This is Jack Munro here. Got a similar looking angle as Chris Muick.
The left-hand side of this fairway is a little higher than the right-hand side. It sort of banks from left to right as you play the hole. It is a dogleg left to right down the hill. And there's a bit more elevation change than on the tee shot. The tee shot was slightly downhill. This is a lot more downhill to this green. Probably the newest green on the golf course.
And there's a bit of action as well in the background for you to look at. You can see there's greens and tees around it. They've got to stay in their zone here when they hit this shot.
Well, that's the 3rd green you're looking at in the background there behind the signage. And to the right is the 9th tee, going back up the hill for the 2nd shot.
Stay there.
And that breeze looks to be blowing straight down their 2nd shot. So the tee shot would have been helping a little bit.
Final member of this group, Andrew Sconawill.
Now from where he is here, there's a little ridge that runs from front to back of the green, just right of the pin. If he hits it a little bit right, it'll kick left towards the flag for him as well.
Now, where's he put that?
He looked to have lost it a little bit right. I'd be very surprised if it missed the putting surface. It could be an awkward putt though, over a little bit of a ridge down to the hole location.
Now we do know a New Zealander is leading this Queensland Championship at the moment in Daniel Pearce, but you chatted to another New Zealander, Mark Brown, this morning about his golf.
Well, Mark Brown, you've had 12 under for the first 3 rounds, but there haven't been a lot of birdies on your card, really, have there?
No, there really hasn't, and it's the sort of course where you get a lot of chances. I've taken a few. I've played the par 5s pretty well, but just haven't really had that hot round that you need around here for sure.
The front 9, you've birdied 3 of the par 3s. Haven't birdied any of the par 4s, and you played the 9 and even par. Surely today that's your target to go out under par?
Yeah, I hope so. You know, like the par 3 is normally my strength. Normally pretty good with the irons, but it's just a matter of pitching a little bit closer and getting a few early on, I think, just get the round going.
Are you close enough to challenge Daniel today?
No, I don't think anyone is. You know, unless he really falls apart. I don't think anyone will get close to him, and he's played really well for the last 3 days. It's good to see another Kiwi up there. Good to see him win it.
Yeah, it's being a bit patriotic there. What about a Kiwi 1 too?
Yeah, it'd be nice. The form's been a little bit patchy. It wasn't a great couple of weeks for me back home.
Yeah.
So nice to play well this week.
Okay, get in there and do some good stuff. Thanks, Mark.
Cheers, Austin. Thank you.
So Mark, one of 5 New Zealanders left in the field at the moment, Aussie, including one of them who is a former winner, Gareth Patterson. Unfortunately not the best tournament for him so far, but as he said, there are a couple of New Zealanders right at the top of the leaderboard, himself included. So at 12 under, he's in a very good position to potentially take home 2nd place.
He's not a long hitter, but as he said, he confessed he's a very good iron player. He didn't say it in par 3s, but he is a good iron player, and he can shoot a really low round.
And it's interesting, isn't it, because you talk to him about, he hasn't had that one round that's been amazing, but how many tournaments do you go to where you look at the scores and most players over the first 3 rounds have had 6 in the 60s?
Yeah, it's not that often. It is par 70 here, so it's a little bit different. Most par 72s. As we watch him tee off. Brad Kennedy to go first.
I know he's won this tournament before. He knows how to do it.
And in form, he's lost in a playoff last week in the New Zealand Open.
Do you think you don't spend your life thinking about, what could have been, but getting into a playoff, it's as close as you get to winning it, and he probably thinks about the shot he played on that final hole, doesn't he?
Well, yes and no. The first thing is you've played very well to get to the playoff.
Yep.
So you don't really knock yourself about because you miss out on a playoff. The more opportunities you get, the better.
Yep. You learn a lot out of it, don't you?
You do.
Amateur player Charlie Dan.
Well, here's Charlie, who we talked about, and we're going to see a lot more of, we think. The Queenslander sitting at 11 under, so he's had a great few days here, a great experience for the local boy, and this is him teeing off on 1.
And he's pretty much semi-mastered this hole. He's played it in 2 under for the 3 days. He's got a really nice attitude too, Charlie. It's great experience for players like this to play with the professionals and being in the leading groups going into the last round.
Yep. At 12 under par, Mark Brown.
Here's Mark, who you chatted to before, so he's just hoping to get out there and make some birdies, I think.
Well, he too has made 3 pars on this hole, which is a nice steady start. The hole a little bit down breeze off the left, and then the second shot downwind. Probably playing at its easiest for the first 4 days. He likes to strike.
There's 3 blokes in pretty good nick there on the first hole. So that's our second last group. We're going to head off soon and see our leader, Daniel Pearce, Matt Miller and Adam Burdett. They're going to be heading off shortly. Daniel Pearce in the lead at the moment by 8 shots on 21 under here at the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. And there is plenty more action coming up after this.
Hi, I'm Charlie Dan from Pelican Waters Golf Club.
Hi, I'm Adam Burdett from Yarrawonga Malaya Golf Club Resort, and you're watching PGA TV.
Once when I was playing with my friends, I hit it off a tee with a driver. I hit it really far and there was a gigantic tree in my way. And when I hit it, it got stuck in the tree. So I used my club and I threw it up, but then it got stuck, my club, but my whole group laughed. They thought it was really funny.
One day maybe I'd like to be a professional golfer. So when I'm older, I'd like a house on the golf course. It'd be fun, I could just walk and play and then just go back home, relax and then go again.
Welcome back to PGA TV Live, streaming the Queensland PGA Championship. Here's Christopher Mjuk for his birdie, and he makes it there, Aussie. Lovely start from him.
Well, he really has got his revenge on that hole. 3 bogeys, now makes birdie, and that's what he's after, really. He knows that the tough holes, 1, 9 and 18. You need to pick up 1 or 2 birdies on those if you can.
Well, let's update our leaderboard. We haven't had our leader hit off quite yet. He's sitting there at 21 under, and with Matt Miller and Adam Burdett at 13 under. They haven't teed off yet. We've just seen the tee shots of Mark Brown and his group there, Charlie Dan as well, at 12 under and 11 under there as we go through. Sconnor Will at 10 under, Jack Munro, and looks like Matt Jager 4 under at the moment after 10 holes, so he's had a good day so far. There's former champion Darren Beck also at 1 under for the day.
So Charlie Dan has lost his tee shot a little bit to the right. He looks like he might have a swing at it, but he's being impeded in his line to the green by the trees. Now the smart play here really is if you've got no gap early in the day, just play something down there where you can hit a little lob wedge or gap wedge into the pin, make your 4 and walk from there. If you make a 5, so be it.
And there's the shot there, and I'll tell you, there are plenty of amateurs out there who try and be a hero, myself included. But there is time to take your medicine, and there's time to have a shot at it. What do you think here, Ozzy?
Well, it looks like there might be some gap up in the foliage to play through the trees or over them as such. I think his tee shot may have hit a tree close to the edge of the fairway and kicked right further into this bark chipped area. The ball looks to be sitting cleanly though. That's a good thing.
Let's see what he does is if he goes up or he goes down. Looks like he might be going up here, Oz.
And it looks like a mid-iron. He looks like he's got at least 8-iron, maybe even 7-iron. Remember, there's a lake short of this green. He's hit something.
He fell away from that as well. It looked like he... Is it a case of biting off more than you can chew, do you think, there?
It depends. And the odds might have been with him. He would think, he'd have to at least think that was a 50-50 chance of getting over the trees onto the green.
Is that his ball? That might be his ball there, just hanging on the edge. We'll have a look. We'll try and find where that was. But
he'd be lucky if he kicked out in the clear. There's a lot of trees there to have a shot at the green for his third is as good as pitching it out.
I wonder if that's Dad on the bag there. And I wonder if he's just saying, think about your next shot.
Now for Brad Kennedy. He's been fighting a shoulder injury for some months now. It's an internal injury in his right-hand shoulder, or right side shoulder. And it's starting to come good, but occasionally he'll hit a shot that really aggravates it.
Is he slightly on a downslope there?
Just a touch, just a touch. The ball's slightly below him as well. Those little adjustments you make. And it's just on that ridge that's right of the pin. Unfortunately, it didn't feed down to the left for him, but still a good opportunity. Very level player out in the golf course, doesn't show a lot of emotion. And that's the good thing about the players. Some are very emotional, some are not. There's not a right or a wrong.
No. Mark Brown here.
He looks to have lost a little right by the body action. Well, we'll see if another one of those ones just off the back edge of the green trying to deal with that Coca-Cola grass. The other two have already chipped it or putted down from there. I think your best chance of holding it is actually chipping it.
Okay.
If you've got the short game to go with it.
And we taking the pin out for that one?
Oh, it'll still go in there. There's plenty of room.
We're going to find out where Charlie Dan's ball has gone. Obviously, he started the day on 11 under and he'd like to leave the first hole still on 11 under. Well, there you go. So it's not the greatest result, and he's going to have to put this very close if he can even get at the pin, which it doesn't look like he can here, Oz.
He looks like he's got some sort of avenue to the front left section of the green. And really, in this situation, just get it on that front section. Manage your two putts and walk to the next. Try to get par out of this, and 6 becomes a very viable option.
Struck it okay, it looks like. Well, he's on the surface. So
he's done the right thing. That's the front left. That's the only avenue he had.
All right, before we see our leaders hit off on the first tee, let's have a look at hole number 1.
Really is one of the stronger par 4s on this golf course. Very narrow chute you're playing through. The fairway tilts a little bit from left to right, and then the hole bends around to the right as you play it. Be careful not to cut off too much here. Actually use the contour of the fairway rather than trying to slice it down around those tree lines on the right hand side. The players will get it down to a section about 120 to 130 metres, maybe even if the driver further down. There's a little couple of plateau areas there then to hit down to the green. There's a big creek that runs across the front of the green. We couldn't see that on the camera angle before. You'll see it from where we are here flying over. The green is cut into really 4 distinct sections. There's a lower section in the front, an upper section in the back. The back right is higher, the front left is lower. The pin today in that back left position.
All right, here's our leading group.
13 under par, Adam Burdett.
You can hear our starter saying the name there, Adam Burdett, who will be very happy being at 13 under at the moment, and real chance of, well, as the other players have said, I think they all think they're playing for second. You never know, but if that's the case, he's had a really good few days there, particularly day 2 with a 62.
He won the West Australian Trainee Championship last year, although his home is in Victoria. And on top of that, after he hits his tee shot, he's coached by Evan Drupe from Yarrawonga, and he caddied for Evan's son, who just won at Rich River Trainee Championship.
Right. Also at 13 under par, Matt Miller.
Go. Matt Miller, very solid striker, very solid play. He's always thereabouts at these tournaments, isn't he?
Yeah. Great 2015, where he had a lot of top 10 finishes and one victory. This year he started off with a couple of top 10 finishes as well. Did have a back injury though last year in the Australian Open. Actually could carry him from the golf course.
Lovely bloke. I played in the Pro-Am with him once. Very level-headed guy. Doesn't get too carried away with bad shots or whatnot. He's just gets the job done.
So that's in the fairway. That'll be a little bit tight for his second shot, overhanging branches.
And finally, our leader here, Daniel Pearce, who has taken all before him and is sitting at 21 under, would you believe, an Aussie. We've talked a little bit, and we haven't mentioned this yet today, though, about the fact that the record in Australia for the lowest score ever is 259 overall. Is that correct?
259. Kurt Barnes in the Queensland PGA Championship at Emerald Lakes.
And he's currently sitting on 189.
I don't think he'll catch the minus 29 that Kurt had, because he needs to shoot a 62 today. But the overall score of 259, he only needs to shoot in the red today to beat that. He'll have some nerves teeing off the first tee. Well, hasn't won, and this is not the simplest of situation, 8 out in front. You don't know whether to be aggressive or be defensive. You get defensive, you don't make a lot of birdies.
Yep.
My suggestion for him is be aggressive. He makes his 4 or 5 birdies, it's all his.
Well, he's sitting 21 under, and he'll be feeling good. Here's his countryman here, Mark Brown, and he's got a putt from off the green. Aussie, you said you'd chip this. Let's see what Mark can do. And it looks like he has put it.
Kudos. Very good.
Well, there you go. He's trying to make the...
That's his first birdie on a par 4 on the front 9 for this tournament.
He'd love to see a couple of New Zealanders up the top there, and he's doing all things right as he sits in equal second position now with that.
Brad Kennedy just goes over a little bit of a ridge, then goes down, levels out, will move a little right to left. And he just thought it would move a bit more than it would. I think he hit the putt where he wanted to.
So he'll walk away there with a par for Brad Kennedy, and he'll stay on 10 under.
And we saw Charlie Dan on the front of the green for 3. And a very long par putt. Actually, he's closer than where Brad Kennedy was, so he got it almost up that ridge then.
This is an important putt for him, and for his day, you'd think. He'd
be an outrageous 4 to start with, though, really, from where he was in the trees and then more trees. I think you'd be satisfied with 5.
Well, and I'll tell you what, he'll be upset with that, leaving that short.
He'll be nervous.
Yep.
He'll be nervous. There is an amateur prize here. There's 3 amateurs made the cut. There is an amateur trophy for the event.
Well, Laurie Flynn was at 8 under when we last saw him, and Charlie's sitting now back to 10 under. So yeah, it's going to be a battle for the amateurs as well, and he'll learn a bit about, well, maybe what not to do when sitting in the trees off some tan bark.
Yeah, it's a game of experience. You make the wrong option 2 or 3 times, and then you'll pick up on that. That's the main thing. The other amateur out there is Shea Wolves-Cobb. He's more highly ranked than those two, actually, in terms of world rankings. About 55, I think, in the world rankings.
And then we've got, of course, the great man Curtis Luck sitting at number 1 in the Aussie amateurs, although unfortunately signed a scorecard incorrectly and got DQ'd from the Arnold Palmer Invitational. So again, that's a learning experience for him. But just back before to the record that Daniel Pearce could get of 259 is important to remember. It's a par 70 here, isn't it?
Par 70, correct. And 258, if he shoots 69 today, that'll put him at 258, which I think is, at the time, 259 was the lowest under par score to win a tournament in Australia, 4-round tournament. 259, I'm not sure that it's the lowest gross score to win. I think it probably would be.
Yep.
Certainly an 8-shot lead in the PGA Championship of Queensland is the largest lead that's ever gone into the final round. And I think the largest winning margin in the Queensland PGA over a 4-round tournament was 10 shots.
What was your winning margins?
It would be 10 shots. Funny you should ask that.
There you go. Oh, just how
I only had a 7-shot lead. So.
Yeah. No, I did a little bit of research. You know, you've won it twice. You're not the only Aussie to win it, though. And I don't mean Australian.
No.
Aussie Walker.
Yeah, some would say Aussie Pickworth had a better name for an Aussie to win it, but Aussie Walker, yes, won it earlier on.
In 1939 with probably some lesser equipment than what you were playing with, although you'd look at the equipment now and think what I would do with this stuff.
Yeah, been some great names to win this trophy. Baker Finch in 84 and Greg Norman in 79.
Yeah, Greg.
David Graham won it back in 67. The gentleman is one of the pillar members at our club, at my club at the Grand, Darryl Welsh. He's won it on 4 occasions.
Wow.
And the famous Reg Want, who was a professional at Coolangatta Tweed. That's won it on 7 occasions.
Someone else is going to be adding their name to the trophy. Most people think it's probably going to be Daniel Pearce, but you never know in this game. There's Matt Miller hitting off his second shot at 1.
And this is the 9th occasion they've held the Queensland PGA Championship at the City Golf Club in Toowoomba. 8th in a row, and prior to that, Terry Price won one back a little bit earlier on.
And where do you win yours?
The big margin was Indooroopilly Golf Club in Brisbane,
yep.
And the other time I won was Gainsborough Greens with 17 under.
Wow. Right, we're looking here at Adam Burdett, young Victorian, sitting at 13 under. Here's his second shot to the first hole. And you can see the wind's not getting any less here.
It's a nice looking action. That stays on plane a lot with the shaft.
That's going to be a tough putt there, I think.
It's got that ridge in front of the pin and back down there. It's the first we've seen of that. He probably didn't get quite the contact he wanted on the club.
Here's our leader here, Daniel Pearce. As you said, Ozzy, he would do well to attack and keep attacking, because that keeps your chasers at bay.
Well, he's dictating terms at the moment. 8 under. It's up to him to do what he wishes to do in terms of pars, birdies or eagles. He's happy with that. There'll be a bit of adrenaline there. Just make sure it's not too long.
Oh, it's going to stay.
Just stays on top of the ridge there. That's a nice position to putt from, uphill. You know.
So that was Daniel Pearce. He is sitting there at the top of the leaderboard at 21 under. They've just hit off. Mark Brown's just made a birdie, so he's sitting now equal second, along with Matt Miller and Adam Burdett, who will be putting very shortly. So we'll come back with more action here at the Queensland PGA Championship from the City Golf Club right after this.
Hi, I'm Terry Pilkadaris, touring professional from Keysborough Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
I started playing golf when I was 9. I remember the first time I got a birdie when I was playing with my pa, and I just started jumping around because I was really excited.
Yeah, it's the back line I'm worried about.
Won't worry about my back.
So how are those pro lessons going?
Well, let's see.
Well played.
Thanks, mate.
Found it! Looks like a bit of a tricky shot you got there, mate.
So on 18th you had a
bogey, and what did you have?
A par.
Back to back. Nice work.
Chicken.
Welcome back to PGA TV from the Queensland PGA Championships, and you are looking at the beautiful Toowoomba. Parts of this place are absolutely stunning, on the edge of the Great Dividing Range, and Aussie, it's a stunning little city
Oh, a lot of churches, beautiful gardens here. They have a week of a flower. I've come up here for the azaleas, etc. It's really a central of the hub area of the Darling Downs in Queensland.
And everyone thinks about Queensland as hot all the time, but because of the height here, it does get a bit cooler in the winter months. As we look here at Adam Burdett and his putt for birdie, a long way uphill here. Pretty good effort there.
It's always hard on the first green in the group when you've got the first putt and it's a long putt. You're not sure what the pace is. You're not sure where the break is going. So it's quite a good putt he's hit from the front of the green. The pin on 25 metres there, or paces. So that putt was, close to a 25-metre putt. Like that's a long putt to open the day.
And you can see the ridges as well. So he's read that fairly well.
And good viewing for the gallery there. Standing on the first way, looking back down at the last group. They've just got a simple walk to the left now to watch him play 2 and then 3 back down the hill.
Yep. No, it's a good course to walk around, there's no doubt. I should say hello to anyone watching around Australia and potentially in New Zealand as well. There might be some of Daniel Pearce's family tuning in to see how he goes and whether he hoists the trophy as he has a look at his birdie putt.
As you said, there's 5 New Zealanders made the cut here, so there's every chance a number of those will be watching. A couple of hours ahead of here, so this will be early afternoon for them.
Sit back with a cup of tea and enjoy the action here on PGA TV. We're very excited to bring you all the action of these tournaments. As we look at, looks like Matt Miller might be doing what the others didn't.
I think that's the best option around there. If you're confident in your chipping, I think that's the best way to hold that shot. Although you saw Mark Brown make it with a putter from off the back. And for Daniel, he can really throw a nail in here if he knocks this one in first hole for a birdie.
Got that reverse grip. Oh, what a start. Well, when you're hot, right?
Just go out and blow them away if you can.
We could be looking at a record score here, and good luck to him. He's just played some fantastic golf, and well, he can't do anything wrong at the moment. Here's Matt Miller. Looks like he's just going to chip this one from the edge of the green.
You're just looking to land. See, when you're chipping, you're looking for the most consistent first bounce you can get, and that's generally on the green itself. So he wants to land this maybe half metre on the green, just a little check and let it just dribble down the hole, dribble down the slope into the hole. Just landed it where he wants it.
Not quite.
Had every chance though, just didn't run it out. It may have just gone in the right side.
There's the old chip it in. There you go. Don't bother with the putter. There for Matt.
It's not too bad if the leading edge is straight on your wedge there, but if it's got a curved leading edge, you want to be a little careful with those ones.
What do you take of the way he brings the club, whether it's putter or the club, the way he does that?
Well, I think the best way in the golf swing is to have some sort of motion before you take it away. Being standing dead still or having the club dead still is quite difficult to take it away. As we watch Adam Burdett for his par, right edge will be the target. So if he's moving the club head around, that makes it that much easier to make it smooth and simple. As that was a good 2-putt from down there.
It was a good 2-putt there. So he sits at 13 under, as does Matt Miller and Mark Brown from New Zealand. But there's been plenty of action here at the City Golf Club, and we're enjoying the Queensland PGA over the last few days, and plenty of entertainment as well on the first few days. This is the gala dinner the other night. A few of the pros come in, sponsors get to mingle, a few drinks, and they're sitting up overlooking the 18th green there.
There's a number of activities that the golf professionals are involved in during this. Really, it's a week of golf in Toowoomba, not just the event itself. The involvement of juniors and some of the facilities around the area, but lovely little dinner to go to.
It's nice for the people to associate with the pros, get a feel for the course, get a feel for the tournament, and up close and personal with everything that represents this Queensland PGA Championship. And there is the leaderboard. As you just saw before, Daniel Pearce makes birdie on 1 and just makes everyone else's life a whole lot harder. I think it's probably safe to say they're playing for second spot now, and Daniel has it tied up. Hope we haven't given the commentators curse to him, but you can see there 2 New Zealanders at the top. Mark Brown tied on second at 13 under. Matt Miller, Adam Burdett. Christopher Muick also started with a birdie, so he's sitting well at 2 under after 2 holes. He must have birdied the second as well. And Jordan Zunic, I should say, is also 2 under. So there's some good scores today, Aussie. There's Adam Blythe at 3 under and Matt Jager at 4 under.
And I see the opening 4 holes as the toughest part of this golf course, and a number have negotiated it quite well, getting out 1 or 2 under through those holes. McIntyre's given one back today. McIntyre 4 under through 13, yes, for the day's round.
You can see a couple of our amateurs, Charlie Dan and Laurie Flynn, both 1 over for the moment. They'll be trying to be the low amateur for the Queensland PGA this year. A lot of players sitting at 7 under at the moment. There's Lincoln Ty after 13. There's a few more red scores here.
And Maverick Antcliffe, he made the cut right on the number, so he's rallied quite nicely to get to 6 under for the tournament.
All right, we like to see how this course plays, and of course our expert Alison Whitaker has gone out there and had a hit to show you exactly how it plays, and this is hole number 3.
This is the 3rd hole. It's 367 metres, a par 4 of course, but it is downhill all the way. There's a hazard down around the 280 mark, so a lot of guys are going to be taking 3-wood to try and keep that out of play. The bunker on the left, also not ideal, so important to be on the right side of the fairway. If you've managed to achieve your first goal off the tee, which is avoiding that fairway bunker and then hitting onto this downhill slope, you're going to find yourself round about here on the fairway. And this is about 100 metres to the front of the green. As you can see, that water down there, important to lay up short of that, into the green that runs from the front left to the back right, which is going to be pretty difficult off these awkward lies. This front bunker is a great example of a lot of the bunkers out on the golf course at the moment. They've had tons of rain and that sand is super dense. Not the place you want to be. Once you get on the green, however, it's not too much to contend with. The back portion of the green sits a little from back left to front right, but is relatively flat. So you're going to see a few birdies made from back there. Over here, however, well, you've got a little bit more to think about. This huge swale is going to come into play, especially with any of those back left pins. So important, again, trust your yardage. Try not to get too much spin with those wedges. Hit it in the right spot.
So another birdie here attempt for Chris Muick. He said he had to go out and shoot low. He's gone 2 birdies on the first 2 holes, not quite on the 3rd there. Similar sort of makeup on the 3rd hole to the first in terms of downhill, water at the front, green at the back.
I think the 3rd's even a little more intimidating than the first. The pin position today, it's guarded by a bunker that you can't see back short of the creek there, and the green runs from left to right as you look at it and away from you, so it's difficult to get it really close. Long and right of that pin position is the easiest putt.
Here's Andrew Sconawall.
Uphill, little left to right in it.
Has he given it enough? Oh, he's just not quite. He upset with that. He had a good look at that.
It's a fun course to play this. It's not overly long. And as I said, if you drive it in play, you get many opportunities to make, at this level, a lot of birdies and even eagles. At an amateur's level, it's still a pleasure to make a lot of pars out there. So he's just looking back over towards the 9th tee. First green, the flag there in the background is now completely cleared of players. The last group is now up to the 2nd.
So we're looking now, Jack Munro.
All players teeing off the first today. First out there at 7:50. Jin Jong, Michael Choi and Gareth Patterson.
They'll be finishing soon, putting their feet up and watching Daniel Pearce come home, I'd say. Here's Jack Munro, who's gone 1 under so far on the day.
Right edge putt, a little uphill.
Yeah, well done. Did you have a preference, Ozzy, when you were playing on a group of 2 versus a group of 3 on a final day? It didn't matter to you?
No, not really. I like to play to move along. I prefer to play in a 3 more than a 2. I think the only event we played in 2 balls in my era was the Australian Masters. They played in 2 balls the last 2 rounds. Most events were 3 ball.
Yep. Of course, the Vic PGA, which we were at, that was a 2 ball coming home with that, and they also played the final 2 rounds on the same day, on the Saturday, so something different again as well, as Andrew Sconawall puts in his par.
The par's a good score on the 3rd. It's not an easy hole.
It's interesting about pace of play. There's a lot of talk about pace of play at the moment in world golf. All right, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard again. Queensland PGA Championship this year. Daniel Pearce doing it in a canter at the moment at 22 under. He's got a few players behind him on 13, but it looks like it's Daniel Pearce at the moment, and we'll come back with more action here right after this.
I'm Dave Branston. I'm from Sale Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
My name's Isaac Richards. One day I'm playing golf all around the world, just like Jason Day. I like playing golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water and once when he hit it, there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
Welcome back to PGA TV at the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. We are looking at former champion Brad Kennedy.
We'll take it over the right-hand greenside bunker. The pin's 6 paces behind that bunker. You won't be able to see the putting surface from where he is, but he'll think that's very close.
He's fairly happy with himself, as he should be. Playing there with Mark Brown, you can see at the front, he's looking at his shot now. There's another hole. This is there's a few of them on the course where you don't need to drive. The players will probably hit what, iron or hybrid or fairway wood off the tee.
Yeah, there's a fairway bunker down on this hole on the left, about 228 carry, but it plays about 210 to carry it. It's to the right of the screens we see now. So you take a club off there that will carry that bunker. Rescue, maybe 3 metal, maybe even iron for some of the longer hitters. But you must end up short of the hazard here, and Mark Brown's driven in an ideal position. I'd say he may have hit 3 wood down there or 3 metal. Only have 90 to 100 metres to the pin.
See, he's right on the dot there, on the yellow dot.
Yeah, and he's playing slightly uphill. That yellow dot's 80 to the front, and the pin on 21, so 101. And he's hit at 102 and backed it up to 99.
Shot from Mark Brown. So there you go. He's really hoping to stay at the top of that leaderboard, and with shots like that, he'll go very far to shooting a low score today. So, although it looks like he may have dropped a shot potentially on the last hole. We'll check
well,
that.
the 3 strong par 4s on the front on a 1, 3 and 9. He's birdied 1. He looks like a good chance here to birdie 3. I'll almost give him that one. It's not even a metre, that putt.
It's all but in. The old commentator's curse there. Let's wait and see what he does. But it's a nice shot from him and Brad Kennedy. Don't know where Charlie Dan is at the moment. He's had a little bit of a shaky start.
Charlie's played his second. He's come across the bridge, not on the putting surface, so maybe sand. There's a bit of an avenue on the right-hand side for sand, and over the back left of the green is also a bunker.
So Mark Brown here, obviously an elder statesman, if you will, Aussie on so far on the tour. and from New Zealand, turning pro in 1996, and he's had a great career.
Yeah, he won a couple of times, as you see there, in 08, and around 2010-11 he took up a teaching position for the elite squad in New Zealand. Had a lot to do with them, and actually refound his form after a couple of years, came back out to play, and as you see, he's playing quite nicely again.
So he's tied 40th at the Vic PGA, and then 35 at the Super 6 over in Perth. At the moment, he is in a great position to potentially finish in the top half, or the top few, I should say, of the Queensland PGA this year. So he'll be happy. You can see he's got a smile on his face because he's put this one very close. Aussie Moore's already given him the putt, so we'll see if he makes that birdie, hopefully. He'll be waiting for Charlie Dan to play his third shot here out of the bunker on hole number 3.
About 25 metres back to the pin from here. Obviously play a little uphill.
Had a nice connection there. We'll slow down.
That's not bad. Left himself an uphill putt. Maybe a little bit right edger from there. So he really has struggled the opening holes. At errant tee shot on the first, and again here on the third. And that's what this course is all about. If you don't drive it in play, it's difficult to get it around the putting surface, and you'll make quite a few bogeys. Drive it in play, and birdies are at your beckoning.
Basically, don't get greedy.
You've got to hit it straight. I don't mind how long you hit it, but you need to hit it straight. I don't mind that in a golf course. It's obviously an advantage if you can hit it further than others, but you need to hit it straight as well.
I just want to revisit what we were saying before the commercial break, which was, you know, the R&A came out. They're looking at the rules at the moment of golf. I think it's a good thing for golf, personally. I'm with you. I like to play quickly. I like to get the game going. A lot of conjecture, though, because obviously people like Jason Day on the professional circuit are taking a long time.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I like. There's one they said to leave the pin in the hole. There's no penalty if you hit it when you putt. I have no issues with that whatsoever.
Yep.
Dropping the golf ball, to me, is always a disadvantage when you've got a penalty and then you have to drop it and, and you're at the beckoning of where it finishes. I think if you've got a penalty, yes, place it.
Yep.
At least give yourself some sort of reward for taking a penalty.
I think the fact is there are some rules that, I mean, perfect example, there's a storm, a tree falls into a bunker during the thing and your ball rests against it. Like, things like that, I think, as Brad Kennedy has his putt.
Wow, that was a good strike. He loved it.
He's frustrated with that one.
Yeah, just the pace is a killer there. Yeah, there are a number of things like that, and it's good that they're looking at modifying them. I think that's a really good initiative. Some of them they might have trouble with the spike mark rule. I think they tried the PGA Tour for a season, and after 6 weeks they cut it out because people were slamming their putter in the green all the way to the hole, creating a groove, saying there were spike marks there.
Yep.
I'd like to see spike marks where you can actually pick the spike mark out of the ground, rather than actually tap it down.
Because there are some rules that potentially the professionals in particular can take advantage of, like something like that. But as far as pace of play goes, we'd like to see that picked up. As we look at Charlie Dan, he's hoping to clean up a par putt here, which he does do. A nice putt.
Yeah, nice flow to the stroke there. Nice good rhythm. There's no jerkiness about the stroke. Look, at the moment, speed of play, you can play out of turn. You don't have to wait for someone else to play. The only time you get penalised is if you're intentionally helping them. So like on a par 3, if you hit first and they're in a good position in the tournament and they judge what your ball does in the wind and you do that intentionally, then there's an issue. But, it should be players ready. Whoever gets to the tee first and the fairway's clear, away you go.
That's right.
Kennedy for his par.
And I think on that, as he puts in that par nicely as well, that translates down to amateur golf as well. It's very frustrating when you watch a group walk to the one ball, then to the next ball. Like, get to your ball, play your shot, and let's get it on, because it doesn't change the game. And in fact, it makes it a lot easier for people to walk around. And golf should be played in about 4 hours, really.
Well, less than that.
No, more than that, I should say.
They play 4 hours at our golf club. They call on me as a marshal to go out and get them out of the way.
Good. Well, here we go, Mark Brown.
Well, he's just been and played well in the Super Sixes. Playing there, they would have said, pick that one up. It's good. Match play.
Well, you may as well have given that one to him, but you have, and he's made it. So well done to Mark Brown. He's now outright second. So we do have a bit of a trans-Tasman battle at the moment. At the moment, it's the New Zealanders on top. Daniel Pearce clearly on top. Followed by Mark Brown there on 14.
Yeah, what price the Cornella there?
All right, let's have a look at now some highlights of the 4th round here at the Queensland PGA. If you've just joined us, this is the first hole. This is Jordan Zunich's second to the first hole. Lovely strike there, Aussie.
Yeah, pin just got it over that ridge short of the pin and spun it in nicely short of the hole.
This is Chris Muick's putt. He came out early and said he wanted to make some birdies, and he did that on 1 and on 2. So a lovely birdie putt on the first hole. And this is Mark Brown, who's just made a birdie to move to 14.
We've seen a number of players putt from off the edge of the green here, no one with real success, but this one trailed straight into the centre. On one of the stronger holes on the golf course, he starts with a birdie 3.
And our leader, if he wasn't enough to be 8 shots in front, he thought, I'm going to be 9 at this time, and he did that with a beautiful birdie putt on the first. Daniel Pearce taking all before him. This is the third hole here.
Good tee shot right down near the hazard there, and Jack Munro with his second over the greenside bunker on the right, and well positioned.
That's a great shot. So there's some highlights there of the 4th round here at the Queensland PGA at the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba. And our final group is on the 3rd hole. Let's have a look at a flyover here, Aussie Moore, of what is a beautiful hole.
The 3rd hole, 367 metres, plays pretty much downhill. There is a lake at the bottom of the fairway. More importantly, the players need to miss the bunker on the left-hand side of the fairway. 228 metres to carry that. Realistically, it plays about 215 because it's downhill. That would mean a 3-wood, rescue, maybe even a long on for some of the players. Then you hit down to a plateau area just short of the water. Now you play slightly uphill to the green. The green's one of the newer greens. It's got a section on the back right that runs off. The front right of the green comes back towards you. There is a bunker that guards most of that green from where they're playing. Difficult pin position, players from the bunker looking at hitting 8-iron, in closer, maybe even wedge.
So you can see here, this group's taken a little bit of a shorter club off the tee, it looks like, because we know Daniel Pearce is a big hitter, but he's back towards that bunker, which means probably iron.
Yep, you're looking at about 150 metres from there into the green. Sometimes it's not so bad to be further back because you get a look down at the green. If you get right down near the bottom near the water, you're looking back up at the green and you can't see your target. I always like to see the target when I'm playing the game.
Here's Matt Miller with the old lift, clean and drop. If you just join us, that is a local rule here, given there's been a bit of rain. It's a bit soft under the fairway surface, so players allowed to lift, clean and drop their balls.
And it's more about the mud that adheres to the golf ball than anything else. The fairways themselves are actually quite dry now. Had a lot of rain here, certainly early in the week, Tuesday especially, and then Wednesday again. The course holds it quite nicely, drains well. And there's a lovely green tinge to the foliage and the grass now. This is Daniel Pearce from the left centre of the fairway. Important to have a good routine, and it looks like he's sticking to it. Work out what you want to do and then go in and execute. And again, an excellent shot. Uphill, left to right putt.
He's dialed in. You can see the crowd behind him loving it. Even a bit of a walking frame there. They're getting around any way they can here. He's happy, and he's carrying today. Interesting.
He's carried it all 3 days so far. That's Daniel Pearce carrying his clubs. Now Matthew Miller.
Very relaxed young man behind him as well, just taking in the action from the fairway.
He does a lot of coaching at Gold Creek during the year. He lives in Canberra or the ACT. And after this event, he'll be back there full-time on the range for some weeks, maybe months. Before he's let loose again on the golf course in these tournaments.
Here's his second shot to the 3rd, and that's a wonderful one. And we should mention as well, you know, there's a lot of, we're trying to get people, encourage people to get into golf, and there is a Find a PGA Pro initiative at the moment with the PGA. You can get to pga.org.au to check it out, but it's important to go out and find a pro, get lessons, maybe even take on the PGA 28 Challenge, which is trying to get yourself, see how low you can go in 28 days, Aussie, and you know what it's like to teach.
Very easy to find them too. You just put in the region or the postcode where you are, and they'll give you a number of names of golf coaches in that area.
You'd be surprised at how much you can gain in a few days. 28 days is probably enough to take a few shots off your score if you can find a good PGA in your area, a PGA Pro in your area. So as I said, pga.org.au, put your postcode in, you can find a PGA Pro near you.
A lot more aggressive with his tee shot down here on the left-hand side. Adam, nice angle to come into the pin. Just not enough club.
Well, we mentioned about getting PGA professionals. It's nice that some of the pros here at the Queensland PGA went and checked out and helped out some of the younger members of the golf community earlier on in the week.
I'm down at the City Golf Club range with Josh Whitehouse. You seem to be a bit of an old hand at this whole clinic thing, Josh.
Yeah, I've done a few throughout my traineeship, and yeah, it's great to come and see so many kids turn up and want to learn to play golf.
That's one of the cool things about coming to more country areas, isn't it? Because you see a different level of enthusiasm, definitely from these kids coming straight out from school in their school uniforms. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like I think they're really grateful to have the opportunity. I met young Lachlan, and he'd asked if I'd been on TV, and you know, and all that fun stuff. So it's just great to have the kids coming here and wanting to learn and enjoying their golf. So
now you can say yes.
Yeah,
you have?
Yes, I can say yes. So it must have been an omen that he knew before me. So
Matthew, tell us, you're down at the junior clinic. How long have you been playing golf for?
About 5 years.
5 years. That's a pretty long time. How old are you right now?
11.
You're 11. So hang on. Started when you were 6?
Yes.
Pretty cool. How cool is it to be able to learn from the pros on days like today as well?
It's pretty cool to be able to play with people who like represent Australia and stuff.
And do you play here at the City Golf Club?
Yes.
Okay. What's your favourite hole?
Probably the 9th.
The 9th.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Which one do you think's the hardest? Which are the ones that the players need to look out for?
Probably the 9th.
So is that why you like it? Because it's the hardest? Long and narrow and tricky?
Yeah, like you hit it straight, but if you hit it too far, then it'll just go way out on the other fairway.
All right, well, that's it. You heard it here. Keep it on the fairway on 9. Thank you so much for stopping by, Matthew, and we're so happy you were a part of the clinic.
That's okay.
Great initiative, that, and it's great to see the pros lending their skills and giving back to the game. Ozzy, I think it's really important to get that next level of golfer back into the game.
Yeah, I remember from the days when I played, well, going back, remembering things, but in the 80s, a number of people have come to me in the last 5 or 10 years and said, you know, I really love the game because of what you did and what other people did at that stage. You know, you gave me a golf ball, or you said some encouraging words, or you gave me a little golf tip. You know, that really gets you right in the heart.
I think the players like it too. They like to see the kids come out. They get a little buzz from talking to the kids and, you know, and helping them out with their swing. So, and you never know, because like we saw with Matt Jones, you know, getting a lesson from Greg Norman when he was 6 or 7. Next thing you know, he's playing in tournaments, and who knows what these kids will be doing in 10 years' time. So it's really important. As we look at a young bloke here, Adam Burdett, he's probably put this slightly more under the hole than he would have liked.
Not too bad. It's only slightly uphill. There's a fair bit of left to right break. He needs to give it almost a half metre here. The line's good. He hasn't given it enough pace, though. You'll say, yeah, he's given enough pace, but it went under the hole. That's why it was past. If it was above there, it struggled to get there.
Yep.
It's good to have some sort of heroes in that respect, whether it be sporting heroes or politicians or be statesmen or whatever that. You've got heroes to try and achieve to. And you watch these guys and you say, you know, someday I'd like to go and do that. Not I'd like to do that, I'm going to do that.
Yep, aspirational stuff. Well, I think any young kids who've walked around the first few days and watched this man here, they will get a good idea of what it takes to win a tournament, which is to stay balanced, to stay composed, and just to trust your shots.
When I watch Daniel Pearce play, he reminds me a lot of another New Zealander, Michael Hendry.
Yep.
Not that the swing's identical, but the mannerisms, the way he's going about his business, very confident, very assured of what he's doing without being cocky.
It's been a good week for those boys, isn't it? Mike Hendry obviously winning in the playoff at the New Zealand Open. It was a very exciting way to finish. And we watch here as Daniel Pearce has yet another birdie putt. Can he elevate him even further for 23 under?
The line's good.
Oh, she's got above the hole. He won't believe that.
Not after he saw Adams' putt break as much as that either.
No. Fairly surprised.
And a lot of times you see guys have victories who you've played with when you're younger, and it actually spurs you on to play better as well. And you know, seeing Michael Hendry, not that Daniel would have played a lot with him at an early age, but he would have played with him at some stage in New Zealand. And he goes, you know, I've played with him. I hit it just as well as he hits it. I can play like he plays.
Yep.
And the next thing you know, they go out and do it. It's a self-belief. Because you always doubt yourself, especially as an amateur when you first come out to play in pro ranks. Am I good enough to be here?
Yep.
You don't
I
want
always
to have
doubt
too much
myself in the amateur
in the
ranks.
pro ranks, that is.
When I go out. All right, here we go. Matt Miller for 14 under.
Maybe a touch of right to left of it.
It's that little move he does. He's put it in. Lovely birdie putt. And a lovely way to start his round. Matt Miller moves to 14 under, so that's 1 under on the round, and he'll be very happy with that. You can see the sun breaking through. It's a little bit cloudy today, a bit of wind about. So probably the most difficult conditions, you'd say, over the 4 days?
Well, certainly the first 2 days there was very little breeze to talk about. It was quite calm. There was a little bit of breeze in the afternoon. Yesterday there was somewhat a little bit more. Today's a lot more cloud cover today. And the breeze, again, a little bit stronger, east to southeast. As he rolls that in.
Nice par for Burdett, so he stays at 13 under. He's par for the day. Here's Daniel Pearce to clean up his par.
Just a little less than a metre. Obviously, you need to pay attention to all these putts. Because once you miss one, you get 2 or 3 of them for the next couple of holes. So good 4. Just the start he wanted, really, under par through 3.
That's our leader, Daniel Pearce, there sitting at 22 under. Hope you're enjoying the 2017 Queensland PGA Championship. Coming to you from the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba. Shirotap with you, and Aussie Moore as well. And Aussie, we keep saying it, but it's probably a case of who's going to come second here at the PGA.
Well, Daniel's dictating. I mean, he's 1 under through 3, which is what he needs to do. If he can get out under par the front 9, the tournament's his, really, because the back 9's where all the scoring's done. He only needs to shoot par the back 9. It's pretty comfortable.
Plenty of interest, though. There are, as we said, there are a couple of amateur boys out there who are doing nice things, although there's been a couple of shots dropped by them, but they'll be trying to be the low amateur. But the interest now that lies in the chasing pack, if you will. There are some nice birdies being made. Let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. There's Daniel Pearce, clear out in front. He's still got an 8-shot lead, although there's a couple of guys who are shooting some nice numbers. Mark Brown is just behind him, his countryman Matt Miller, as well at 14 under. Then we've got Adam Burdett sitting alone in third at 13 under. A couple of 12 unders there as well, and a few 10 unders as we head back through there. James Niddy's sitting at even, hasn't quite had the last couple of rounds that he would have liked. David McKenzie seems to always be on the top half of the leaderboard at these tournaments. Matt Jaeger has dropped a shot, but David McKenzie at 5 under there. McIntyre still at 4 under, so some good scores. As we head down the leaderboard there, Michael Wright at 4 under as well. And then we head more into the black numbers here, Aussie, and
yeah, the boys are struggling a little bit there. Josh Younger, I thought, would play a little better than that today. Blake Proverbs after 62 the first day.
And Matty Guy, we saw birdie on the first. He's since then dropped 4 shots, so unfortunately for him. So that's where it stands at the moment at the Queensland PGA Championship. Daniel Pearce with an 8-shot lead, but plenty more and lots of great golf coming up shortly.
Hi, I'm Aaron Townsend from Charlestown Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
My name's Isaac Riches. One day I'm playing golf all around the world, just like Jason Day. I like playing golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water and once when he hit it, there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
So guys, we're here at the Toowoomba City Mini Golf Centre for the corporate Mini Golf Challenge. Guys, how's your 9 holes been so far?
Up and down, yeah. Ordinary partner, which doesn't help me, but other than that, going all right.
Luke, then, why didn't that happen today?
How you been going?
Not so good. Not so good tonight.
Any hole in ones?
Not at all.
Not even close.
Well, another great feature of the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba is that not only is there a fantastic golf course and a driving range, there's also mini golf.
It's probably the way you should learn to play. Start with the putter and the short game first and then go to the long game. Long game's fun,
Yep.
but really if you learn the short game first, that's the best part of the game.
Well, I took my nephews out to play some mini golf and they cracked it and walked off. So I don't know if that's a measure of how kids go. But that was great. You saw Tim Hart there and James Ghibellini as well coming out, the pros during the tournament and having fun with some punters as well. It's great to see.
Yep.
It's great interaction and one of the great features here at the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba. Welcome if you've just tuned in to the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. Shura Taft and Aussie Moore with you. And there's been some great golfing action. This is the leaderboard as it stands. Daniel Pearce from New Zealand is outright leader by 8 shots there on 22 under, and Aussie Moore is taking all before him.
Yeah, he's Mark Brown and Matthew Miller are making some sort of run at him. A couple more birdies and they'll get a little closer, but as I said, Daniel has to make a couple of mistakes. He's still got the 4th to play, tough par 3. Adam Burdett, nice to see him playing well. Only been out reasonably lately in terms of playing as a professional golfer. Did well as a trainee. Jordan Zunic, former New Zealand Open winner, thought he might shoot a low one today. He's a couple under through 5. Tim Hart shot very low the last round last year. He's on 2 under through 10.
So there you go. So we're heading out to the 9th hole now. And wonderful shot there. And the 9th, coming back towards the clubhouse, it can be quite a hard hole.
It's a gentle pin position today. It's 18 back right in the centre of the green. There can be some difficult pin positions on this green. It's a long par 4. You must hit your tee shot in play. Up the right-hand side is preferable for the pin today. But if you hit driver up the right-hand side, generally you run out of fairway under the tree line. So you need to turn a little bit right to left.
So
it's one of the tougher par 4s.
As you said all day, you've just got to be straight on this golf course, don't you?
You've got to be.
If you could design the perfect player for this golf course, who would it be?
Look, I think a guy like David McKenzie, he's not a super long hitter, but he hits it in play all the time. A guy like Matthew Miller, those sort of guys, they won't rip the course apart, but they'll shoot low 60s most of the time.
Let's look at Darren Beck here on the 9th hole. We think that's Darren Beck anyway, and he's hit that shot very nice and close.
And I would venture to say that might be his third in there because it's playing back into a little bit of the breeze today. Right. So I know he's been in a bit of trouble in the trees and had to play out.
Well, yes, Matt Miller, as you mentioned, perfect for this golf course, and he's playing really well. He's sitting at 14 under at the moment. He'll be wanting to take home second prize at least.
Yeah, well, I talked to him earlier in the day, and he just said, look, my short iron is not good enough at the moment. Middle irons are all right, but I get now the short irons a little bit closer, and I'll shoot a good number. And he's at 13, 14 under, and he's still not happy with his short game.
No golfer I've ever met is ever happy with their entire game, let me tell you that. If they were happy with their entire game, they'd be playing at the Masters and all the professional tournaments. And even those guys, we know they're never happy either.
You always want to strive to be better. And the front nine at this golf course, 33 par, which is a little unusual. There's no par 5s on the front nine. And 3 par 3s, the second, fourth and 8th of the par 3s. The back nine has 2 par 5s and it places a 37 par, only 1 par 3. That's a little unusual setup.
Doesn't mean it's easy though. You said already the front nine's probably the tougher nine.
Well, the birdie opportunities aren't there. Or eagle chances really is the par 5s on the back nine. And par 3s are always, I think, one of the more difficult holes on the golf course, and you've got 3 of them on the front nine to deal with.
That's Max Mercado there in the red, stalking around the green, having a look.
And Andrew Evans playing with them. He had a really good tournament at the Australian Masters almost a year and a half, 2 years ago now, where he ran second. He all but won it. It was when Peter Senior got home to win the Australian Masters Championship. Left with a putt that'll work a little left to right, not a lot in it. Slightly uphill. Big putt for birdie.
It's checking he doesn't hit that fringe.
Doesn't like it. It's, you know, a good 5 centimetres or millimetres above the putting surface itself, so he may need to hover the putter off the ground to hit this putt, so he doesn't catch that with his backswing.
Obviously putting him off enough.
And they've lengthened this hole a little in the last couple of years. They've built another tee further back, added a good 15, 20 metres onto the length of the hole. Hopefully the members don't have to play too often from back there.
No, it's a long hole. Reasonably good putt from there. He's not happy though.
Plays a lot of his golf up in Asia. One Asia tour. A bit of golf in China as well. Steady player, just looking for that one tournament to, you know, break through and have a victory or a, you know, second or third finish.
So Max Mercado there makes his par. We are looking at the 9th hole here at the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba.
Andrew Evans and Darren Beck. Darren Beck's had a birdie on the 4th, but he has thrown in a couple of bogeys on 5 and 7.
He's missed that one.
I would think with the length of the shot he hit into the green there, that was probably for par as well, so he might have put a hat-trick of birdies in the last 5 holes on the front nine. That really deflates you.
Bogey, yeah. He does look a little deflated. If that is for bogey, either way, he's going to have to lift on the back nine to increase his leaderboard position. We look at Andrew Evans.
And I was amazed when he played so well at that Masters that he said, I've got to go and pre-qualify for the Australian PGA next week at Royal Pines. I said, surely they'll give you an invite to that. And eventually they did, which was good. So he's tuned in one over the front 9 as well. Not really what they're looking for.
You can see that scorecard, a mixed bag there. Let's head back to 4. We've got Matt Miller. We've talked about a lot at how he's playing this course, and this is a long birdie putt at the 4th par 3 here.
Sitting on the front right section of the green. It went down an embankment there. Breaks right to left. Well.
So he moves to 15 under, and he is flying at the moment.
And that's the 3rd day in a row he's birdied the 4th hole. He's played at 3 under par for the week, which is outstanding for a long par 3 today, playing 182 metres.
I'll be exceptionally happy with that. Should mention as well, of course, the Qantas initiative with the $1 million points hole-in-one. So how it works is, you know, these professionals, as long as they're Qantas frequent flyers, which you'd think they are, the flying these guys do, any hole-in-one on a par 3 on the PGA circuit in Australia will earn them $1 million points. Now that gets shared if more than one hits a hole-in-one. So far one player's got it. I think it's Terry Pilkadaris, and he'll be hoping that no one else hits a hole-in-one. This is the 8th hole here. We're having a look at the par 3, Aussie, and what do you see?
That's a nice little hole. And what makes it difficult is the pin position. Today it's playing at 145 metres because they've got the pin in the back left behind that bunker on the left-hand side. Yesterday on the front right, only 122 metres, so a big variance. Players will be looking for birdies here. Be an 8-iron, maybe a strong 9 from the back tee today. And if they can leave it a little short and left of the pin, it's the ideal uphill putt for birdie.
You can see directly behind James Niddy's that Qantas Golf Club. And, well, if he hits one in, he'll be sharing $500,000, or 500,000 points, I should say, with Terry Pilkadaris.
Terry made his hole-in-one on 15 with a pitching wedge on. It was Friday, actually, the 2nd round.
Yeah.
It's a very appropriate prize for a professional golfer too.
They need all the
points for travel. Wow. And James generally a fairly low ball flight. The breeze will be hurting out of the left-hand side a touch. The line was good. The thing is, if you hit it over the back of this green, it's very difficult to get it up and down because there's quite an embankment behind that pin. And again, you've got to chip it out of the Coca-Cola grass.
You can see he was between clubs there.
You see the breeze blowing back into them there. It's quite strong at the moment. I venture to say around the 20 to 25 kilometres an hour. That green is protected a little by some shrubbery and bushes around the back, so the flag's not fluttering as much as you think. Tee more exposed.
Just trying to think about what I'd do with $1 million frequent flyer points, to be honest with you. I was going to go first class somewhere around the world.
I think somewhere, one loop to start with around the globe,
yep.
Then work on it from there.
Here's Matty Guy. Started,
that's an unmentionable.
That's...
Told you not to mention it.
I have to say that's more the sort of thing that the amateur golfer, I certainly know what it feels like to hit that sort of shot off a par 3, but...
He may be somewhat fortunate. The 3rd fairway's over there, and if it gets clear of the tree line there, he may be able to play something back, but the worst thing about that is next time you pull out an iron to play a shot, that's the first thing you think about.
Yep. Well, Matty started with a birdie, and since then I think he's had 3 or 4 bogeys, so hasn't been a great day for Matty Guy, and that's just...
It's a young amateur, Laurie Flynn. You could probably call him a local, really. Grew up in Dalby.
Yep.
It's only 45 minutes down the road. Oh, good looking action.
Lovely
nice
strike.
rotation through with the body. He's not happy with the result.
No, well...
He's just pulled it over towards the right section of the green.
Well, Matty must be okay because he's not hitting another ball, so he'll be heading to his ball. We'll see where he ends up. So Laurie Dan, we're hoping to make a birdie here. He's fighting at the moment with Charlie Dan I should say Laurie Flynn, not Laurie Dan. Laurie Flynn fighting with Charlie Dan for the low amateur. Both were in the Queensland Academy hats, so they obviously know each other quite well, I'd say. Probably battle it out a bit.
He started with a few bogeys on this front nine as well. Bogeyed 3, 4 and 7, but picked up birdie on 5.
Hello, Aussie. This is Daniel Pearce at the 5th hole. So
there is some hope.
He is human.
So what he's doing here is he turns the toe in towards his foot and swings from front to back to hit the shot.
So he's done it well enough.
You've either got that option or to turn the club over and try and play it left-handed. I think he might have got too much of it, actually.
Yep. Well, there you go. So we talked all day about how this golf club requires a straight hit. It looks like Daniel's... That's
where Matt Guyot's tee shot finished on the par 3. This would be a nice 3 to talk about.
Well, wouldn't it? If we get him in later, we'll ask him. He's a very affable fellow. He's a very lovely guy, and well, hopefully he makes that putt and we can talk about it with him.
He might say he laid up there on purpose.
Oh, it happens, doesn't it? I mean,
he's been fortunate because it's hit a tree short of that dam and not gone into the dam.
Yeah.
I thought he might have carried it over the dam to the 3rd fairway.
We can see here Daniel Pearce, as he said, overhit his chip out of the tree, and he's now in the longer stuff. So he's at danger of catching a fly here, isn't he?
Well, the 5th hole, the pin today, back in the right corner as well, so it's not the right angle to come into this. Anyway, I'm going to say better up on the left-hand side, but not behind the tree. So he'll have to land it front half of the green and let it chase back, because it'll run a little downhill and run towards the right as he plays the hole. Not easy to do that when the breeze is back in your face. So I've got to say that bogey's definitely on the cards here. A little easy coming from the fairway for Adam. I heard a noise like it has landed on the green, and the applause would indicate that it's fairly close to the hole as well.
But I think the attention at the moment is on Daniel Pearce and what our leader will do here with his 3rd shot at the par 4 5th. Hasn't stared down many bogeys.
He's had 3 bogeys and a double in his first 3 rounds, but he's just mixed that in there with 24 birdies and 2 eagles, which is more than handy compared to the rest of the field.
Incredible.
I don't think anyone else has had more than 20 birdies. So still not on the putting surface. Probably should make at least bogey from there, but
looks
it
like he
depends
might
on the
drop
lie.
at least one shot here.
Yep.
So there you go. As we head back and look at Laurie Flynn with his birdie putt. On the 8th hole.
Goes across the green going uphill and then will break from right to left.
Nice looking putt there.
Well done. Two over through these 8 holes is not quite what he was looking for, given that he knocks that one in. And a strong 9th to play yet. And it'll be into and off the right the breeze. So playing every bit of its length with a new tee, taking it to over 400 metres. Good angle though for Nitties here.
Yep, this guy's a talented player.
Yeah. Look, he's played a lot of golf overseas. The web.com tour, I think he made 24 out of 25 cuts only 2 or 3 years ago.
Yep.
So, you know, you keep making cuts there, you're playing nicely. He just lost his way a little bit. Right, the form's back there now. Played nicely last week in New Zealand. If anything, I'd go right edge on this. There shouldn't be that much break. He's given a little bit more. He knows better than I by the looks of it.
Putt from James Nitty. There you go. It did break quite a lot, didn't it? Sometimes tough to see on TV just how undulating those greens are, but he read that one beautifully, James Nitty. So there's a birdie for him. We're going to see what Matty Guy can do with his 3rd shot, which would be an incredible up and down. Here you go.
They say a shank is close to a very good hit. I'm not so sure about that. I think I'd rather a slight miss hit than a shank.
Oh, he hit that hard too. You see he's not happy with himself there. I'm sure we're all familiar with.
Yeah, well, he was just fighting back too because he doubled the 2nd hole early on, and then he bogeyed 4 and 5. Got a birdie back on 7, and he's given it straight back straight away on 8.
So he's limited the damage there. It's just a bogey, but he will not be happy given he gave himself a good look at par.
He knows the front nine's very important on this golf course, and he's put in, by his standards, a poor performance on that 9 so far.
Well, an important shot here. Probably won't change the game necessarily, but certainly for Daniel Pearce, this would be an incredible par save from off the green.
Slightly downhill, works left to right.
Oh, well.
You know what though, he made a good fist of it.
Yep.
And you know, it's not that bad an error. You need to be up the left-hand side of that fairway, and unfortunately finished behind the gum tree and he had to play out. So options are you're probably going to make bogey, but take your bogey and move on.
Yep. Well, you can see there, birdie the first few pars. That's his first bogey today. Still sitting at 21 under, and I think he'll be okay.
Important how he reacts to that too. The next couple of holes, just needs to consolidate. Still really try and take on the birdies if he can, because that's what he's known for. He's made a lot of birdies around here, you know, basically 6 each round. And if he can do that, then it doesn't matter if he makes a couple of bogeys.
So this man's playing well, and he's had a couple of birdies already, and he's going for another Matt Miller to move to 16 under. Oh, well.
And those, you know, playing with those guys, you know, if you can put a bit of pressure on when they make a bogey, you make a birdie, then all of a sudden they start thinking that's 2, could be another 2 the next hole.
Yeah.
And you lose your concentration on what you're doing. And if you don't push home those issues, so he started nicely as well. A couple of birdies there on 3 and 4. That massive putt he made on 4, that was every bit of 15 metres.
Yep. Could be going for 3 birdies in a row. Then he knows he's missed an opportunity, Matty, but that's all right. He's playing well. Back to the 8th hole here, the par 3. This is the Ryan Lynch, Jordan Zunick and Lee McKechnie group. I think it's Ryan Lynch to hit first. He's par on the day so far. See if anyone can threaten this Qantas million frequent flyer points, or at least put one nice and close. So it's a birdieable hole today.
He birdied it the first 2 rounds, so it does suit his eye. Playing a little longer today at 145 than it has any of the first 3 rounds. Pin in the back left of the green. Good balance on the swing.
So old man will be happy with that one. Oh, he's just short.
Probably caught the bunker on the left-hand side, I'd say.
Yep. Interesting. Looked like it was a quite easy swing, and when you've got 145 metres.
You're looking up there, and the flag's moving right to left, and it's probably a bit more into you than you actually think. There's some trees behind that green. The wind might swirl just a little bit as we look at Lee McKechnie.
He's played this hole so far 1 under. So he probably starts out a little more right of the flag, which is that's exactly what you just said, Ozzy, where you want to be. Short 2.
I think that flag's just balking with it. I think there's a lot more into the breeze than they actually are seeing. They should feel the breeze down on the tee though, and trust that more than the flag, because it's a bit more out in the open, the tee there.
Yep.
Let's see, tall, lean figure of Jordan Zunick. And he's off to play a couple of events that might get him on the web.com tour, and then he's out to play the Challenge Tour in Europe. He finished 150th last year. 145 gets quite more starts than 150. On the Challenge Tour, that is.
Checking that routine.
And he also has played this hole under par for the week. Shafts a little more inside on his swing than the other 2.
It's a little lower, didn't it?
Nothing wrong with that though.
Sure, we saw Laurie Flynn as well earlier, so not the worst place to putt from. All right, well, let's have a look. We did just see Daniel Pearce, our leader, is human. He's dropped a shot. He's back to 21 under. Unfortunately for Matt Miller, who just missed a birdie, would have snuck up to 16 under. He's sitting at 15 with Mark Brown as well. Jack Munro and Adam Burdett are at 14 under, followed closely by James Nitties, playing well, just made a birdie putt on 8. And then we'll just see Jordan Zunic hit his shot. He's sitting at 10 under. Andrew Sconwell, who is behind him. Brad Kennedy also on 10 under. And then a whole host of players on 9 under. So we'll see if Daniel Pearce is human. We'll see who's chasing him and who can win the 2017 Queensland PGA Championship after this. Welcome back to PGA TV at the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship as we watch Ryan Lynch hit his second shot at the 8th hole. Shura Taft and Ozzie Moore with you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage we're bringing you of this championship. And
well, left himself with an awkward putt there for par, downhill left to right.
A few moments ago as he goes to rake the bunker, and here's Lee McKechnie with his birdie putt.
Up the hill, as we've seen a little bit of right to left in it.
Well, we saw James Nitty's earlier, and his one curved a lot more than potentially Lee thought that would. So we'll have that for par.
And Lee, a former winner of the New South Wales Open in 2009, so he doesn't know what it's like to win.
It's important, isn't it, that experience?
It is, no doubt. Once you win once, though, you want to go back out and do it again.
Feeling the trophy in your hands.
It's a process you've got to learn, and a lot of the young amateurs, which is good this week, we've got 3 made the cut, they've learned to win at amateur level. And that's a process you can take to the pro level. Those that are amateurs and turn professional early in their careers without too many victories, they have to learn that as a professional.
What I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the amateur versus the professional, is when you enter an amateur tournament, there's probably only a handful of players who really can win it, whereas in a professional tournament, anyone in that tournament can win it.
Oh, amongst the players yourselves, you know there's a handful of guys that are more likely to win the professional tournament as such. There are names that bob up every now and then. It's the young ones that are coming through with the attitude to win that you more look at as a seasoned professional rather than those that have been out there for some time frame.
Here's Ryan Lynch to clean up for par, stay at 9 under. Yeah, unfortunately, misses. That makes his bogey, so he drops to 8 under, and Well, you wouldn't know it, but I'm sure he's inside. He's bitterly disappointed with that.
He's been out here for a little while now. 2012 he turned professional, so for me it's about time he started putting his hand up in a couple of events and saying, you know, I'm here, I've learnt what to do, I know how to play.
And he's won as well. He won in WA last year. He knows how to win a tournament, but yeah.
Now for Lee's par. Probably got to give the hole away here too. Well, he's now played at an under par for all 4 days. Par 4, par 3 there. Had a birdie on the second day. Stays at 10 under. And they realistically know that that's not enough to catch Zunic, no matter what he does. They're a little bit too far back. Those on 14 and 15 have got some better fist of it.
Nice 2-putt there from Jordan. He sits at 10 under as well. And you're right, there's probably a handful of players now that, you know, we've talked a lot about Daniel Pearce and how well he's going, but, you know, golf's the sort of game where things can happen and things change very quickly. It can be 2-shot swing holes. Well, as you saw, there almost was one before with Matt Miller.
Yeah, well, he started with an 8-shot lead. It's now down to 6. I mean, there's 13, 14 holes to go. It's not insurmountable. It depends what happens from now to the turn through the 9 holes. If he still has a lead of 6 going to the back 9, very hard to catch. That lead's cut to 4 or 5. It's a different story.
It starts to get in his head as well because he knows he's playing, you know, he's playing alongside Matt Miller. Matt Miller starts making birdies. It just sort of tightens you up a bit, doesn't it?
It's not a panic. Realistically, as he says, he still stays to his game plan. If he can do that and make 3 or 4 birdies for the rest of the round, you know, the tournament's his. But it's not there yet. I've seen people fall over from far more leads than that with 9 holes to play.
Let's see what happens because he's just made bogey. It's about how you react to that. So if he can go out and make a birdie or a solid par, he'll feel a lot better about the bogey he's just made. So
well, the next 2 holes are important. They're 2 tight driving holes. I think he has to take the driver and back himself to hit him in the fairways. If he does, he'll probably birdie one of those 2.
All right, well, let's head back out to the 8th. Par 3, we're looking at a lot of players coming through at the moment. Not too many birdies. Obviously, we saw James Nitties, but at the moment, par seems to be the number on this hole. Here's Anish Sconawill.
Well, the thing is, the first 2 days it played a lot shorter, you know, anywhere from sort of 130 to the low 120s. That's a wedge or a 9-iron. Today, more realistically, an 8-iron, 145, maybe even a 7-iron for some of the shorter hitters.
Getting himself in the zone there, Andrew.
The 12's an indication he likes it.
Yeah. Haven't seen many balls over that side today.
And he's got it back to pin high as well, which not many players have read the breeze correctly enough to get it back that far.
I think he probably wants that a little closer.
And what they're looking at here when they go to play these shots is it's all about routine and visualising what you want to do. In fact, it sounds crazy, but it's more important to see the shot you want to hit than to actually hit it. Because seeing it actually gives you a brain direction on what to do. If you don't have a visual of what you want to do, then the brain's at a loss of where to go.
What about though, Ozzy, when you see the shot, but you're physically incapable of playing it?
Well, you choose your shot that suits your game, and that's all the other options. Before he's playing here, you'll do one of 5, or you do all 5 things. You work out how far it is, you work out elevation change.
Yep.
You look at your lie condition, you look at the wind, and then the last thing I'd like to call is target trouble. Where don't you want to go and where do you want to go? And you make a choice of shot and club from that. Then you commit to it.
Here's Jack Munro having a great day so far. 4 under after 7 holes, and here's his shot. Staring it down.
He's tricked by the wind there. He didn't take enough club. And for him, he probably tried to muscle a 9-iron up there.
Let's see if Christopher Muick has learnt from his playing partners there, because you've got Sconawill long left, and he's got Jack Munro short. Seems to be a better angle there.
Well, he's birdied it the last 2 days, so he's looking for a hat trick.
Short as well. It's fair to say it looks like the players are being tricked by that flag, aren't they? All right, let's have a look at how to play this hole. Alison Whitaker will show us exactly how.
The 8th hole, it's a par 3 here at City Golf Club and it measures around about 132 metres long, give or take a yard. As you can see, water short of the green again, so important to cover that front number, and then that back left bunker could cause a few troubles, especially for a back left hole location, so that's going to come into play there. So again, important, pick the right tier to play to and trust your yardage. A common feature of the greens here at City Golf Club in Toowoomba is the tiers. This one, another 2-tiered green, but the main feature of this one is actually how wet the green is. Anything within a yard or two of this tier is going all the way back down the front of the green.
Well, she mentioned it there, Aussie, and we've seen evidence of it so far. Plenty of players just, I think, being a bit confused by the wind and the flag.
Well, you saw the direction from where they're hitting. There's a bunker on the left-hand side. The pin's actually behind that, so the players are looking to work it around the bunker. If they hit it out to the right there, catches that bank, it zips back down. And we see 2 players in that group do that.
And we saw Ryan Lynch earlier catch that bunker as well. So it's not playing as easy as potentially it looks from the tee. At the moment, par seems to be a pretty good score at the 8th hole. And we're heading back out there shortly to see how those boys, Muick, Munro and Sconerville.
And we've seen very few players hit it either pin high or past pin high there. So, as I said, the wind is really tricking them. Yeah, the boys here down the front of the green.
Yeah, you can see Sconerville, he's walking to his ball pin high left, so he's got the distance, he just hasn't quite... Is he in danger of hitting the fringe there, though, with his back of his putter?
It varies around these greens to where the Kikuyu's grown up high enough to be an impediment when you go to stroke the ball. In that section, maybe he's all right. You can see a definite line on the green there where the grass has changed. The bent grass on the greens is a soft blade that grows up. Kikuyu is more of a runner, and it grows a blade off the runner. It's a very strong runner too, hard to make divots through the runners themselves.
Yep.
More of a cooch style, but really a hardy cooch. I think it's a South African grass.
Right.
I've got horses, the horses love it because it's sweet.
It's good eating.
Sweet grass.
Okay. It's not so sweet when you're chunking your irons into it, I'll tell you that for free. And it must be different because, you know, the New South Wales and Queensland golfers are probably more used to it than, say, Victorian golfers. Here we go for Muick. Gave it a good look, didn't he?
Yeah, an awkward length he's left at 2. A good 1.5 metres. Every bit of that coming back. One of those putts which you can't force into the hole. You've got to pick the break and roll it, which means giving up the hole from that distance. When I say giving up, that means aiming outside the hole, and
yep.
if it goes straight, then it misses the hole altogether. And pros and golfers in general like to aim inside the hole, and then if it goes straight, it still catches a piece of the hole and maybe goes in. Back down the front of the green. What a long putt from down here. Probably close to 15 metres back up to that hole, and a little uphill, and there's some right to left in it. So a lot to deal with.
A bit of movement here. Let's have a look here. This is for Jack Munro to move to 15 under, which would be amazing. There you go for Munro. And we should say this. Daniel Pearce has just bogeyed his next hole, which is the 6th hole, Aussie. So he's now moved back to 20. And what that means, because Adam Burdett has birdied it, he's moved to 15 with Mark Brown and Matt Miller, which means there's only 5 shots in it now.
And the thing is, he's coming back to those players too. They're making some decent scores as they had to. Unfortunately for him, he's dropping back towards them. It makes it a lot more exciting for us.
Well, it certainly does, because the 2 players he's playing with are playing very well.
And he can see them coming at him.
So there you go. You can see Daniel Pearce, Mark Brown doing well on 15 under, but Daniel's playing partners, Adam Burdett, Matt Miller, are on 15 under. So we've got ourselves a game now. We thought potentially how far Daniel would win this tournament by, but it's shown you, as Aussie said earlier today, this course is not easy at all times. There's a putt from Andrew Sconerville, and he'll tap in there for a par.
And the home course where Andrew plays, is that a fairly tight golf course? Is it a fairly hilly golf course?
Yeah, so he plays at Peninsula Kingswood. Those 2 golf courses have merged recently, but mainly at Kingswood in Dingley in Victoria. It is a tight course. plenty of tight lies, very, very quick greens. The course is manicured beautifully, so he'll be used to fast greens.
So you think this course on it suits him a little bit? It's a similar sort of style. Of course, the grass is obviously different on the fairways.
That's right. That's right. That would be the big difference for him, chipping around the greens. You can probably chip and run a little more around Kingswood. You know, you might use a low iron to sort of bump it up, but
for Jack, he used to write a couple of blogs for, I think, Australian Golf Digest, Jack, and he spent a fair bit of time playing up in China and used to post his scores and how things are happening week by week. So it's interesting to watch. I haven't seen a lot in the last 6 months or so, so I don't know if he's still doing that. That's for his par. He was at 14 under, so certainly just about in that mix chasing Pearce.
Yeah, I'd still put him in the mix, especially after 8 holes. And as you said, the back 9 is the scoring 9. I think we're going to see some scoring on the back, especially now some players have a sniff. Daniel Pearce has very kindly given them a sniff. Here's Christopher Mewett.
Nice roll there. That was an easy putt. That was difficult to make that. And Chris is one of those that knew. I talked to him before he went in. He knows that he has to post something in the front 9, and it's not quite happening for him.
So here at the 2017 Queensland PGA, things have just gotten a little more interesting, Aussie Moore, because Daniel Pearce has bogeyed 2 holes in a row. He's 1 over on the day, and what it means now is he's only 5 shots up.
Not easy from there either to actually hold on. He's really got to play some holes nicely now to keep his momentum.
And in fact, there you go, Mark Brown has now made another birdie, so he's only 4 shots behind his countryman. He's putting the pressure on Daniel Pearce. The question is, can Daniel stand up and withstand the challenges from his countrymen Adam Burdett, Matt Miller, and probably Jack Munro are the only players at the moment who can chase him down. But we are set now for what will be a very interesting back 9 as we look at the next page on the leaderboard. A few players on 10 under and a few on 9. But right now, as it stands, it is anyone's game. It's Daniel's to lose, but there's going to be plenty more action here at the PGA Championship of Queensland right after this.
Hi, I'm Charlie Dan from Pelican Waters Golf Club.
Hi, I'm Adam Burdett from Yarrawonga Malaya Golf Club Resort, and you're watching PGA TV.
Once when I was playing with my friends, I hit it off a tee with a driver. I hit it really far and there was a gigantic tree in my way. And when I hit it, it got stuck in the tree. So I used my club and I threw it up, but then it got stuck, my club, but my whole group laughed. They thought it was really funny.
One day maybe I'd like to be a professional golfer. So when I'm older, I'd like a house on the golf course. It'd be fun, I could just walk and play and then just go back home, relax and then go again.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship of Queensland. We're looking at Matt Miller cleaning and placing his ball back on the fairway, and he is sitting at the moment at 15 under. He's playing with Daniel Pearce, our leader, who's now dropped 2 shots. and his playing partner Adam Burdett as well on 15 under. So it's an interesting final group here.
On the seventh, ideal position is on the left-hand side of the right-hand side of the fairway, left as we look at it. Quite a shallow green there, it's only about 15 deep. The pin on the front left corner of the green today. And he's played at the centre of the green and got a lovely bounce.
You can see Adam Burdett's ball in the foreground there as well. So, and Daniel about to play. I mean, that's the pressure of golf, isn't it? Really, when you're playing partners.
Well, he's hit a nice drive down here. He's taken that tree on down the left edge there. May have just gone over it through the top of it. It's not that easy a shot though. You're only looking at about a 55, 60 metre shot. So it's more of a touch shot, and I'm sure he's a little bit anxious at the moment. So we'll know a little bit more after he plays this shot about how he's handling those conditions.
Doesn't take much to tighten up on these sorts of touch shots.
Well, Miller's at 15. He's seen him hit it in close, but that's right behind the pin. They've both got a chance to go to 16. Mark Brown's already at 16. He may not know that, although I believe that motor buggy has a leaderboard on the back of it. It's in the background there.
Doesn't take much to look at it, does it?
He has had 2 birdies and a par on this hole in the first 3 rounds. This is his second shot. It's low, it'll need to spin. I don't know, he got enough on it. Well, that tells you about the nervous situation. So he's a bit tight out there.
Is this the sort of situation, we talked about this earlier, where potentially a caddy is there saying, calm down, take this shot, you know, different, you know, is that something that could help?
Keep you in your routine, yeah, keep you in your routine. And in between shots, not thinking about the poor things you've done, talking about something completely away from golf and then bringing you back.
How good was New Zealand last week? So 1 hole ahead is his compatriot Mark Brown. You had a chat to earlier today. He was talking about, you know, that he was hoping to finish second, but I mean, there's every chance he could make a play for this.
Well, we did talk about a 1-2 Kiwi finish. Doesn't mean it's second. I think at the start of the day he would have been happy to take second, but I think now, realistically, you've got to say you're some sort of shot at getting at Daniel.
So here we go. This is for birdie to put himself 3 behind. We saw Nitties with a similar putt, but to go far outside. Is this going to drop for him? It's a lovely putt. A pretty good looking putt there, just didn't quite have the juice. But Mark Brown goes to, or stays at 16 under there, and we'll see what Daniel Pearce does with his 3rd shot shortly.
Just ruined the card there with 1-4 on it, the rest were 3s.
He's got a nice pattern going though, the red and grey.
The thing is, these 3 chasing, they can't afford to make any mistakes either now. They need to keep making birdies to keep coming at Daniel.
That's right. Here we go. We are going to our leader now, Daniel Pearce. He's coming off 2 bogeys and he's staring down a 3rd shot from off the green. Aussie, he wants to put this close and or in, obviously.
Got the putter through the Kikuyu. All depends how it comes off the first little bit. It was smooth, so this is a good strike.
He's hit that firmly. That's no gimme.
Plot thickens.
Plot thickens, especially if Matt Miller and Adam Burdett make their putts, because they are having putts to move to 16 under. So suddenly getting interesting here at the Queensland PGA. If you joined us, all part of the ISPS Hander Tour of Australasia. We are loving it. We've had some great tournaments. There's some great ones to come, and there's some great action. Next up, PGA TV gets off to Kalgoorlie. That's a different part of the world. You played some golf there, Aussie?
No, I haven't, but I've got a lot of respect for the golf courses built there, the golf fields. And a nice lush course there. The superintendent from there has just recently gone to Lake Karrinyup.
Oh, there you go. One of the great courses of Australia. As we watch Burdett with his birdie putt.
Not much in it. He's taking it straight at it, and that's where it's
He's
gone.
Put it straight in the heart, and he moves to 16 under, and we have a game here. I tell you what, we didn't think it was going to play out like this, and at the moment, not going to plan for Daniel Pearce because his playing partners are shooting the lights out.
Strangely for Adam, that's his first birdie on the 7th for the week. He was actually over par for this short par 4.
Yeah, we had a couple under on the first and third day, but it was the second day where he had 8 under. That really set himself up for a good finish as we look at Daniel Pearce. Now, he knows this is a very important putt.
There's not much in it either. Very straight as Adams was. Fairly similar direction coming from.
Well, there you go. We are looking at a potential 2-shot swing hole. Again, he moves back to 19 under. And that is not a great scorecard for Daniel Pearce. He's done exactly what you said he did not need to do.
Well, he's played the first 4 holes in 1 under par, which is the ideal start in the situation he was in. But to throw 3 bogeys in a row, he'd be disgusted at himself for that. That was a very soft bogey from 55 out, 60 out in the middle of the fairway. There's no bunker at the front of the green to deal with.
No.
Now Matthew Miller for his birdie, also to get to 16 under.
Which he puts in. So we now have 3 players at 16 under. Our leaders drop back to 19 under, and it is game on. Aussie Moore, this is going to be a fascinating finish.
Well, it's a tournament from here now. He doesn't have any cushion to deal with. He now has to go and play some serious golf.
Let's have a look at some highlights so far of the 4th round, the 9th hole. This is Andrew Evans' second shot into a tough par 4, the 9th.
Pin in a nice central position today. Hole playing back into the breeze. Good iron shot. What a monster this was. Par 3, hit it on the front right corner across the plateau, then down the ledge, banking right to left. Absolutely perfect for a birdie 2.
Which he's been making plenty of today. We just saw another one. So he is chasing, and he's chasing hard as we head to the 8th hole. This is the par 3. This is James Nitties. And he read this one absolutely perfectly. So there's some of the highlights so far, and not many highlights so far for this man, Daniel Pearce. And he'll be thinking, stay in the zone, just focus on your own game. He's at the 8th hole at a par 3, and so far we've seen this hole play a lot short. People have played short of the pin.
You know, at this stage here, he may be questioning himself about, what do I have to do to win a tournament? At the start of the day, an 8-shot lead, it's hard to know what to do when you're that far out in front. Do you be aggressive and win by 10 or 12, or you just get into that defensive mode where you're just trying to make pars, and all you do is make pars and bogeys. And around this golf course, pars and bogeys aren't going to get the job done.
No, absolutely right. So he's going to watch his playing partners play first, see where they put it. Can they put the pressure on him? Adam Burdett hitting first here. As you can see on that scorecard in the bottom corner, he's sitting at 16 under. He's playing some great golf and putting a lot of pressure.
The flag there was also blowing back towards them, so they've got a more realistic idea of where the wind's coming from, whereas earlier the grips, the flag was blowing from right to left as they play the hole.
Here's Burdett's shot.
Looked to have started right at the pin, turning it back a little. Just half a club out, but better half a club short than half a club long. Very difficult to get up and down from the back of the screen. Quite heavily tilted back towards the tee from back edge to front edge.
You get the feeling this chasing pack, they're going to have plenty of fans walking behind them as we head down the ninth. The back 9, I should say. It's going to start to get very, very interesting. And it's interesting as well, Ozzy, you said, you hit the nail on the head before. You said when he made his first birdie, Daniel Need, the next hole is the most important. And then you make a bogey on that hole, it starts to compound itself. And it's what happened. He wouldn't have done that the last few days on that last hole where he chipped short. And putted,
no chance, no chance.
Just wouldn't have happened. So
no, it's a situation that's done it. And Matthew Miller. It might be a little 7 for Matthew up here. He's taking a nice easy swing at it. Just knocked the spin rate down so it goes through the wind a little easier.
Oh, look at this.
Yes. Yeah, very clever. That's the first person we've seen get it past the hole.
Well, it's fair to say Matthew Miller is dialed in right now, and Daniel Pearce, this shot will could say a lot about where his round's heading. If he can put this close on the green, he'll feel good about himself.
He should have a good mindset coming into this par 3 because he's birdied it the first 3 days.
It'll say a lot about where he's sitting in his own mind when he plays this shot.
Oh, probably in the front left trap, I'd say.
Well, you've just watched Daniel Pearce, our leader. He's in the front left trap of the 8th hole. He's had 3 bogeys in a row, and he's dropped back to 19 under. And the story is that Mark Brown, Adam Burdett and Matt Miller are at 16 under. They are chasing. They're only within 3 shots. Matt Miller has a good look at birdie, as does Adam Burdett. So we have a lot of action here to come, and we've got a very special guest joining us right after this on PGA TV. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Terry Pilkadaris, touring professional from Keysborough Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
I started playing golf when I was 9. I remember the first time I got a birdie when I was playing with my pa, and I just started jumping around because I was really excited.
Yeah, it's the back line I'm worried about.
Won't worry about my back.
So how are those pro lessons going?
Well, let's see.
Well played.
Thanks, mate.
Found it! Looks like a bit of a tricky shot you got there, mate.
All right, you're back live on PGA TV watching Daniel Pearce play his second shot, and this is a very important one for him. Needs an up and down, stop the rot here, and that's not going to do it, and I think he knows that. So welcome back to PGA TV. As I said, you're live with Shira Taft and Ozzy Moore, and we are now joined by the man himself, Lucas Herbert, or Herbs and Spices as we know him on social media. Lucas, good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me, boys. First commentary gig, so I'm excited.
Oh, you're a commentator now, eh?
Well, I mean, what am I? Am I supposed to be some sort of expert opinion?
Well, we want to know how you're going. And obviously, you've had a very, very nice start to 2017. You've been up and about in a few of the tournaments. Obviously, a couple of sixes, World Super 6, as well as the Vic Open. So, how have you felt about your game so far?
Yeah, it was obviously disappointing to miss the cut the last 2 weeks. Game probably wasn't quite as good as it was at the Vic Open and at Perth, but just didn't have those breaks go your way that you really need to keep a tournament going. And unfortunately, a couple of bad bounces and a couple of missed opportunities, and all of a sudden you're not playing on the weekends. But like you said, it was a good start to the year. It was really pleasing for me to play really well towards the back end of last year, get the results that I thought I deserved, and then to come out and produce them again this year. It made me believe that the work I did over summer was paying off.
You can see here Adam Burdett putting for his birdie. Have you played much golf with Adam?
Yeah, we played a lot of junior golf.
Look at that.
We see that go
Well,
in.
tell you what.
He's now 17 under.
He's hot.
This guy can play. He did his traineeship at Yarrawonga, I believe.
Yep.
And I think I've seen he shot a 59, and I reckon a couple of low 60 numbers. So this guy can go low.
Well, he's proving today 4 birdies in a row as he's flying.
Yeah, and that's an art in itself, really, to be able to shoot low numbers. There's a number of pros out there that can shoot in the mid-60s, but get down in the low 60s is very difficult.
Yeah, I think the challenge is to not get caught up in your own score. And as easy as that sounds, a lot of guys don't have that ability. A lot of guys can shoot 6 under, 7 under consistently, but can't take it that step deeper. And it seems like for him, it's not an issue, and he's confident going low.
Well, this bloke here thinking about your own scores. Daniel Pearce started the day at 22 under. He now has this putt for par, mind you, Aussie, to stay at 19 under. We know that Adam Burdett is now sitting at 17. Matt Miller has a good look at going to 17 under. This is a huge putt for Daniel Pearce.
I think now he has to forget it all. He's got to lead it all, and actually just play it as if they're all square and go for it. But having said that, that's 4 bogeys in a row, and the mind's starting to question, are you doing the right thing? What have I done wrong? And you're not staying in the present, you're in the past.
How did you find the first couple of days, Lucas? Obviously, I'm disappointed to miss the cut as we watched Daniel put in another bogey, I should say. That's his 4th in a row. How'd you find, obviously, not the result, but how'd you strike him?
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be difficult coming from Queenstown. Queenstown's such a great place, and 2 fantastic golf courses there. So it was always going to struggle to get yourself rolling this week, and had the coach on the bag. We were doing quite a bit of work, working on some stuff that didn't go well last week. So those things went well. I went through the processes really well. I thought I just didn't get the result that I wanted.
And Matt Miller to get to 17 under, birdie on 8. Downhill, a little left to right in it.
That may look like a funny stroke, but that guy can properly play.
Yes. Now, we've talked a little bit about how he's got a different takeaway. I've played with him in a prime before, and I found that interesting, but he gets it done, as he said. And we're going to look at the leaderboard now, and this is the story. It's fascinating. We didn't think it would happen, but it has. Daniel Pearce sitting at 18 under, and Miller Burdett sitting at 17, 1 shot back. Mark Brown, his compatriot, at 16, so it's a lot closer. We were talking records, Aussie, earlier. We were talking about lowest scores ever. The golf has proved that, anything can happen. You know that, Lucas. Anything can happen out there.
Absolutely. I think 8-shot lead's a tough one to defend. When all of a sudden you're not chasing a lead, you're just trying to, stay clear of everyone else. I think that's a very tough mentality to get right. And like you've seen here, a couple of bogeys in a row, all of a sudden you can get on a bit of a run. So I hope he settles himself. I hope he makes a nice solid swing down 9, makes a birdie up 10, and I think that could settle him down a bit and hopefully kick him going for the back 9.
He'll need to play the way he did the first 3 days though. From here on in, it's not a matter of just making a couple of birdies. He needs to make 3 or 4 coming in from here.
Yeah, absolutely. At this stage, I think he just needs to stem the flow of the bogeys. 4 in a row is obviously not going to do his confidence the world of good. So if he can make good swing up 9, make a 3 or a 4, and then make a 4 up 10, I think that'll really settle him down and put him in a good state going into the back 9.
What about yourself? What are you looking at playing after here?
Yeah, so I got some time off now, which I've been really looking forward to. So a couple of weeks off, and then about a month's time, I'm going to head to the States. Going to play the Canadian Tour this year and try and get myself through to the Web Tour that way. And I might have a little dip at the US Open pre-Qs as well.
Did they have 3 spots or 5 spots on Canadian Tour under the web.com?
I think the top 5 get categories on the tour, but any sort of stages in Q School I'd be pretty happy with as well.
And what about this course? What did it ask of your game that wasn't there the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, it's pretty tight off the tee. I mean, it's definitely not long, but it's just really tight. You have to hit in the right lines, and as well as being tight fairways, a lot of them slope off to the side. So it's quite tough to hit fairways. And even when you're in the trees, with the Kikuyu grass, it's very hard to punch and run one onto the green. It really rewards hitting it straight off the tee, and you've got to stroke it good on these greens. Rolling the way they are.
Here's Brad Kennedy now, and he's going for birdie, and he probably now knows as he looks at the leaderboard that he's back in within a sniff, although he hasn't put that one in. No, he's just said that, didn't hit it. Lucas turned pro 2015 at the Masters, a couple of years now into it. You love it? Look like you love your golf.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Look like you're having a lot of fun.
Don't know anyone else my age doing what I do, so that's what I always tell myself on a bad day.
Here's Brad Kennedy, obviously had a good New Zealand Open, didn't quite finish the way he would have liked, but certainly struck the ball very, very well. And, well, have a look at the results there. Some pretty good results. Aussie obviously knows how to get it done.
Well, what's not on there is how well he played in 2016 in Japan. He finished in the top 10, I'm going to say 10, maybe 11 times on top of the results he's had there. So extremely consistent performer.
All right, this is the young amateur Charlie Dan. Remember when you were running around as an amateur with the AM after your name, Lucas?
There was no cash coming in when I was playing the good results, which was frustrating, but it's good to see some good amateurs coming through this week. Charlie's played really well. I believe he won the Master of the Amateurs at the start of the year, so yes. It's good to see some younger guys coming through and all the programs producing some good players.
He also picked up Kabira Bowl, which you know is one of the bigger events as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Actually, you had a good finish as an amateur in the 2014 Australian Masters, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I was fortunate enough to play well there, which was pretty confidence building to know that my game was holding up in some tour events, and I think one of the coolest things that week, I saw my name go on the leaderboard and they took off Adam Scott's, and that was a pretty cool moment for me.
Yeah. All right, well, let's have a look at this. Mark Brown now. He's going for birdie to take him to 17 under and put him a shot back as well. So let's see if he can do that.
In the jaws. Always tough playing the group in front when you're sniffing at the lead. Don't know what's going on behind you.
That's right.
There was a scoreboard, a mobile scoreboard that came up the fairway there, so he will be aware of basically what's happening within about 10 or 15 minutes of it.
Lovely front nine there, 4 under for Mark Brown, and confidence will be high heading into the back nine, Aussie. We know that the 10th hole is very gettable, isn't that right, Lucas?
Absolutely. If you make a 5 up 10, you feel like you've made a bogey.
Brad Kennedy cleaning up for his part.
Now, of course, you play your golf originally from Bendigo, but you play at Commonwealth in Victoria, part of the Sandbelt. Lovely course down there.
Correct, yeah. I've spent a long time around Commonwealth, and I've been very privileged to be a member there. So do a lot of my practice there, live not too far away, and just such a good area on that Sandbelt. You know, you can go to all those courses, and it's a golfer's dream.
You strike me as the sort of bloke, you've got a couple of mates in the golfing world. You might go out and have a couple of social games out at Royal Melbourne or Kingston Heath or Commonwealth, a few beers afterwards.
Yeah, I try to get out there as much as I can. My psychologist or my mental coach has just joined the coaching panel, I think, at Royal Melbourne, and looks like he's getting a membership at Peninsula, so I think I might be hitting him up in the coming months.
Yes, he's just joined my course, and I can tell you, Jamie's very excited about your progress. He constantly tweets about how you're going, amongst other people. Sconnor will as well. But why don't you show us exactly how to play the 9th hole? We're going to have a little flyover. You can talk us through it here, Lucas.
Yeah, the 9th hole's a tough tee shot here. I took 4-iron off the tee all week, but I don't know whether you'd listen to me missing the cut. 4-iron laying short of that bunker and giving myself a 7 or 8-iron into the green. So if you want to take driver, it's a tricky line, and you've got the out of bounds if you do pull one quite a bit left. So definitely a demanding hole. 2-tiered green, that pin obviously on that back tier just over the ridge there, and definitely no easy birdie hole. It's I was very happy to walk off with a 4 here on Thursday.
How'd you feel about your commentary of the 9th hole there? Because this is your first commentary job.
Well, try to keep things positive and try to take things away from myself if I could.
No, I think you did very well. Aussie, what do you think? You're an
I don't
experienced
know if too many of these boys hit 4 after tee here today, but
yeah, they might be hitting it a fraction better than me this week.
There you go.
Well, you can see there Daniel Pearce walking behind, alone in his own thoughts today. Do you prefer having a caddy or not having a caddy?
I'm pretty easy, to be honest. You know, there's obviously benefits of doing either one. I think it'd be great for Piercy to have a caddy right now, to reinforce. He's played well. He's 22 under through 55 holes of the tournament. There's obviously some things going right. 4 bogeys could have been scattered through the first 3 rounds. So, you've got to keep him positive and keep him remembering that he's still got the lead. So that would be a positive having a caddy. I don't know him too well, so I don't know whether he's a very strong mental player. I mean, if he's 22 under through that, I'd say he probably is. But he's got to keep reminding himself that he's in front. They've still got to come catch him.
Yeah, that self-talk's really important.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it only takes one thing, I think. Like he birdies this hole, I think he settles himself. It's the problem is when the rot sets in and you start to think negative thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to set his own goals. He's got to try and keep everyone else out of his mind here, and just play like he did yesterday. Obviously 62 yesterday was some good goals. So, he's got to stick to his own game, play his own shots, and let some putts roll in.
Talk to us about, you just mentioned before you're working with a mental coach. We know Jamie does a lot of work in that department. What for you, mindset-wise, what are the main things you work on? I remember talking to Jamie many years ago about the fact that the most important time in your golfing shot is actually just as you've hit it. So knowing what you've got to do.
It's interesting. Actually, that's exactly what we're working on right now. I think towards the end of golf tournaments, I get quite tired just from burning quite a lot of mental energy. So, just trying to let shots go and not get too caught up in the result for me is a big thing that we're going to try and start working on now, which, I quite obviously love my golf, passionate about golf, so it's very hard for me to not tell one that's going out of bounds to sit. So yeah, that's one main thing, and I think just trying to get a good routine going each week, tournament weeks and off weeks.
Our leader, Pearce for his second on 9, up the hill. Pin in the back centre of the green, breeze out of the right, probably hurting a little. Anywhere on the putting surface is acceptable there, though. He would have been going in with 6 or 7 iron from back there.
Well, that's hopefully going to steady that ship, and 2 putts from there, he's off the bogey train. That's the main priority.
And what if one of his playing partners stuff it in there close now?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you just got to stick to your own game.
I'm not sure Matt Miller's going to be able to do that from there. If he does, it's an exceptional shot.
He's well back in the bunker. He's got to turn it from right to left to get it onto the putting surface.
And he has a great ability of doing things that you don't expect. So I'm not going to say anything here in commentator curse.
Well, let's wait and see.
Sounded good contact. I think it'll stay a little bit right though. Hard to turn it out of that lie.
Does like it.
It looked like he closed his club face.
Really well played.
Looked like he closed his club face just before he took it away.
Just in relation to where his wrists are.
Yep.
He hasn't changed it that much. As long as his hands work a little bit inside. So he kind of works it up outside and then back on the inside on the way down. Shallows it out.
Now, I'm going to ask you to don't try and be humble here, but what's the best part of your game? If you were sort of saying to someone, I'm a really strong, what is it?
Yeah, when I play well, I drive well and I putt well.
Yep. I said one. Sorry, mate.
Well, okay, I'm driving.
No.
I hit it quite long and straight.
Yep.
For me, I'm not the longest on tour by any means, but driving is definitely a strength. As we watch Burdett plays second here into 9.
Do well to stop it. It looked like it was a fairly heavy lie.
Yeah, done it very well.
Very well, actually. That's an uphill putt
there too.
That's a great shot. Have a good run at that.
So mid-irons is where your focus is?
Yeah, mid to short irons and pitching at the moment are definitely the things that I'm working on. I think pitching definitely showed up this week. That wasn't good enough when driving it within 50 metres of a lot of greens and wasn't making anywhere near enough up and down. So that's definitely something I'm going to be working on over the next couple of months.
All right, well, it's great to have Lucas Herbert with us. Thanks very much for joining us. A great commentary by you, by the way. We really enjoyed it. Good luck with the rest of the year, especially on the Canadian Tour, and we really appreciate you coming in and having a chat with us.
Thanks, guys. It's been great. Really enjoyed it.
That was Lucas Herbert.
Thank you, Lucas.
And we're going to have a look at our leaderboard because it's getting very interesting here in the 2017 Queensland PGA Championship. Daniel Pearce, who is on the green in 2 on the 9th. He's at 18 under. Then we've got Adam Burdett and Matt Miller on 17 under. They both have putts for birdie as well. Mark Brown, who's completed his 9 at 4 under. So he's sitting pretty, probably those guys in with a sniff. Jack Munro maybe just back on 14. And then James Nitty's at 12 under. So it's a very interesting looking leaderboard here. And we'll head back out to the 9th hole very shortly to see whether Daniel Pearce can stop that bogey run. What do you think here, Aussie Moore? You've seen what's going on. Here's Daniel.
Yeah, as we said, he really is, if he knocked his bomb in, it'd be outstanding, but he just really needs to make his par and then just wipe the front 9 out of his mind and go to the back 9 with a fresh mind. He knows he can play the back 9 3 or 4 under at the worst, and that would probably be just about good enough to win it from here, I think. Hard to say because the boys are coming at him, Matty Miller and Adam and Mark Brown. they could get around the back nine 4 or 5 under and really put some serious pressure. He's felt it already. They've done what they had to do the front nine. He's fallen over a little bit, and now it's a big match.
He just loves something to drop. Big putt like this, just something to, I guess, to hang his hat on at the moment would be nice. As we watch the boys sum it up here on the 9th hole at the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba. And it's been a great few days of golf up here in Queensland. And what we thought was a fait accompli is not that at all, as we look at Daniel Pearce, who was our leader by 8 shots at the start of the day. He was sitting at 21 under and was very confident.
I've got to say, it's not the scenario I thought would be played out. It is an option, obviously, that's happened, but it was 1 in 25 or 1 in 40 for that sort of thing to happen. But it's still not over yet. He's still in the box seat in front. Not a massive amount of break, a little bit from right to left going up the hill, and then it just levels out the last 2 metres of the putt.
Here we go. Oh, tell you what. That's only just missed the I'm up out of my seat. I'm excited here.
Well, he was too. He just doesn't want to force it. I mean, I know that putt's missed and it was a great putt, but it's a long range. You know, we're talking 7 metres.
All right, as we look at Matt Miller set up his putt, we are joined by another special guest, the new CEO of the PGA of Australia, Gavin Kirkman. Lovely to see you.
Thanks, Stuart.
I know we don't hope for things to end up the way they have, but close golf tournaments, we love them.
Yeah, leaving Melbourne this morning, coming up, I looked at the leaderboard and I thought it's going to be an interesting day, and now look what's happened. So exciting finish. Great for our viewers on PGA TV and great for the people here at City Golf Club.
Well, we saw the similar thing at the Vic PGA, obviously Damien Jordan and Aaron Price fighting that one out, so we might see the final group here do the same as we watch Matt Miller go for birdie. Oh, he is on fire, Aussie.
Wow, he really has asked the question now.
That was from the fairway bunker as well. That is an exceptional up and down, and he's now a co-leader. Gavin, what do you make of this?
28 to front 9, so unbelievable golf, and this is what the PGA Tour of Australasia is all about. Experienced players, but our young players making the way onto the big stage.
You must be excited by the growth at the moment. And we just had Lucas Herbert in here, the young players, and we've got a couple of amateurs going really well. You've got Adam Burdett, who's playing really good golf. That's exciting as well.
Yeah, Adam Burdett just graduated from the PGA traineeship. I was at the graduation dinner on Friday night. Where's Adam? He's up here at City Golf Club shooting 8 under par. So a great story, but the depth of this field this week has been very, very good.
Well, he's just missed his birdie putt, but he'll be okay with that 9, I would have thought, Aussie, as he puts in his par and sits at 17 under.
Well, that's all he really could have expected. He's done what he needed to do. He's gone out in 29. Those 4 birdies in a row, outstanding. Now he's in a position to have a chance to win the tournament. And he knows how to win. He's young, he's confident. I certainly think he's one of the major chances here. Miller's got the experience. And Daniel here is just trying to hold on at this stage. He needs to play some of the golf he's played the first 3 days now to maybe stamp his foot down and say, boys, I'm still here. You haven't run over me yet. And how's the transition been to the chairmanship?
Yeah, well, the most exciting part is, as you know, Aussie, I'm passionate about looking after PGA professionals and looking after the vocational members for many, many years. The tour members have always treated me very, very well, and getting out to tournaments now and watching the action live and watching what the tournament players do as far as pathway and promotion of the game is going to be very good.
Well, we've talked a little bit about the 28-day program, getting people to go out and find their local PGA pro and try and improve their game, and I think that's having an impact at the moment.
It is. There's been over 12,000 interests and over 3,000 registered into that program, and now they're trying to find a PGA pro to get their game back in shape. So, vocational marketing is really important, and but to have the tournament players promoting the game, the vocational members servicing and looking after and coaching the game is a key to the game moving forward in Australia.
And things like the My Golf initiative as well, getting young people into golf, giving them a kickstart, giving them a club and something to get excited about. I think that's great as well.
Yeah, we've just tipped over 6,000 juniors now registered in our national program, and that's all states working together. That's Golf Australia and the PGA working together. And what we're excited about, 85% of those programs are now delivered by our PGA members. So that's been very important to get our members on side to grow the program, and it's a national program. So we're now competing against the other sports.
So what's the dream?
The dream is to grow the game.
Yep.
Collaboration, working with all the other peak bodies, from Golf Australia to the superintendents, to the managers, the state associations, very important as well. So if we can all be working together, the game will grow.
Matthew Guyatt, his second shot to 12.
So we'll be happy with that one. That was a lovely shot there to 12. So the dream is just to get golf back in the collective consciousness. Not that it's necessarily left, but you just want to make sure there's people playing it, there's people attending it, there's people watching it, there's people enjoying it.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things we've got to, golf for many years we were competing against clubs, were competing against each other. The industry wasn't unified, but we are now. We're on our way. And, we've got to compete against the other sports. So the modernisation of the rules recently, that discussion, I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it.
Couldn't agree more.
Formats of the game, what we did in Perth, I love that. And, you've already got clubs copying that format already. So, we've just got to move with the times and create the game to what society needs out there. And society and the golf consumer is now very different to what it was 10 years ago.
Well, I can tell you personally, I sat in a forum at my own golf club of young members, I call myself young, mid-30s, but also younger, about what we want, because we are the next generation of golf members of golf clubs. And it was some interesting thoughts exactly on that, the growth of the game, to speed it up, to do things to make it a bit more, in the modern times. It still has its traditions, there's no doubt, it needs that, but there are things that it could do to move forward. So, and what about things like this, PGA TV?
PGA TV, love it. We've just got to get more people engaged and watching tournament golf through PGA TV. If they can't get here, you can follow it. On the final day, at the Vic PGA Championship, and here we are today. I think the feedback and the data that we're going to have to go and talk to our commercial partners, our government partners, is a great promotion of the game. So it's taking the game to the consumer, and how they're going to they're going to be sitting on trains, sitting on buses. They could be at a picnic today, but they could still be watching golf.
No, we love it. Well, we love your passion for the game, and we appreciate you coming in and having a chat. CEO of the PGA here, Gavin Kirkman, we really appreciate you having a chat, and we like your vision as well. But what is the vision here at PGA Championship here in Queensland is could be anyone's championship. Matt Miller is now on top, equal with Daniel Pearce at 18 under. Adam Burdett breathing down their throat on 17 under. Mark Brown at 16 under. It really is anyone's championship, and we're going to find out on the back nine right after this.
I'm Dave Branston. I'm from Sale Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
My name's Isaac Richards. One day I'm playing golf all around the world, just like Jason Day. golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water. And once when he hit it, there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
Welcome back to PGA TV live around Australia, and you're with Shira Taft and Ozzy Moore, and it's gotten a whole lot more interesting as we watch Matty Guyatt putt in for his birdie. Unfortunately, he's just lit that one out. But the big story of the day is Daniel Pearce, who had an 8-shot lead at the start of the day, now has a no-shot lead. He's in the lead, equal with Matt Miller on 18 under, with Adam Burdett just behind him on 17 under. And we are now joined by another man who's been playing in this tournament from Victoria. Anthony Houston, welcome.
Thank you. How's it going?
Well, it's great. How's it going out there?
Wasn't great for me today, but it's a bit windy out there actually, and it's a completely different wind to all other 3 days. So I think maybe Pearce is struggling with the game plan because it's been the same for 3 days. So you just don't expect this. I didn't expect this wind to come, so I'm not sure if he did or not as well. So
you can see your card there on the screen. Obviously, you probably didn't want to see that right now, did you?
Thanks for that.
But we just had Lucas Herbert. We just had Lucas Herbert in, who obviously plays his golf at Commonwealth. Now we know you're Kingswood, my course.
Yep.
My course, I own it. Kingswood Peninsula. But I was talking earlier about the differing conditions, and certainly down there in the sandbelt of Victoria, tight lies, quick. You can run putts up off the green. Different here with the Coca-Cola grass.
Yeah, like as soon as you're off the green, no matter if it's in the first cut, second cut or deep rough, you just have to fly it on the green because even if it's top spinning and hits the very edge, it's just going to stop dead. So completely different to Melbourne. You can't be cute with your shots. You got to play ugly shots sometimes, and just a lot of Queenslanders are really good with their short game because they play on this kind of grass, and then they get to Melbourne grass and they love it because they're like, how easy is this?
That fair to say, Ozzy?
Yeah, a lot more bunkering in Melbourne generally, and the grass runs towards the bunkers. But here, yeah, you have to chip a lot more in Queensland.
Yeah. I can tell you, Kingswood has some of the fastest greens going around in Melbourne. So you're good on a fast deck?
Yeah, normally. Yeah, it definitely teaches you to wedge it and putt good. But yeah, this is just totally different golf.
And last year you had a pretty good year actually. Equal third in Fiji as well at the Victoria and the PGA as well. So you came into this year with a bit of confidence.
Yeah, like I had to go back to Q school at the start of last year. It's a pretty bad year the year before. Won that, then second event out, lost by a shot at Vic PGA, but that was really promising. And then yeah, Fiji was great, and a few other top 20s along the way. But yeah, this year's been a bit of a struggle so far, but just pushing for those results again at the end of the year.
I think the best thing I saw in Fiji is you played the last and the second last round with Brant Snedeker. So you're playing with a world-class player and your game still stood up.
Yeah, no, he was a really nice guy. Like whenever someone asks me about that, I always give him full credit. He almost helped me and Matt in a way. Like he was just like, I didn't even have to talk to him. He'd talk to me. Like he'd talk about my life. I'd talk about his, and it was really, he just relaxed you straight away.
Great.
What's the hope going forward in terms of now this year? You know, today this wasn't a result for you. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one because the big events for the start of the year are over, and you kind of want to sew your card up early so then you can go to tour schools at the end of the year. That hasn't really gone to plan, but with my finishes last year, I get through to either final stage or second stage, I'm not sure yet, of Europe and Japan. So just going to wait and see which stage I get through to, and I'll definitely go to Japan and maybe Europe. And then, yeah, just play out the Australian year as well.
Here's a bloke you would have played a bit of golf with, Ryan Lynch.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about Lynchy?
Nah, Lynchy's a great bloke. Solid player too. He's won, I think, he's won WA PGA. Yep. Very solid player every time I've played with him. He doesn't have too many high scores like I did today.
What are the strengths of his game?
I've always really admired his putting. He putts a lot like Aaron Baddeley. He just gets up, looks once, back down, bang, in. And He doesn't, like, I get a bit tentative, I worry about my stroke a bit, but every time you play with him, it's such a confident look on the greens. It's really impressive, actually.
Blokes like that who just sort of don't take a practice, they see the line, they feel it, and they walk up. Bryden McPherson, also a member of our club, I know he does the same thing, so it's a good skill to have, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and like all the good putters do it. You don't see good putters taking a long time over the ball.
No.
Jordan Zunic about to play his second on 12.
Tell us about this hole. How did you play this hole throughout the week, Anthony?
12. Actually, not too bad. I think I parred it all 4 days. Actually, no, I birdied it one day. You just got to get your drive away. You just don't want to miss it right because you cut off by all the big trees. If you miss it left, you're in the trees, but there's still a gap. You can chip and run it up to the green. But the wind's pushing left to right, and the whole fairway slopes that way too. So if you hit it anywhere middle to right, it's just going to run off into the trees.
But it's fair to say, I mean, we've talked all morning about how tight this course is. Kingswood, a very tight course. Does that help you out here? Because you've got to be quite good and quite straight on that course.
Yeah, like all my good results have been on tight courses, but it does also suit the long players here because the trouble's at about 220 to 260. So like Timmy Hart, Lincoln Tye, Daniel Pearce, they fly at 280. They're just hitting driver at every green, whereas I'm trying to slot driver down the middle. So, yeah, it's a bit of a different game plan, but all credit to him for hitting it that far.
Here's Lee McKechnie here.
He's a long way down here. This may be his third in here, I would think.
Yeah, you can't get it to there, I don't think.
Yeah, he's out of the rough. We'll see how well it stops on the green. He's landed in the fringe short. It's killed it. That happens quite often around here, doesn't it? That grass grabs it.
Exactly what I was talking about. Even out of the deep rough, it's just not going to kick forward.
What about outside of golf, Anthony? What sort of things do you get up to when you're not playing golf?
It's so nice to be home when you are home. Love catching up with my mates. Love going to the gym. My parents have a holiday house down near Lawn, so I like going down there. Just love anywhere near the ocean, really. So yeah, mainly those three things.
When you're in the gym, do you see Lincoln Tye in there or Dimi Papadakis or those?
I only see them on upper body day. But
that's the new way, though. You look at Rory McIlroy pumped himself. Although I read something interesting about the fact that the younger guys, yourself included, go in the gym. It can sometimes overwork. You never see you don't see Craig Parry break down too much for his body. It can sometimes overwork. You careful of that?
Yeah, I'm actually, and I must admit today, the last 2 days I've smashed myself and I was really sore this morning, and I even said to the boys I was playing with, I don't think today's going to be a good day. So you do have to monitor it, and I mean, you can go, but you just got to do the right things. And if you haven't been doing it leading up to the tournament, don't do it during the tournament because your body's not used to it. So it's just a simple lesson.
You hear that? Don't do too many weights when you're playing golf, courtesy of Anthony Houston. All right, let's have a check in with what's been going on, and back on the green with Lee McKechnie, and he's going for par here on the 12th hole. See if he can stay at 10 under.
Birdied this hole the first 2 days, so it's getting a little bit of revenge on him today.
Ooh.
Completely misread that and probably mishit it as well. It's an unusual green that's got a little bit of a mound in the front section of it, and when the pin's in that location, difficult to putt at.
Yeah, definitely. You just got to be in the fairway really, so you can go straight at it. Because if you're in the rough like Lee, he thought he had to land it short, but that's going to kill it. And if you fly it to the hole, it's going to kick over onto the other second tier, and then you got a downhill putt downwind. So it's lose-lose from the rough, I think.
Interesting complexes, the greens, aren't they? They're quite small around here and well bunkered, other than a couple of the newer ones.
Yeah, it is. Like I really struggled with the first hole, and that's their newest green. You got to find the right part of the green if you want to have a good putt. Like even if you got it on 10, I had 2 eagle putts from inside 5 foot the last 2 days, and I missed them both because it just, once it gets going on these greens, it just keeps going, and as soon as it slows down and loses pace, it's just gone.
It's not going in.
Yeah.
We've seen that a bit. We saw that a bit on the 8th hole as well, as we look at Jordan Zunic.
That was an interesting card for Ryan Lynch there. He had an eagle sandwiched in between 2 bogeys. I thought Jordan might make a big run at it today. He's played nicely, but he's the kind of player that can shoot a low number, and he's not frightened to go down 2s and 3s.
No, he's a very good player.
There's his card there. So he started the back 9 1 under. Only one blemish on Jordan's card today. As we watch Lee McKechnie putt for bogey. Where do you like to play your golf? Obviously Victorian. Where else do you like to play golf?
Well, obviously we're spoilt with the sandbelt down there, but also love getting down to like the National, Dunes, Moonalinks, like all those courses. Like I think Victoria's got so many, even as simple as the Dunes. Like it's a public course, anyone can get on for $50, but it's such a great course. Yeah, I really like playing down there.
We're very spoilt. There's no doubt about that in Victoria. About how and the location, like you said. I mean, it's an hour and a half max, and you get to a world-class golf. St Andrews Beach, you know, Tom Doak designed course. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Portsea, Sereno, there's too many of them. They're so good, yeah.
Actually pretty sport. All right. If you've just joined us here at the 2017 PGA Championship of Queensland, this is the update of what's been going on the 7th hole. Matt Miller, who has been on fire today.
From the right-hand rough on 7, pin over on the left, he's drawing it in there, and he gets a fortuitous kick to the left. Puts it in ideal position, and he makes birdie there.
This is Adam Burdett, and that went straight into the heart. Beautiful putt hit from him, taking him to 17 under. And this was Daniel Pearce hoping to save par. He didn't. He missed. He made bogey, and it was his 4th bogey. And what happened there meant that he dropped back. In fact, he bogeyed the next hole as well at the 8th. We're about to have a look at here. He left his tee shot short in the bunker, and then left his bunker shot short as well. And this was a man whose confidence was down, Ozzy.
Certainly was at that stage. He's made a pass since then on 9, but still struggling to stay in the lead. Now tied for it with a beautiful putt from Adam Burdett. That was his 4th in a row, birdie that is.
Matt Miller as well. He was making everything as we headed to the 9th, and we mentioned that we wanted to see Daniel Pearce just collect and calm himself. His playing partners, though, they were catching fire. Matt Miller from the back of the green. That is a beautiful putt.
He's done what he had to do the front 9. He's gone out in the 20s and really put the pressure on Daniel Pearce. And unfortunately for Daniel, he's thrown in a few bogeys there, and it's really match on now.
Well, that's right. It is match on, and we've got 2 players at 18 under. Shura Taft, Ozzy Moore with you, and we are joined by Anthony Houston, who's just completed his final round. And how do you see this one playing out? I mean, now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually, because I played a lot with Piercy in China and in Australia. We're actually good mates, and he's really good mentally. Like, he's got that fire, so he gets a bit fiery, but he's really good at just letting it go. So, but it doesn't help when you've got 2 guys shooting 4 and 5 under right in front of you when you're struggling. So he's probably going to try and push a bit harder than he even may have needed to, and he's going to slip a few back.
Well, we're going to put you to the test here. You ready for this? We want to see you commentate the flyover of hole number 12. Tell us about what you see from tee to green here.
Yeah, well, off the tee, it's pretty narrow, but you want to be hitting a short iron in, so you've got to hit it up the left, because the whole fairway is sloping left to right, and you just can't finish right because you're completely blocked out. But if you are left up and right around about now, you can still chip it to the front of the green and make that up and down, or even hold the chip, because it's a straight uphill chip, especially to that pin today, which is right at the front. And then, yeah, that front bit's pretty flat, but then you get that little mound in the front, and then over to the back's another flat bit, so you want to be on the right tier.
Well done there, Anthony. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
First crack at a flyover. Very nice. Christopher
Put me on the spot.
Yeah, we didn't tell you we were going to do that. That's very good. Christian Muick here. He's unfortunately dropped a few shots, so it looks like Ozzy started pretty well.
Yeah, he got off to a decent start. He's thrown in a couple of bogeys on that front 9.
It's a nice shot, though.
Yeah, not the easiest position to putt from there. You want to be a little bit short and right of that pin if you can.
So back to Daniel Pearce, Anthony, because obviously you know him quite well. How does he deal with when the round starts to unravel, if things are going wrong? Is he calm? Is he in his own head?
Yeah, like he gets a bit fiery, but he's very good at the next shots, just the next shot. Like, he doesn't carry it over with him. But I think he's going to be able to drive 4 or 5 greens on the back 9, so he can just get his anger out and let it rip. And even if he misses it left or right, he's greenside, whereas the other guys are going to have to try and play a bit more strategic. So I think the back 9 definitely suits long hitters and front 9 shorter hitters. So I think he can still be positive if he's in the right mind frame.
It's interesting, though, you talked about how good he is around the greens, and that was where we saw him tighten up on the 7th hole and short chip. So it's in his head at the moment, no doubt.
Andrew Sconwell.
He's another Kingswood member.
Yeah.
You would have played a lot of golf with Andrew. What can you tell us about him?
I actually haven't played a lot with him because I turned pro as he was starting to do things in amateur golf.
Right.
So, yeah, it was probably a couple of years just before me. I've played with him a few times, though, and he's a really nice guy.
Yep.
Yeah, and solid player, too.
Absolutely. And like you, grew up on those courses, the Victorian Sandbelt, the tight tracks. So he's got a good future ahead of himself. Is that Jack Munro, I think?
Yes, and he's left himself a difficult two-putt from there.
And you can tell he's upset with
Came
that.
out low. Might have been a tight lie he had up in that left-hand rough, and it's just skidded on him a little. How would you deal with the situation that Daniel Pearce is in now? What do you do? What do you say to yourself? How do you go about recovering?
I think you've just got to tell yourself you're still tied for the lead. And if you're in this position at the start of the week, you'd be happy with that. And then just start with a clean slate. I mean, it's so much easier said than done, but it's all you can do, I think, at this stage if you want to win.
Yep, absolutely. Well, he's in that position right now. I mean, he knows how to be at the top end of the leaderboard, and that's something as well. Take that experience and try and... we were talking earlier about, this is a tournament where you don't have caddies, or a lot of the players don't have caddies, so you don't have that person calming you down. So you've got to work for yourself, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. Like, these events are a bit of a slog sometimes when you're carrying your bag, then you're trying to get a yardage, and then you're walking up hills like 10 and 17, and then you're hot and you're sweaty, and you don't want to hold play up, and yeah, it's quite hard.
Well, we've got some eagle putts here on the 10th. You just talked about that's what you need to do. This is Adam Burdett for eagle. No, but he will tap that in for birdie. So we do know that Adam Burdett will be going, you would say, barring anything strange happening here, he'll go to 18 under. But from the looks of things, there's a couple of markers pretty close.
It's a great looking scorecard there. You could have borrowed a couple of redwoods off him today.
I think he can have them. I think I was too far back for it to matter today, but yeah, hopefully save them for next event.
How do you approach coming into a tournament when you know on the final day you're probably not in the top end of the leaderboard? Do you come out and practice things? Do you try things, or do you just go out and play?
Yeah, so like last night I still went to the gym, still got up this morning and stretched and did my warm-up. Like, you got to do it. You got to treat it like an Aussie Open. But yeah, I did try a few things today and didn't really pull them off.
Oh, Matt Miller. So there's opportunity wasted, I think, there, Aussie. Chance for birdie.
A good putt on 8 and a good one on 9.
There's every chance Daniel Pearce there. We don't know exactly whether that's for birdie or for par, but I would say it's probably for birdie.
That's one of the smallest greens on the course too, 10. There's not much to it, is there?
Nah, and you're hitting straight uphill, and today's downwind, but the last 3 days have been into the wind. So if you're hitting with a 4-iron into that green, you have to hit a really good shot.
Well, there you go. It's for eagle. So
goodness, what a great second shot.
Like you said, and you can see Matt Miller very upset in the background. He knows he's just given away 2 shots here. Daniel Pearce, this would really settle him down.
He's already made two eagles this event, but they were both on 17, so now he throws in one on 10.
Oh, that helps, doesn't it? Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard now. So Daniel Pearce throws himself back to the top, calms himself down, makes an eagle, and as Anthony Houston rightly pointed out, he's going to have a good time on the back nine if he can drive close to some of these greens. Adam Burdett just made birdie. He's now joined his playing partner Matt Miller. So the final group really playing very well at 20, 18 and 18, and then behind them the New Zealander Mark Brown at 17 under, followed by Jack Munro. That's probably the only ones who can win this tournament. James Nitties has come good in the last few holes. He's 3 under, as is Tim Hart. In the middle there, Brad Kennedy, former winner at 12 under. So we've got ourselves a good little competition here. Matt Miller will be very disappointed to 10 looks like the sort of hole, if it's not an eagle, you really want to be making birdie.
No, I think for Daniel too, now Daniel's mind is he's 1 over for the round. If he can just get it under par for the round, they're not going to catch him. You know that at the start of the day, 69 is good enough to win.
I did find, as I did a little drive around the course, driving up 10, I'll tell you what, I challenge anyone to hold a coffee cup without a lid and not spill it. The fairway is quite undulated. Did you find that you want to be landing on the right spot?
Yeah, definitely. And you can only, hitting off, you can only see the left side of the fairway, and right, you're not going to have a shot at the green as well. So you want to go left, but then left's dead, but you can't really go right either. So you just got to stand up there and commit to a good shot.
Trust.
Yeah.
How was the driver over the first few days?
Yeah, driver was actually pretty good. I mean, you can just hit an average shot and just be totally dead around this course. So it's very unforgiving.
Can't see the hole from Jack, but doesn't look happy with that.
Looks short, I'd say. Bit of a bank comes off the side of that green, and he hasn't given enough pace to cover that bank. And it's turned off the bank, so it's come up a good 2.5 metres short.
What was your best shot in this tournament?
I was going to say, don't ask me about today. No, on 10, I hit 2 4-irons to about 2 foot. Unfortunately, I missed both the putts. But yeah, putter was just cold this week. But yeah, I hit 2 really good shots there, and I hold a bunker shot as well. So on 3.
Why was the putting out? Was it pace or reading the break or just miss-hitting?
I actually played with Max McArdle yesterday, and we did some work after the round. He helped me out quite a bit. He could just tell over the ball I had fast eyes and I wasn't committing to anything, and I just wasn't sure in myself that I was going to hole it. So you're never going to hole it if you're not sure yourself.
Let's have a look at Chris Muick as he has a look at birdie.
A little downhill. Just leak a little right.
Started walking straight away, usually a sign, and no birdie for him. Unfortunately, let's see what Andrew Sconnerwell can do.
Strangely, the pin in the front of the green, and yet players are not making birdie there. More birdies made with a pin in the back of that green, which is unusual for a golf hole.
Yeah, and that's probably the easiest pin out there too. Yeah, it's quite surprising.
So do you go away after this tournament? You do a bit of work with your coach?
Yeah, we've got about 5 weeks at home, I think. A couple of pro-ams the first 2 weeks, and then 3 weeks off totally. So yeah, I'll do quite a bit of work then. Hopefully get some things sorted out.
Well, there you go. We've just seen Andrew Sconnerwell, who also plays at our course, Anthony, make a little birdie, and we'll wait and see the last putt on that green. But we thank you coming in and having a chat with us.
No worries.
And we look forward to seeing how the rest of the year pans out. So good luck with it all, and we appreciate you coming and having a chat with us on PGA TV.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And by the way, great flyover commentary of the whole 12
Thank
before.
you.
You've got a future there. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard here at the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. Daniel Pearce has just made eagle. He's sitting at 20 under. Adam Burdett and Matt Miller at 18 under. Mark Brown sitting at 17. Jack Munro just made par, and he's sitting at 15 under there. James Nitties and Brad Kennedy at 12 under as well. But the story is, can Daniel Pearce now hang on and win the PGA Championship of Queensland? We'll find out on PGA TV next.
Hi, I'm Aaron Townsend from Charlestown Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
My name's Isaac Pritchard. One day I'm playing golfed all around the world, just like Jason Day. I like playing golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water. And once when he hit it, there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
Well, this is PGA TV, and that is the beautiful brand new library here in Toowoomba. Have a look at that for a building. Wonderful city here in the heart of the Darling Downs part of Queensland. There's the large city. It's got about 115,000 people, and it is just a wonderful place. Wonderful hospitality, Aussie Moore. It's been a great place to come. We've been looked after and we've seen some great golf.
Look, I've always enjoyed coming to Toowoomba. It's a little bit cooler than it is down the coast, not as humid, and the golf course in the city is a beautiful place to come to.
It's a special place, especially the city golf course. I haven't seen anything like it in terms of what they do here. It's their 8th Queensland PGA Championship, but in terms of the membership, they look after their members. It's a great place to come. You can have a drink, you can bring your kids. There's a mini golf course, there's obviously a golf course, driving range, and much, much more. So it's really a fantastic facility, and we really appreciate what they're doing here at the Queensland PGA. We're back out the 12th, and there is Mark Brown and Brad Kennedy. So Mark Brown having a great round, and he's within sight.
He's done what he's had to do, as I said earlier. He's a good player too. Ever since he went back and did that coaching for a little while, his attitude changed completely and he became a more complete golfer because of it. He was an excellent golfer before that, and if he probably had one criticism, he wasn't mentally strong. He is now mentally strong.
Well, we're seeing that today. There's no doubt about that. He went round in 4 under in the front 9, and at the moment he's only a couple back, although this is not necessarily where you want to be on your second shot on 12, is it?
No, not over the back, that's for sure. He hasn't had too much of a difficulty playing this hole during the week, had all pars. It is a hole he really should make a birdie on, certainly 1 or 2 of the days. Now the chip coming back down the hill, it goes across a sort of plateau at the back of the green, then it goes down the hill and breaks from right to left. If you're a little bit strong and left to the pin, it will really run away.
And this is one of those ones we talked about. You cannot pitch and run these ones that much, can you, out of this grass?
No. You can see him down here looking at the levels just to make sure, because if you think it's uphill or downhill, it makes a big difference.
So it's a lofted club?
Yeah, probably a pitching or even a 9-iron from there.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to run it a little, maybe even as much as an 8-iron, that one.
Doesn't quite look as sort of thick as Kikuyu as it can be around par, so maybe he can.
Not the way he's going about it, I like it. The shaft is quite vertical, and you'll look to repeat that when it comes back to impact with a fairly vertical shaft. That way you're getting the true loft of the club on the ball rather than squeezing it out.
That looks like a lovely shot there.
Yeah, played well. A lot of people, when they play those little chip shots, they get the hands too far forward. The leading edge digs into the ground. And around Kikuyu, that means you can stub it very easily, which means you hit it heavy and it just falls in front of you on the edge of the green.
There's Charlie Dan, the amateur.
He looks to be down the front right-hand corner of the green as you play the hole. Severely uphill, quite a slow putt. Probably not all that much break in it from there.
It's great having, Lucas Herbert and Anthony Houston come on and chat. It's nice to hear some of the young pros, their stories, how they feel about their game.
And how they feel about the golf course. I mean, as a former, pro golfer who played out in the tour there, I kind of know what the golf course is. I walk around and look at it and I see the shots played, but to actually play it is quite, a little bit different, especially on the pin positions of the day. And to have a number of the good amateurs playing this week is nice as well. Chris Mewick.
That's Charlie Dan, I think.
It is Charlie Dan. I should say the amateurs playing this week. An amateur almost won this Queensland PGA event going back at Emerald Lakes. There was a playoff between Scott Gardner and then very young 18-year-old Jason Day.
Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of him.
Yeah. He's got a little bit of game from what I can hear. And Scott went on to win that playoff, so there's always been a professional name on that trophy. But they are eligible to put their name on that trophy.
Right. Yeah, that would have been a story, wouldn't it? 18-year-old Jason Day, just coming up, still yet to kind of hit the heights that he's now hitting, but yeah, that would have been quite a story. As we look at Brad Kennedy, we know he knows what it takes to win. He's won this tournament before. He's sizing up his putt.
Even though it's a short putt, not that easy to make. 1.5 meters, inside right edge, uphill.
Very nice.
It's got quite a unique grip on the club. It's a very high left wrist and tends to just roll a block through with the blade, so there's no releasing of the head. Very effective though.
Very solid putting.
I suppose a lot of his golf these years in Japan the last 3 or 4 years, and very successfully, might I add.
There's a few Aussie golfers doing great things in Japan. It's interesting because a lot of the Aussie golfing public don't know their names very well.
No. And the reason you go up there is it's a good time zone. And it's only basically an hour different from the East Coast. Easy to get up and back in terms of flights. It's just one quick flight either down to Perth or anywhere on the East Coast. You can fly directly to a number of venues in Japan itself, Tokyo, Osaka, Fukuoka, and even up in the north of the ski fields. Oh. That hurts.
When you're in striking distance as well, you're only a couple back. That's not what Mark Brown needed at the 12th hole.
Daniel Pearce won't be aware of that. He'll be thinking, Mark Brown playing 12, birdie opportunity. I've still got to keep the medal down. Keep trying to make some birdies.
Well, especially when you've got Matt Miller and Adam Burdett breathing directly into your shirt. There's Charlie Dan cleaning up there on the 12th hole for his par, so he stays at 11 under. He's even on the day. So you're with Stuart Taft and Aussie Moore here on PGA TV, and it has been an exciting start to this tournament today on the final day. Of course, Daniel Pearce started at 21 under. He was 8 shots in the lead. He immediately birdied the first, went to 22 under. We thought, how far is he going to win this tournament by? What records is he going to break? But instead, he went on a bit of a bogey run. He went bogey from 5 to 8. Finally, he parred 9, and then he's since eagled 10. So he's settled himself down. He's sitting at 20 under, and Matt Miller and Adam Burdett just back on 18 and 19.
And the thing is that they've come off a lot of birdies, so we've just seen Mark Brown make a little bit of a mistake. You don't need either Adam or Matthew to make a mistake playing with Daniel, because if Daniel throws a couple more birdies in, they don't follow him, then all of a sudden he's back in the box seat again.
That's right. So the developing stories at the moment, Daniel Pearce, who was our leader, who still is our leader, but only at the moment by 2 shots. And we're going to head into the final few holes in a very exciting part of the tournament. Who knows what's going to happen? And as already has been shown, anything can happen here on a golf course like City Golf Club here in Toowoomba. In fact, we're going to chat to the man who runs this place very shortly and find out a little bit more about the City Golf Club. So let's now have a look at playing the course, and our expert Ali Whitaker had a look at hole number 12.
This is the 12th tee. It's 364 metres, and the hole itself is pretty straight away, but the one main feature of the tee shot, beware, the fairway sneakily runs from left to right, so you do need to start it up the left-hand side of the fairway because it will kick down into the right rough if you let it. So important to be left centre. Most of the shots hit from the fairway on the 12th are going to be from over on that right-hand side just because of the way that the fairway slopes left to right off the tee. But once you get to the approach area, it's uphill to the green. And as we know, front right bunkers, they usually collect a few golf balls. And then again to a 2-tier green, which happens to be a feature of the golf course here in Toowoomba. It's not until you get up by the green side on the 12th green that you realise exactly how narrow this thing really is. It's 29 paces long, but it is narrow. There's not a lot to aim for once you get up here, so accuracy is really key. Now over on the back right section, there is a steep drop-off down there, so back right, not the place to be, and obviously that front right bunker we mentioned earlier. So the miss is left, the green is narrow, good luck with this one.
We love that. Ali giving us a good insight into the holes here at the City Golf Club. Here is the leaderboard at the moment, the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. Daniel Pearce at 20 under, Adam Burdett at 17, and Matt Miller is at 17 under as well, which means Matt's dropped a shot. Mark Brown just dropped a shot as well. He's at 16, and Jack Munro at 15 under. But we are here in Toowoomba at the fantastic City Golf Club, and we are now joined by the president himself, Ed Britnell. How do I know that? Because he's got his name on his shirt. Ed, thank you very much for your hospitality, and thanks for being with us.
No worries. It's our pleasure, I'm sure.
Now, the 8th year in a row that you've hosted this tournament, it's just going from strength to strength.
Yeah, it's incrementally. We just try and do something different every year and upgrade it a bit. And this year, all the innovations seem to have come together, and the tournament's looking like being very successful.
You must look around and just think how fantastic it is. We're going to see some footage now of this club, but it's always busy, it's always full. There's a range of ages. You can see gentlemen there in the wheelchair, from kids coming on and playing mini golf. The food's fantastic. Last night we went and had dinner and it was just a buzz.
Yeah, well, that's what we try and provide, or we always do. We've got a great manager in Pete Constance, who you've met. But the club itself is a community club, and by doing that, of course, we support our golfers, and we can keep our fees at a very reasonable level, and just generally enjoy the place.
Well, I should point that out. I think that's a fantastic initiative of what you guys do, in terms of you sign up for a membership for a year for only a few dollars, and that gives you access to the club. It gives you cheaper access to food, but also it's a bit of a community feel. I saw as well there's buses that pick people up and take them home, which is great. There's a lot that you guys do to make sure the community feels part of it.
Oh, well, that was our ethos. That's what we want to do. We want to be part of the community, and as we grow, and we're still a growing club. I know it sounds a bit odd, but we are still a growing club, and the plans for the future justify that. But the more we can integrate with the community and have that community feel, the more successful, of course, the club will become. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, a couple of nights ago, Ozzy Moore was breaking his hips on the dance floor to Cold Chisel and INXS, band. There's a lot going on. And tell us a bit about what's next. What more do you do? I mean, you've just put in the new mini golf, and the facilities keep being upgraded.
Oh yes, we do a strategic planning seminar every year, and on the books just for the near future is some more al fresco stuff out, decks out towards the 18th, and overlooking the golf course with another cafe down on the western end, and then that of course will align with the extensions on the northwestern side of the clubhouse to enhance our gaming floor, and of course the pro shop out underneath to be a more welcoming facility for visiting golfers, with bag drop and all that sort of stuff.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you guys do? Because you sponsor other golf courses in the area, 15 or something like that?
16 courses.
16 courses. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes. Golf, as you know, regional country golf sometimes struggle, and they struggle for numbers and for finance. So throughout our club, through the facility within the clubhouse, with the club raffles and that sort of thing, our house committee put forth some funds, and we sponsor their open days. We provide the trophies and sponsor their open days in the form of a cheque payment, so that they can source their stuff locally. And then we provide players for their open days. So we take a bus load of players out and bolster their numbers, and one particular little club we broke the till one day, so that was good for the club, I guess. Yeah.
Very nice.
And that was Matt Miller's shot on 12. Lovely little shot from out in the trees onto the green.
Which he'll need to do if he's going to continue trying to fight against Daniel Pearce.
Ed, you've had a number of years here. You've been president. Can you remember back to the old Queenslander that was here as a clubhouse?
Yeah, just.
I do. I remember it.
Yeah.
I was always welcoming then.
Well, that's been the whole ethos of the club. If you weren't made to feel welcome in the club, you just had to go and see somebody, and we would rectify that. But even when I first came here, I walked in and I felt like I belonged right from day one. And if we try to continue that, no one's turned away. No one's made to feel like it's something elite or exclusive, and we're all here just to have a great time, really. You know, and the guys, my board and the great team and our committees just put in a lot of hard yards to ensure that happens. You know.
We've just seen Adam Burdett hit a sweet little shot to 12. Daniel Pearce, we've heard, is in the trees, but you must be loving the golf. The golf is going well.
It was fabulous.
The course is looking good.
Yeah, yeah.
You feeling good?
Mate, I'm having trouble recognising some of them.
The holes out there.
Holes, yeah, and I play a couple of times a week. Yeah.
Have you gone out and played under the tournament conditions just to give yourself a little test?
No, I have, but I'm not going to tell you the score.
Well, either way, we thank you very much, for having us. Your hospitality is second to none. We really appreciate all the crew. We've had a great time here. We'll definitely be back regardless of whether the Queensland PGA tournament's here. And Ed, you're doing great things for golf, so we really appreciate what you're doing here at City Golf.
No worries at all. Thank you very much for your time.
Ed Britnell there. We appreciate that here on PGA TV as the story unfolds here at the 2017 PGA Championship of Queensland. There's Daniel Pearce. He's hit out of the trees to there, so not too much damage done yet. He'll have a putt for birdie there, as well as Adam Burdett and Matt Miller. So these boys all playing some really, really good golf. You can see the score on the screen there. Burdett and Miller on 17. Daniel Pearce, a bit of breathing room. Aussie, he's given himself 3 shots here.
And it's not a hole he's enjoyed this week. He bogeyed it the first day, doubled it the second day, and only made par there yesterday. So he'll be relieved to get through here without making any more poor decisions and poor scores on the hole.
Well, the fact is the 10th hole looks to have been the one that's changed things, because he made a big eagle and Miller made a par, but it looks like Miller made bogey on the next hole. So he's given himself three shots. And Miller's now in that mindset of, I've got to chase him down. And that's what you want.
And the thing is, for Daniel, the next hole's almost a drivable par 4, as is 14 as well. So it's in the box seat for him the next couple of holes.
Let's see what happens here as Daniel. Interesting to hear some thoughts of Anthony Houston, who's played a bit of golf with Daniel Pearce, saying he's quite a fiery character, but also gets on with business.
Yeah, but also he said he in his mind he just wipes out what he's just done and starts afresh, which looks like what he's done on 10. He's just gone, the front nine's finished, as we talked about earlier. Bang in with an eagle, a couple of pars to back it up, and away you go again.
Yep. Now I did hear, actually, I should have mentioned this earlier. I was chatting to Gareth Patterson earlier on this morning, who's obviously another New Zealander. He was telling me that they call Daniel Pearce the wild man. He hunts, shoots, fishes, he hunts animals, skins them, catches them, cooks them, does it all, loves that side of the world. So he's got that kind of wild personality as well outside of his golf. You can see that with the big beard and the brooding look that he gives.
Now for Miller, long birdie putt, at least 6.5 metres up the hill. Little left to right in it. Don't know if he's given it quite enough break.
Nice distance, just didn't quite hit it left enough, did he?
So he'll be 1 over through the first 3 on the back 9, and by catching him after 9 holes, that would not be what he was chasing.
No. This would be huge for Pearce. Pearce makes this one, puts a gap again on Miller, and potentially on Burdett, depending on what he does.
And Matthew said to me earlier, he said yesterday he had a round going and it stalled, where he made par on 10 and then bogeyed 11. He's done exactly the same thing again today.
Yep.
Maybe those holes don't fit his eye. They're dogleg right, dogleg left, certain shapes you like to hit.
I think Lucas Herbert was saying if you make par on 10, you feel like you've made a bogey. That's what Matt Miller will be feeling like. Here's Pearce for birdie. There's Pearce. Is he going to not tap it in? Doesn't like something on the green. Now, we've had word from out in the course, Aussie, that the weather is closing in as well. We did expect, the forecast has been for showers and rain the whole week. It hasn't happened, but this is the one day that it's looking a little shaky.
Well, it's been cloudy most of the morning and it's been fairly breezy, and it's an east and east-southeast breeze, which does bring the rain out this way. Once it hits the uprise of the hill, then the condensation does turn to fall on the course. Not that it will rain, it just looks like it may be raining out there.
Look at Adam Burdett. He's got his putt here. Also for birdie. Where does this one go, Aussie?
We've seen a number from this side. It certainly moves from right to left. They've been pretty good at judging the speed of this putt, but most players have not given it enough break. So he's aiming half metre outside the right. It looks high enough. It just hasn't broken. It's the first putt we've seen miss on the
That
right-hand
didn't break
side.
at all, did it?
Finished directly behind the hole. But it'd have to be dead weight to go in. I still like the manner he's going about his game.
It's very measured, doesn't he?
Wouldn't be amiss of me to write him off, really.
There you go, nice.
Still 3 back.
Good looking scorecard. There you go, so both him and Miller, it appears, have bogeyed 11. See him looking up ominously at the clouds there. I think he knows conditions might change again.
Now we've got 6 holes to play, which will be every bit of an hour and 20, something like that. I don't know if the rain will hold off that long. So they might have to deal with a few more elements before they finish, not just the mental ones and the physical nature of the golf course, but
well, if you're just tuning in, that's right. If you're just tuning in, this is the story as we see it. Daniel Pearce is our leader. He's at 20 under. He's got himself back in the lead after dropping back to 18. Made a lovely eagle on the 10th hole. Adam Burdett and Matthew Miller at 17 under, just chasing him in the same group. And then we've got Mark Brown at 16 and Jack Munro at 15, followed by Brad Kennedy, Tim Hart and Andrew Sconwell on 13 and 12 respectively. So that's the front page of the scorecard. Jordan Zunic, not too bad, 2 under today. He's at 11 with Charlie Dan, our low amateur for the moment. And then we've got Lee McKeithley, James Niddies and plenty of good golfers coming behind them at the moment.
Lincoln Tyne around at 64 today.
See a nice round from David McKenzie as well, 5 under, as well as Michael Wright. So there's been some good scores today.
I had a good look at the pins today, and I thought mid-60s would be a very good score. As we've had the first couple of days, we've had 62s and 63s. The pin placement's just a little tougher today, a little longer in the course. You've got a cloud cover, a bit more wind than there has been, so the scoring not quite as low. The course conditions fantastic.
But you can see from here as we head down the leaderboard, a few more black scores, but the big story at the moment is our final group. Daniel Pearce, Matt Miller and Adam Burdett. Who will win? You'll find out on PGA next. This is PGA TV and this is Toowoomba on your screens, the beautiful part of Queensland. You can see plenty of flowers, some floral displays here. Ozzy Moore, you're a Queensland native, you love the look of Toowoomba, don't you?
Great place to come. They have a week of the year where they have a big flower festival. Certainly worth the trip to come up here and have a look at that.
Here you are with Stuart Taft and Ozzy Moore here on PGA TV at the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship of 2017, and you can see Daniel Pearce at 20 under is our leader. And let's have a look at him on hole number 1 to start with. He's had a good start to his day, and this was how it panned out for Daniel Pearce. He started the day at 21 under, and this was his first birdie putt on 1.
You wonder what's going to happen when you've got an 8-shot lead. Well, this is the best way you can possibly do things, is make it a 9-shot lead by pouring a birdie in, and it's a difficult first hole too.
That's right. But then this was his par putt on 7. Things were starting to unravel. He had 2 bogeys before this, and he missed that and made another bogey and headed to the 8th, having dropped 3 shots. Meanwhile, his playing partners were making birdies.
And that was a very soft bogey, only 60 metres from the pin from the middle of the fairway. However, on 8, he was in the bunker, poor tee shot, and he compounded that with a poor bunker shot.
Just didn't look like he committed to that much, as he looked at, you know, for a guy who's played such good golf, he was clearly a little bit rattled. But then he came to 10, and this was a putt for eagle, and you can see how close he is.
He's cleared his mind after playing the putt 9 poorly to finish, and then bang, straight with an eagle, and he's back with a 2-shot lead.
And what helped him there was his playing partners both made bogey on the next hole, and it gave him a bit of breathing room. So that is the story of Daniel Pearce's day. At the moment, he is 3 shots up and looking pretty good. As we head to the 15th hole here, Ozzy, and this is a par 3.
Par 3, slightly downhill, a pin location in the back left of the green. There is a bunker short of the green. There's a big steep grass embankment in front of the green and to the left. And the ball will roll back down there. Lee McKechnie has played to the safe section of the green, right of the pin as they play the hole. Has a long putt for birdie, maybe slightly uphill, not a lot of break in it. He hasn't played this hole that well this week. He bogeyed it the first day and parred it the last 2 days, so for a par 3 that ventures somewhere between a wedge and an 8 on, he's played an over par for the week. Most professionals wouldn't be satisfied with that.
No, and he doesn't look super satisfied, even though he's putted that pretty well. He'll probably tap in there for his par as we look at Jordan Zoo.
It's a difficult pin position to have a go at. You've only got about 6 metres short of the pin and about 5 metres behind the pin. And there's embankment short and there's embankment over the back. And both are difficult up and down. So you'll see a number of professionals play to the right centre of the green and leave themselves with anything from 5 to 10 metres for a birdie putt.
There's Jordan Zunic.
Jordan's made 3 pars prior to this, so it'd be nice to roll in a birdie.
Hit that firmly, but he's hit that firmly into the middle. You're going to hit it firm, hit it to the centre, right?
And at this stage here, he knows he can't win back at 12 under, but certainly a top 5 finish is a possibility, and maybe even higher than that if you can do something for the last 3 holes.
Well, it's a difference of a few $1,000s, but it does make the difference when you're touring around as a young pro. You know, we could be talking $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 difference. So, you know, that's worth playing for. Here's Ryan Lynch. He's got to make a par, and he does do it. So nice clean up for Ryan Lynch there.
Yeah, the difference between 10th and 5th is about double that. It's 2.7 for 10th and a bit over 5 for 1,000 for 5th.
So it makes a big difference. As you know, these touring pros pay for a lot of their flights. They pay for their accommodation. You know, that's it can be an expensive gig.
Prize money goes all the way down to everyone that made the cut, 54 professionals.
Yep.
The last professional finishing receives $575, which would do nicely just to cover your accommodation and a couple of drinks for the week.
There's Lee McKechnie at 10 under, so he'll be doing better than that. I'll tell you what, he'll be taking home a few $1,000s. But the focus is on the leaders at the moment, Daniel Pearce, Matt Miller and Adam Burdett playing in our final group, and they are probably the 3 that we're looking at. Maybe Mark Brown, although he's just dropped a shot a couple of holes ago, so we'll see how he goes. But at the moment, as you said, look, third $8,000 and first $18,000. So there's a big difference, and you're playing for a lot. There's the leaderboard there. In fact, Mark Brown there back to 15. And Matt Miller and Adam Burdett sitting at 17 under. They are playing with Daniel Pearce, who was our leader by 8 shots at the start of the day. Slipped back to even, and now he is back to 3 up. Here's Andrew Sconawill on the par 3 15th hole. He's wanting it to go right a bit here.
Play slightly downhill, about a 3, maybe 4 metre drop from tee to green. As you can see there, the breeze back in their face off the right-hand side. It's actually a difficult pin position to attack with that current wind direction.
Let's see what Christopher Muir can do. Has he played this hole over the week here?
Well, he's had straight pars to this stage.
Always spin the club, you know, that always looks good. It's left-hand side of the edge. Ooh. Short left.
Yeah, well, that'll roll on down an embankment. He'll have 1.5 metres to 2 metres back up to the green putting surface. Certainly not an easy up and down. And Jack Munro, he's fared a little better on this hole. He birdied it the first day and has had 2 pars since. So probably one of the stronger holes on the back nine. There's not that many bogeys here, but certainly most of the players haven't been making a lot of birdies either.
It does look like it's slightly windier than it's been over the week, though. This is one straight back into it.
Except for Terry Pelkadaris, who made it in 1 on Friday.
Earned himself, well, at the moment, he's sitting with 1 million frequent flyer points from Qantas, unless anyone else has a hole in one as well. As we see Jack Munro hit a nice shot to the heart of the green. There's nothing wrong with that.
And those frequent flyer points, they're balanced over a number of state PGA events, so it's not just this event for hole in one.
No.
They've still got Kalgoorlie to play, and I think maybe the Northern Territory as well.
That's right. So we'll see what happens. That's the Jack Munro Sconawill group. Let's have a look at the leaderboard quickly. Daniel Pearce 20 under, Adam Burdett, Matt Miller at 17 under, followed by Mark Brown at 15. Jack Munro as well, but at the moment it is Daniel Pearce in the lead of the Queensland PGA Championship. We'll see you after this on PGA TV.
Hi, I'm Charlie Dan from Pelican Waters Golf Club.
Hi, I'm Adam Burdett from Yarrawonga Malaya Golf Club Resort, and you're watching PGA TV.
Once when I was playing with my friends, I hit it off a tee with a driver. I hit it really far and there was a gigantic tree in my way. And when I hit it, it got stuck in the tree. So I used my club and I threw it up, but then it got stuck, my club, but my whole group laughed. They thought it was really funny.
One day maybe I'd like to be a professional golfer. So when I'm older, I'd like a house on the golf course. It'd be fun, I could just walk and play and then just go back home, relax and then go again.
Welcome back to PGA TV. Coming to you live from the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. We are watching Christopher Muir play his second shot here at the par 3 15th. One which he plays very, very well. You are with Stuart Taft and Ozzy Moore, and we are now joined by Stuart Thompson from Coca-Cola Amateur. We welcome you and we thank you very much for sponsoring the Queensland PGA, amongst other things.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, along with the Australian PGA, we're extremely proud to
be in partnership with the Queensland PGA here at City Golf.
It's been an ongoing relationship for Coca-Cola, and obviously feel very strongly about making sure you have a presence at tournaments like this.
Absolutely, yes. We've put our signs everywhere, but we like to support with getting all the players and spectators, beverages, but also with our relationship through Yenda Beer now. We've got our beer flowing throughout the course today too, so it's really good.
So tell us a bit about Yenda.
Yenda is our craft beer range that's made in Griffith, a town called Yenda down in Griffith, and all Australian products. And yeah, we make it all up and keg it and put it in bottles and sell it to the public.
Seems to be going down quite nicely up here in Queensland.
It's going down very nicely, that's right.
We watch Andrew Sconnor will play his second shot as well. A little bit long there on the par 3. So from Coca-Cola's point of view, sponsoring events like this must be very important from a brand point of view as well.
Oh, it certainly is. Now with golf, we go all the way through the top levels from the Australian PGA, the state levels, Sunshine Tour here and the Legends Tour as well. Like to go through that, and including grassroots. It's just a really good fit for our business and the products that we're able to supply, and just trying to get them out there, but also help the generations coming through, the younger people, to get involved.
And what about here at the City Golf Club? I know you've got a good relationship with the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba. We've chatted to the president already, Ed.
Yep.
They're doing great things, and obviously you've got a great relationship with them as well.
A great relationship, yeah. They've supported us for a very, very long time. Everywhere from Ed, General Manager Peter Constance, Andrew Webb, the Golf Operations Manager. They put on a wonderful show. They support us and we support them, and this is the result, a really, really good tournament.
That was the poor birdie attempt from Jack Munro there on 15. Ed, I've seen you a lot of years up here. I know we see you up when we come and play the Pro-Ams and that, and you're an avid golfer yourself.
Yes, yeah, I'm slowly getting better.
Very good.
But yeah, I do like to get out and have a game with especially with the Legends. That's where I'm sort of heading in that age bracket as well myself. But yeah, I really do enjoy to get around to all the different courses and support those Legends events.
We watch Andrew Sconnor Will here. Who are some of the players you've played with over the years, Stuart? Oh, lovely putt.
Yeah, actually, the Australian PGA, I was fortunate enough to play with Rod Pampling and Ian Baker Finch.
Fantastic. Good.
Here at City Golf, I've been fortunate enough to play with Peter Lonard, Matt Miller. It's been fantastic.
It's an illustrious crew there.
It is. I've been very, very fortunate.
And if you could design your perfect playing partners, who would it be, your perfect 4?
Ooh. Good question. I have to say Aussie.
I was going to say present company.
I was twisting his arm back here while you asked that question.
Present company excluded. You can involve me as well, but you probably wouldn't want to. No, who would it be?
I'd probably say, a Tiger Woods, and probably an Adam Scott or a Greg Norman type.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. We saw Jack Munro make his putt for par. And Chris Mewick after that wonderful pitch from short left of the green. That is a good 3 from down there. It looks simple, but it wasn't.
Very good. So, and for Coca-Cola, looking towards the end of the year, more tournaments that you guys are sponsoring and more involvement in golf?
Yes, we've got them all throughout the year. We know we had a very successful Super Sixes last month over in Perth, and each state will have various events throughout the year. And of course, the big one in December at RACV Royal Pines.
Well, we appreciate it. We can see some of the product here in front of us. I'm trying to stick on the waters at the moment just to look after myself up here in Queensland, but very tempting to grab myself a Powerade. We thank you very much for coming on and chat with us, and we appreciate what Coca-Cola Amatil's doing. And it might be just a cool Yenda beer for a couple of the players at the end. I think Daniel Pearce might enjoy Yenda if he takes home the trophy at the end of the day. Stuart, we appreciate you coming and having a chat.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So let's get back to the action here at the PGA Championship. As we said, Daniel Pearce still leading at the moment as we watch Brad Kennedy tee one up on the par 3 15th here. Aussie, how's he gone on this hole throughout the tournament?
Well, the 15th par 3's been a tough hole to score on for him. He's just had straight pars. Pin in the back left today. I would think he'd be aiming a little bit right of the flag. Breeze into him, try to work it off that breeze. As I said, there's not a lot of leeway around the flag, just 5 or 6 metres short of the pin, and again that same sort of distance beyond.
There you go. I feel like on the 8th and on the 15th this wind is playing with these players, because from the tee, and granted as an amateur I look at it and go, okay, it's a par 3, I could hit it. They look easier than they are.
Well, as Anthony Houston said, the wind is different today than it has been the first 3 days, so the players are having a little bit of trouble adjusting to that. Those that haven't played here a lot,
Let's see if Charlie Dan learned anything out of that from Brad Kennedy, because that was quite short. That landed short and bounced into the bunker. So it's obviously more of a club than we thought.
Well, there is a bunker down there. It may not have bounced into it as such. The grass hollow where Chris Muick was.
No, he doesn't look happy at all. That looks like it's long left. Oh, it's not too bad. So there you go. Almost looked disappointed with that. I thought that was quite a good shot.
Yeah. Charlie Dan's made 3 pars here. In fact, he's only made pars on 13, 14 and 15 the first 3 rounds, so it's a quiet part of the course for him, whereas most of the other professionals are actually picking up birdies.
Well, wouldn't Mark Brown love a birdie here? He's dropped a couple of shots. He was up and about a few holes ago, and he's made a couple of birdies here.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds. It's varied a lot this hole. It's been good. They've had the pin front right. Now they've got a back left, so it's anywhere from sort of a gap wedge, pitching wedge through to an 8-iron. I like that variation you can have on par 3s.
So he'll have a similar putt to what Jack Munro had in the last group. Let's hope he doesn't short putt like Jack did. Let's head over to 13 now. We're going to have a look at Matt Miller. He's got another look at birdie.
A pin in the back section of this green as well. The hole plays from right to left, downhill with your second shot. Fairly flat putt. It'll move a little from right to left. And again, he putts well from that distance when he's on.
Doesn't he?
At least 5, maybe 6 metres again.
Very measured. That's his first birdie on the back 9. It stops the rot. He's now even on the back 9, and he's just put that little bit of pressure on Daniel Pearce, who is putting for par, which he makes. So let's have a look at how that's changed the leaderboard right there. What it's done has put Matt Miller back into the mix at 18. It looks like Adam Burdett has dropped a shot, so he's falling away a little bit. Matt Miller is still in Daniel Pearce's rear view mirror. He's sitting at 20 under. Matt Miller 2 shots back, and then 2 again to Adam Burdett.
Well, when Daniel Pearce sees the leaderboard, he'll see that Mark Brown's fallen off. He'll now know that only really Matthew Miller is his only real chaser, with 4 shots over Adam Burdett. I think he might feel a little more comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's actually playing out a little bit like the Vic PGA did with Damien Jordan and Aaron Price. It was really a story of 2 players as we came down the last sort of few holes. So at the moment, barring Adam Burdett doing something pretty special, it looks like it's down to Matt Miller and Daniel Pearce. We're back at 15 now. Brad Kennedy having a good look at his bunker shot.
Brad was in the bunker here yesterday. He hit a wonderful bunker shot to inside a metre. This one a little more tricky because the pin was over on the right-hand side yesterday. Today it's on the left. He's got more of a little ridge, the Kikuyu ridge, to hit over to start with, and it goes slightly downhill off that till it flattens out round the hole.
So he's either got to come nice and high and stop it quickly.
Well, you can't run it through the Kikuyu, so this has to be a high, soft bunker shot. And coming down from below the green, not all that easy to play depending on the lie. And most of the lies in that bunker are slightly downhill lies as well. So unless he's close to the front lip, the one thing in his favour is the breeze is back in his face. So he can flight it a little better. He's played a good shot. It's just come out a little bit low, and that's what I suspected coming off the downhill light.
It hit a little rock or something in the end there and just bounced a little bit to the side, but we'll have that putt for par, Brad Kennedy.
In fact, he may not have even been in the bunker there. He's very close to the edge of it. It's hard to tell from this angle.
Yep.
The other 2 boys have got long putts from the one from the right-hand side, the other one in fairly close. Charlie Dan took the adventurous line at the pin and finished a little left of the hole, but now he's left with a good birdie opportunity. That's for Adam Burdett. This really is out of birdie range.
Is it Mark Brown, I think.
Sorry, Mark Brown.
Yep, Mark Brown, who's just dropped a few shots the last few holes. Unfortunately for him, he was going really well. Gets him back to 15 under. It's going to be a long one. He's going to need to put a bit on this, much like Jack Munro did it.
I'm not sure if Jack misread it because he came out well short. Maybe it's a little more uphill than they think.
That's a better putt.
Well, he's gone past by a good metre plus. And he did miss a putt from that length earlier on in this back nine when he was right in the fight.
Well, looks like Charlie Dan's all but stitched up the low amateur at the moment. I think his only opponent in that department was Laurie Flynn, who's dropped a lot of shots, unfortunately, on his back nine. So I think it's fair to say it looks like Charlie Dan will be our low amateur, but he's played some reasonably good golf and obviously some great golf in the last few days. And he'll learn a lot out of this, won't he, Aussie?
They're currently 10 under. I think 3 under's running second in the amateur section. And that's Shea Webb-Cobb and also Laurie Flynn. He's at 4 under. Still got a couple of holes to play. And Shea's finished his round. Playing this company, you learn a lot, yes.
Ooh, nice putt.
I don't think he read that. I think he thought it was going the other way. Just making sure he's not standing on any other player's line as he takes his stance to tap that in. And I think that's something a lot of club players could do more often, is when they've hit putts up close to the hole, if it's available to do it, go and knock it in.
Yep.
If it's only half a metre or less, don't mark it and wait around and clean the ball and line it up, and just the game gets too slow then.
That's absolutely right. Anything we can do to quicken up, pace up this game would be a good thing for the game. I think it's part of what it needs to do to grow. And we heard from Gavin Kirkman earlier, CEO of the PGA of Australia, and they're doing things as well. They welcome the rule changes. We've talked earlier about them, and we think that it's going to be a great thing if they do some of these rule changes. As Brad Kennedy putts really nicely there, great up and down.
I've seen both him and Chris Muir get it up and down from left of the screen, and that's not easy.
I think the players are behind it as well. I saw, Ian Poulter, he was tweeting about the rules. He was saying they want to get rid of the ridiculous putting books they have on the greens. Just get them to purely read it. Don't have to give them all the putting books. I mean, I'm a believer that some of these players should be able to use the lasers at the end of the day, distance-wise, regardless of whether you know the distance or not, you have to hit the shot. That's the fact. So, as we see Mark Brown make his putt there, these are things that can speed it up.
I don't think you're gaining anything in terms of having a laser, except with you've got elevation changes. Elevation changes, I'm dead against.
Sure.
Distance, straight up distance, not a problem.
All right, well, we can discuss that more later, but right now, this is the situation. Daniel Pearce on 20 under is our leader to Matt Miller at 18 under. It looks like it's a battle for two at the moment. We'll find out who will be our champion in a few minutes' time on PGA TV.
Hi, I'm Terry Pilkadaris, touring professional from Keysborough Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
I started playing golf when I was 9. I remember the first time I got a birdie when I was playing with my pa, and I just started jumping around because I was really excited.
Yeah, it's the back nine I'm worried about.
Won't worry about my back.
So how are those pro lessons going?
Well, let's see.
Well played.
Thanks, mate.
Found it! Looks like a bit of a tricky shot you got there, mate.
on 18th you had a
bogey. And what did you have?
a pot.
Back to back. Nice work.
The 15th hole, called Parker's Rest. It's a lovely story named after a guy called Bill Parker who had 2 holes in one on this hole. Hopefully we see a little bit more of that action this week. 140 metres to the pin, and as you can see the green is set up from the front right to the back left, so really does favour a nice little butter draw in on that right hand breeze. There's a few things to watch out for once you get up to the 15th green. Now there's the bunkers on the front right and the front left. But I'll tell you what, this hill over on the left-hand side is massive. I'm exhausted just walking up that thing. It's like 3 metres deep. Stay away from the left-hand side. But once you get on the green, it's relatively straightforward. It does run from that front right section down into this back left. So on a normal day, you would get release. However, the greens at the moment are wet. So this ball isn't going anywhere once it hits this surface. So take dead aim at the pin and hope for the best.
Nice work there from Ali Whitaker. You're back here on PGA TV. Shira Taft, Aussie Moore, although it might have dried out a little bit on this last day. Hasn't had any rain in the last few days, but it's still playing quite tough.
We had some cloud cover this morning. That keeps moisture in the greens a little bit. It has dried out. It's been breezy today. Nice and sunny the last couple of days. Really, the course is playing fine.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome here at the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. The story was at the start of the day, Daniel Pearce was 8 shots in the lead. He quickly put a birdie on the card and then a few bogeys. But since then, he's fought back with an eagle and a birdie. At the moment, he is 2 shots up. But Matt Miller, there you can see on the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, has just birdied 14. So he is close to Daniel Pearce. He's 2 shots back. And at the moment, this is going to great competition.
Well, he had caught him through 9 holes. They were both the same through the 9th. Full 8 shots, and then Pearce went in to make eagle on 10, and Matthew bogeyed 11. Now Matthew's come back with a birdie on 14.
At the moment, and I think Adam Burdett, who was thereabouts at the point, he's had a couple of bogeys. He's now back another 2 shots from Matt Miller at 16 under. But there you go. You can see the leaderboard there.
Still not out of though. 4 holes to play. There's been a number of eagles made on 17. 18's a very tough finishing hole. It could be a birdie bogey swap around there. So 16's not out of it. 14 for Mark Brown. Don't think he can catch them.
No, it's probably a battle of 3. And we'll see what happens. We're going to stick here on the 15th hole, the par 3 we just had a look at, thanks to Ali Whitaker. We know it's downhill, 140 metres. You don't want to miss short left, really. Probably not a great miss. There's a fair bit of green right-hand side of the pin.
Well, we have seen a couple of up and downs from short left, which has amazed me because that's not an easy position to get the ball up and down from. Most players, as she said, will aim right at the pin and try to bring it in a little bit on the breeze. And what you're looking for here when you tee the ball up is a little bit of a rise in the grass, but also somewhere where you've got a nice stable stance as well. So you don't want to be standing in a divot trying to play the shot because you can't feel your balance very well.
So it does appear, seeing that scorecard there, that Adam Burdett may have bogeyed the last hole. He's now at 15 under, so I think that might make the job a little bit harder for him as well. As we watch Matt Miller take dead aim at the 15th hole.
Now for Matt, he'd be looking a little 7-iron, maybe an 8. A pretty similar distance to the 8th hole they just played earlier. This one downhill though, an 8 to fairly flat elevation.
Well, look at that.
Yeah, one of the best shots we've seen today in there.
Probably the best shot we've seen today so far, unless Daniel Pearce wants to put one inside that. That's fabulous from Matt Miller and what he needed to do.
Now, this is the highest part of the golf course up here, the 14th green, 15th tee. From here, you look back to the east, and the clubhouse is right down the base of the hill. So they play 15 downhill, 16 downhill, and 17 steeply back up a hill, then 18 back down.
So here's our leader, Daniel Pearce, who would have this morning woken up dreaming of this trophy being in his hands.
His posture looks a lot better now than it did towards the turn 7 and 8 there. There was almost a slump in his shoulders, staggered walk. He looks more sprightly now.
Very nice relaxed swing there. Very short shot there I was going to say, they're watching that as an amateur's point of view, it looks like a half swing, really. And
no,
maybe it was.
Well, it's not rushed. I mean, the speed only needs to be down where the ball is, nowhere else in the swing, really. I didn't mind the action he put on. He might have just taken the wrong club there. It didn't look so much like a mishit or an anxious shot.
No. It's more the example that you don't need to go at the ball so hard, do you? I mean, I know a lot of us do, the amateurs. The pros tend to look very, very tempo calm.
Adam likes to strike on that. He likes to work a little right to left on that breeze if he can.
I don't know where that one finished up.
As on 8, we've seen very few tee shots past the pin on the par 3s.
Yep. You see Matt Miller and Daniel Pearce just chatting away there. I wonder what they're talking about. Who's going to take this one home? You like that, though?
It's funny how you see that in this sport. In other sports, the two opposing people that are trying to win the event, they're actually at each other, but not actually talking comfortable with each other about something. It's the gentlemanness of the sport, I think.
No, I like it. It's a good look for the sport. It means that they're competitors. Of course, they both want to win. I'll tell you that for free. But they appreciate that they're both playing some good golf. So that's our two leaders. Our leader on the right, Daniel Pearce in the green, and Matt Miller. And we've mentioned today as well, it's also great to see them carrying their own bags and walking with a buggy. It's, you know, it's much like what we do when we go out and play with our mates. There it is right there. That is the trophy that they are playing for. It's got the name Aussie Moore written on it. There it is, down the bottom there. Been written on there a couple of times as well. So the Charles Bonham Cup. You've held that before, and how does it feel in your hands, Aussie? You can see some great names as you look down. O'More, G. Norman, then you've got K. Barnes, B. Kennedy, G. Pattinson, D. Fox, David Klein last year, you can see here right next to me, so it feels pretty good in your hands again.
Yeah, I see Greg Norman's name on there as well, and Baker Finch, some good names there.
You can't fill it up with beer.
Oh, well, I think I did that once or twice. Maybe a bit of champagne, maybe some Yenda.
Bit of Yenda in there. They've obviously
it'd be the first time that'd go in there.
They've glued it shut there because Aussie Moore has corroded the inside with beer.
Wonderful names on there. I grew up playing golf at the Southport Golf Club. Les Wilson's name's on there as well. John Collins from the Burleigh Golf Club. David Graham, Teddy Ball, who'd remember him. John Klatt, Errol Hartvixen. Some wonderful Queenslanders, wonderful Australian names on that, Smith. Brian Smith. I caddied for him when he won at Royal Queensland. Copped that as a university student, and he was a golf pro right here at City Golf Club for a number of years.
Bloke by the name of Peter Senior on this side. He won one in 2010. He won one back in the 90s or 80s as well, didn't he? He won two.
Got Doug Cattons in there, who was a professional at Kapura Golf Club.
Feel the weight of that. Oh, it's a nice weight. It's lovely. We'll put that away for the moment because Daniel Pearce or Matt Miller is going to want to be holding that very shortly. That's where Adam Burdett finished in that bunker, which we saw Brad Kennedy, we think, play out of recently.
Yeah, he may have been in the grass having second thoughts. The bunker's a little more to the right of where they are. You can see the rake on the ground there outside the bunker. So a little soft shot up, flight it, not a lot of spin. It's coming in a little hot. He's got some good spin on that. He must have had a nice lie down there to clip it like that.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Adam.
Adam plays most of his golf down at Yarrawonga. The grass down there mainly couched. So
yep.
Kikuyu here is a little bit different.
Great part of the world, Yarrawonga. Yeah. Beautiful on the Murray up there. You can do some water skiing. You can, play some great golf. Yarrawonga, two good courses there as well. It's a great place to play golf.
Actually, 45 holes and all. They've also got another 9. I really like the Murray 9 right down on the river, the big river gums. The golf course has got great potential down there.
Absolutely.
And another course in the area where we would have played a lot is Blackpool.
Yep.
Just around the lake a little further. Only opened their new clubhouse this year.
Towards Bundalong. Yes, that's right. And nice climate too in that part of the world. So he started really well, Adam Burdett. He's had a couple of down holes in the last little bit, but that was a lovely chip that he's just played. Daniel Pearce now looks like he's probably going to putt this one, Aussie.
Yeah, the green fairly flattish, so it's not required that you actually chip it onto the green to kind of get across the mounds and the contours. It's just a matter of getting the right speed. And again, coming out of that little bit of Kikuyu, you hope it doesn't bounce. So he would have got to the market place it. You place it on a nice high piece of grass. So when you first hit it, because the putter's got a little bit of loft on it, it actually chips it a little bit in the air. So it might carry a metre and a half before it gets to the ground again, which will basically be on the putting surface. Yep. Important though here, he knows, you know, Miller's in close, got a chance for birdie. He's long range, needing to make par. If he makes bogey, Miller makes birdie, then all of a sudden we're all tied up again. He makes his par, Miller doesn't make his, he's still got the lead.
There you go, this is where he's put it, Oz.
So it's sitting up nicely there. The Coca won't affect us because when he hits a putt, the first bounce will be actually on the green itself.
He's really taking his time here. Well, and you would too.
As he should. As he should.
As we mentioned already, it's a
massive difference in money from first to
$7,000
second.
difference. Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. So it means the world for these players.
And in all aspects, it's really got down to these last two, barring them making some really big mistakes from here on in. So a little left to right in it, and marginally uphill. Left-hand low grip. Keeps your left shoulder nice and low, so they're level at setup. He's bombed it.
Wow.
Very similar to the putt he hit on the 7th earlier in the round.
Yep.
Where he's just on the fringe as well.
He's going to really be hoping Matt Miller doesn't make his birdie, but he's got a very, very good look at it.
So Miller for a birdie 2. He birdied this hole on the second day. Awkward one to read. You think this should move right to left. I'm going to pick it for almost straight. And if anything, marginally downhill. Daniel Pearce, his putt coming back. He would have seen it race past the hole. Might be a fraction of left to right in it. Don't know that he'd give the hole up. So this for 2 to get within a shot of the lead. Again, left hand low.
Well, there you go. I mean, this is the story that keeps giving at the moment. Matt Miller putting another red score on his card, and it puts a whole lot of pressure on Daniel Pearce now, doesn't it?
It's his 7th birdie of the day too.
Well, this just makes this is you know, this is the sort of putt that makes or breaks a round for Daniel Pearce.
Standing back on the 14th tee, had a 3-shot lead. Now he's on the 15th green. Really hasn't done a lot wrong. He's made par on 14. He's got this for par on 15. If he doesn't make it, he's again tied for the lead as he was at the turn after 9 holes.
This is, I mean,
to think he had an 8-shot lead at the start of the day too.
And you know what's interesting, you know, you've chatted to a couple of the players before the round. You said, you know, are you still in this? Everyone said no. This is Daniel Pearce's tournament. He's got this. He's 8 shots up. And as you know, sport likes to throw a few little wrinkles. And as we have right now, we have Daniel Pearce only 1 shot up as we stand over this putt. And if he misses, it's all tied up. Let's have a look.
Oh, what courage that is.
That's a wonderful putt. Wonderful.
You know what? If he goes on to win, that will be the putt that won him the tournament.
Yep.
So I think if he misses that, his head goes down.
Yep.
And he struggles in the last 3 holes. Now he's still 1 in front. He knows he can bomb it down almost on the green on the next. Par 5 he can reach in 2, and Miller cannot.
Yep. So he's got the it's advantage. It's still advantage Pearce.
It is advantage.
And that was a fabulous. You're right. That's a gutsy putt. And from my point of view, as a, you know, as an amateur golfer, you stand over those sorts of putts that means something. It's very easy to tighten up. As we watch Adam make his putt as well, nice up and down from him. But I mean, that's as you said, that's a fabulous putt from Daniel Pearce. Must mention Matt Miller, great putt from him too. So he's put the pressure back on, and we have ourselves a championship. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, because you don't want to be going anywhere at the moment. Daniel Pearce is the leader by 1. Matt Miller's just birdied the 15th hole and put the pressure on, and we've got 3 holes of drama coming up to find our 2017 Queensland PGA champion. And is it going to be Daniel Pearce? Is it going to be Matt Miller? Well, stick with us here on PGA TV and you'll find out right after this.
Hi, I'm Aaron Townsend from Charlestown Golf Club and you're watching PGA TV.
My name's Isaac Pritchard. One day I'm playing golf all around the world, just like Jason Day. I like playing golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water and once when he hit it, there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
This is PGA TV live from the 2017 Queensland PGA Championship, and that is the beautiful part of Queensland called Darling Downs, and we are here in Toowoomba. It is stunning. It is the home of the Queensland PGA Championship. It has been for 8 years and counting, and you can see that beautiful township. And we are joined by a man who knows Toowoomba as well, if not better than anyone else. He's the Mayor, Paul Antonio. Lovely to have you with us.
Great to be here. And look, thank you very much for coming to town, guys. I know we're having some discussion at the moment about next year. And can I just tell you right here and now, we want it.
You want it?
We want it.
Why wouldn't you? Have a look at what's going on.
Look what it brings to this community. Sports tourism is amazing. We are going to get stuck into tourism in Toowoomba now because there's a lot of secrets in Toowoomba about what's here. But sports tourism is something that's really special, and I've seen the numbers, what you guys bring to this community when you come here. And of course, we put some money in. We're pretty tight, but we put money in, 12.5 grand out of a $500 million budget. But it does mean that we get this amazing exposure. And we also get lots and lots of people coming to town. And look, that's our business. I want to leave a legacy in this town of many things, and holding this PGA is one of the things I want to leave. That to be my legacy.
You get people like myself from Victoria who've never been to Toowoomba. I've come in, I've seen what you guys have to offer, and it's fantastic. I'll tell people back home exactly what it's like. It's beautiful.
And we have an airport. I hope you flew into Toowoomba Brisbane West Wellcamp Airport.
Well, the crew did. I drove up, so I got to see it from the road. But
no, that's all right. You got out of that one.
You like that? No, but it's great. And it's not just golf, though, in Toowoomba. I mean, you've got some other sporting events as well that you do.
Oh, look, it's amazing here. We have an international tennis tournament, second level. Once again, sponsored by that wonderful group in town called Hutchison Builders.
Yep.
And Rob Weymouth's out there. I've just been talking to him. He's out there enjoying himself with a very close seat beside the final hole.
A couple of Yenda beers in his hand.
And absolutely, he's having a fat time. And so he should.
Yeah.
But look, we've got a number of events here. We've got cycling. And how good is this for our community?
Yeah.
When you get something like this coming to town, I've seen some young people on your TV show who are gaining inspiration from having these people in town. And that's what we want. That's what it's all about. That's what sports tourism does do for a community.
But you've got the people here. I mean, you've got a population of around 115,000. I didn't realise you're the second largest inland town after Canberra.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. All right. Some years, you get that one?
Yeah.
Some years ago.
Strike that one for the record. Yeah.
Some years ago, we were looking for Australia's most family-friendly city.
Yeah.
And look, we came third. I wasn't offended by Launceston coming first. But I was offended by Canberra coming second because I go to Canberra regularly.
Just politicians.
It's hard to feel the love in Canberra. It really is. And we go there asking for money. But anyhow, I'm going there Tuesday, actually. Via Melbourne, via your hometown.
The bloke who's coming second at the moment, Matt Miller, he's from that way. So he might be taking the trophy home with him if things go to plan for him.
If he goes home Tuesday, I'll be with him.
Very nice. No, it's a beautiful part of the world. Ozzy, you've obviously spent a bit of time up here as well.
I've been coming here for, I don't want to say how long, but probably 40 to 45 years. And I've always enjoyed it.
Yep.
I love how different it is to the coastal areas. The humidity's down, the weather's good. Lovely town, a lot of different options. We even used to come up here for the week of the Flower Carnival.
Yeah,
Just for the flowers.
It's very special. It's a very diverse community, of course, and it's grown in recent times. You might have noticed the streets have changed. Toowoomba has matured. Look at the coffee shops and the arcades, all those sort of things. The street art that we've got, it's very, very special.
That's Lee McKechnie hitting his second shot into 18. We've been told there was a big document that came through Paul before we interviewed you. Said, do not ask Paul about golf. He doesn't want to talk about golf.
No, well, I played a fair bit of rugby then. I had a father who, I'm a farmer, and I hope you can see that. But my father said, give up that rugby and start doing some work, some real work. And then when I got into local government, it got worse. He got into me about that. But no, I haven't played much golf. And in fact, the TV tried to get a look at me one day at the putting course over here. And one big swipe, left-handed, just nicked the edge of the ball that went 5 metres, but it spun all the way. Now, not everyone can do that.
Nah, it's a trick shot to start with.
Absolutely. Then I get a good one, the second one. So.
That was Ryan Lynch's second into 18.
Yes, so he's enjoying it. But no, look, as we've mentioned, it's a great place to come and enjoy some hospitality, some tourism. But at the moment, the golf is standing up. The golf course looks fantastic. And we've mentioned already, we spoke to Ed about this fantastic facility here at City Golf and what they've done here. That you've got the community feel. You've got 60,000 members or whatever it is who come here and are all part of it. It really feels close and connected.
Oh, look, City Golf Club is an amazing organisation, and the way they've built this over the last 10 or 15 years, this facility here. And, of course, then we've got the smaller golf clubs all around, and just talking to Ozzy, he's even been to my hometown of Mulmerran.
And played
on that. And played.
And loved it.
And, it's all part of a community.
All right, we watch Jordan Zunic here. His second shot here. Let's see what he can do. What's your mate's name who's sitting on the 18th hole? From Hutchinson Builders?
Rob Weymouth out there having a great time.
He's having a great. He'll be watching this one very closely. Well, what a shot. Well, there you go. There's probably him in the background.
I would think that would be it. That most likely his wife, I'd say. She's pretty excited about it.
Well, we've got to say a big thank you to Paul Antoni, the Mayor of Toowoomba, for coming in and for having us here in your wonderful city. And look, you never know, we might be back here next year. And I'll fly into Toowoomba, I promise you. I won't
You
fly
promise
into Brisbane.
that?
Promise.
Yeah, well, that's something that is an essential ingredient. If you want to talk to me, make sure you tell me that you're flown into Toowoomba, Brisbane West Wellcamp Airport.
There you go. It's a beautiful airport. We thank you very much for joining us, Paul, and all the best with Toowoomba and what's going on here throughout the year. But what is happening right now is a developing story. It's drama. We love it here at the Queensland PGA. It's getting close. Let's have another look at the shot we just saw on screen from Jordan Zunic. A beautiful one into 18. His second shot here, Ozzy. What's he probably playing here?
He's just got a wedge in here for his second. He's doubled it the first day, bogeyed it the second day, so he's after some revenge, and he's almost taken it in here for an eagle too. You kick that in with the side of your heel for a birdie.
I think even Paul Antonio could make that one for birdie.
Don't trust me, don't.
He walks up with a smile on his face. Now, we wanted to quickly talk, Ozzy, about a couple of years ago what happened here with Daniel Fox, because it's interesting, Matt Miller's chasing Daniel Pearce, but what happened a few years ago?
Well, going back a couple of years ago, Matthew Miller was standing on the 16th tee in the lead, and Ryan Fox eagled 16, eagled 17 to actually win the tournament. This year, he's won behind the lead. Can he do something similar and come up with a victory?
It'd be an amazing story. It'd be an absolutely amazing story, and he would know all too well what it feels like to have that victory taken away, as would Daniel Pearce should the reverse happen. But there you go, Jordan Zunic finishes with an eagle and a birdie. That's a lovely way to finish. Look at that back nine, fabulous, 32, 5 under.
So that's probably equal low round of the day, 64, 6 under. The pins were a little tougher today. I didn't expect 62s or 3s, but that's a great finish by him.
And he's earned himself a little bit more money than he might have had he not made those shots. So we'll see where he finishes up, but it could be a couple of grand's worth of golf there as Ryan Lynch stalks the hole here on 18. It's a great finishing hole. Come back towards the clubhouse, down the hill, over the water.
Now, it's a difficult putt to make up here too, because it's kind of mounded, this back section of the green. It's low on the right, low on the left, and high in the middle. So he's coming up the hill, and also banks from right to left. I'm not saying it's not makeable, but it's not an easy putt to make. And he's made straight pars here. He'd like to break that with a 3. Chance. Hello.
In, and he's done it in front of the crowd. You could hear the crowd. You knew it was in halfway. And that's a nice way for him to finish too. He'll go 10 under. And only 1 under on the day. Probably a bit disappointed with that, Ryan.
Crowd pleaser, Mike.
Got it in one, didn't he? That's what Jordan said to him.
That's where the effects, Mike, is fantastic. You pick up. He's a very lovely bloke, Lynchy. I've had a lot to do with him over the years and always got a smile on his face. Very affable character. So, yes, he's got the right demeanour for this game as we look at Lee McKechnie.
Get a good read off that. He's a little more downhill. He made a birdie on this hole yesterday.
To make it 3 birdies out of 3.
Come on. Do it.
Oh, he's missed it, unfortunately.
Good to see him out playing again and playing nicely too. A good stalwart of the tours around Australia. State PGAs, State Opens. Not to mention he's played well in Australian Opens, Australian PGAs, Masters.
Yep.
There you go, so 9 under for Lee McKechnie. Unfortunately, just an even round for the day. Probably would have wanted better after he went 1 under after 6 holes, but not too bad for him. Did say it was going to be a tougher day for some of these golfers.
So it leaves only 3 groups out on the golf course. Our leaders are currently playing 16. We'll pick them up on the 17th tee.
How do you see this one playing out now? I know you know Daniel Pearce can pretty much drive the 16th green.
Well, he's certainly at the advantage at the moment because he can head down close to the green. The pin's in an easier position to pitch to, and he can get home on 17. As I said earlier, I think he's got a 1-stroke advantage at the moment, but I think he's got another stroke advantage on those 2 holes. However, the 18th, 3 or a 5. Yep. Flip it again. We've seen that happen a number of times today.
It's amazing to think, look at that leaderboard there, the top 3. There's a black score for Daniel Pearce, the only one on that first page who's played the course over par today. So interesting for him to be 20 under, but 1 shot in front of Matt Miller. We'll be crowning our Queensland PGA champion in a few minutes' time. Come back with us on PGA TV next.
I'm Dave Branston. I'm from Sale Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
My name's Isaac Richards. One day I'm playing golf all around the world, just like Jason Day. Golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water and once when he hit it there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
Welcome back to PGA TV, coming to you live from the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. It's been a great few days and it's coming down to the wire. Our leader Daniel Pearce on 20 under is being chased down by ACT's Matt Miller on 19 under. Shura Taft and Aussie Moore with you, and we are joined by a friend of PGA TV and expert analysis man, Mr. Matt Guyatt. Lovely to see you.
Great to see you too, mate. And you, Aussie, of course.
Matt, you had a bit of a mixed day today?
I did. I didn't play well on the front nine at all, and then sort of found a bit on the back nine. But, yeah, it wasn't the day I wanted. But, look, it's looking pretty tight out there at the leaderboard now. So we've got an interesting few minutes.
Yeah, the two boys at the top are going well. We saw the layup you made on 8 was pretty interesting today.
Yeah, I just didn't like carrying it over the water there today. So, yeah. Look, it's one of those things. Aussie, I think I had too many coins.
They want to show this.
I was just trying to hit a little fade in there, and I just overcooked it. You know?
Lucky not to end up in the water there, wasn't it?
Oh, look, you know, it's, I had too many coins in the left pocket. They should have been in the right, tin cup style. And
well, we did say to act like we were trying to.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
You put it back on the green. Lovely second shot. We thought you might get one of the great all-time up and downs.
Yeah, and that's what James Nitty said as well. He said, "You're going to make 3 here. You know that, right?" And yeah, I missed the putt, unfortunately, but. Oh, look, it's one of those games, you know, you only have to be a little bit out, and I was a bit out around the front nine and a lot out at times. But you know, I fought well on the back nine, and I was really happy with how I played around the back. I just hit it under the trees on 10 and didn't have a shot, so made 6 there. But, yeah, the rest of it was really solid and lipped out on 15, 16, 17, sorry. Lipped out twice for 2 birdies as well, so, you know, it was okay.
The course a little tougher today than the first 3?
When you're hitting in the trees, it's tough every day. And I think it just caught up with me today, to be honest. I've really struggled not being able to practice with driver too much. You know, on the range here, it's irons only, and that's been a bit of a battle for me as we watch. Looks like Andrew, is it?
Andrew Sconoville, yep.
Yeah, coming into the last.
And we did see a lovely shot on 11. Nice little bit of zip back towards the hole, and you made the birdie putt. That was nice.
Yeah, there was some good stuff out there, mate. Wasn't all bad.
No.
And on one, it flew over the back of the green, spun back down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the greens have been really receptive this week. Obviously, with the wet weather early in the week, it's made them, you know, haven't been able to get them too firm. So it's made them, and that kind of makes it a little tricky because you're now having to factor in some backspin or how to take the spin off. And you know, Piercy's obviously done it pretty well. It's
he struggled a little bit today through the front nine. He got off to a great start, birdied 1 and then a few pars, and then he threw in 4 bogeys in a row.
Wow.
And Matty caught him after 9.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I saw that they were tied at some point. I think maybe as I saw a scoreboard, not far through the turn, maybe as we went up down 13, I think I saw the scoreboard and they were tied. So
Daniel stumped it on 10.
I think that probably surprised a few players. Aussie's chatted to a few players before the round. Most people thought Daniel by how much. It's a funny old game, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the fact that Matt is in his group putting that scoreboard pressure on him when he was going backwards a little bit and making bogeys, and there's always that potential for thought that, you know, how could I lose this? I was that far in front, you know, and then all of a sudden it's tied up and he's having some negative thoughts, and you know, it's good to see him sort of bounce back and get himself back in front, even though it's only just.
Well, he almost had an albatross on 10, so he was that far for eagle, so that got him back in the game because he'd made 4 straight bogeys into a par. So this is the 3rd shot here for Jack Munro, and
he's got a bit of putting to do from down there.
But Matty, you're a Queensland native. You've obviously played a lot around this great state. You played this course a few times.
Yes, I have, and you know, to be fair, even though I didn't have a great day today, I don't usually play 4 rounds at this event up here in Toowoomba for some reason. I think I struggle playing well here because I don't hit it that wide usually. And here you've either got to hit it very straight or very wide to be on the next fairway, and that doesn't really suit my game too well. So, you know, I'm, you know, the sort of guy that just drives it just into the tree line. You know, if I'm offline, it's just offline, and that's really not good around here. And, you know, the amount of guys all week I've, you know, been watching from the groups behind that, you know, we say good day to them as we're walking up the next hole because their ball's right out in the middle of the fairway. So, you know, and I think the guys who drive it long, your Timmy Harts, and you know, who obviously had a great round last year, and Daniel Pearce, you know, crunches it miles and miles, and then you've got a guy like Matt Miller who's exceptionally straight. So they're the guys that are going to feature here. So I'm pretty happy to play 4 days.
Tell us a bit about you play with Laurie Flynn, young amateur. You know, nice little left-handed sort of setup there. Tell us a bit about his form.
Yeah, look, he battled a little bit today, and you know, his game plan was quite clearly just to hit driver and hit it as far as he could hit it on every hole. And you know, I think you know, he paid the price for hitting it in the trees a little bit today as well. And, you know, it does catch up with you here. You don't get away with it all the time. He hits the ball, probably launches it as high as I've ever seen anyone in my life of playing golf. It's incredibly high. With all his clubs, he doesn't hit a knockdown shot, or not that I saw today. He just takes it up into the wind and, you know, maybe over that first level of wind and into the next level.
So a bit of the exuberance of youth, maybe taking too much club on some of these holes.
Well, not necessarily, because I think I think Daniel Pearce has done that all week, from my understanding, and, you know, playing practice round with him, a few holes with him the other day. He was just hitting driver and hitting it as far as he could, and then working it out from there. And I don't think that game plan's changed at all for him. As we look back to Matty Miller here on what
17.
looks like to be 17, and he's over the bunker.
It's a big second shot for him, isn't it, to get up the hill here on 2?
Yeah, but the breeze is assisting a little bit here, so it's a little bit of help off the left. So I think he should still be able to get home here. The pin's right at the back.
But I hate to say it, isn't this what we like in sport, in terms of you know, the battle down the stretch? Show some mental fortitude. We know we talked earlier, Aussie, about what Matt went through with Ryan Fox.
Yeah.
So can he do the same to Daniel Pearce?
Well, the thing too is that he'll be left with some sort of uphill putt here, regardless of where he hits it, because the pin's so far back in the right-hand corner.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, wow. What a golf shot. All of a
At
sudden.
that time. Wow.
And he wouldn't know yet how good that is, would he?
No, he can't. You would see any section of the green from where you are down there. Just a flag. You can see top half of the flag, and that's all.
He knows it's probably on, but that's about all he would know, I think. You know, and even with the line that came in, he could have been thinking it maybe skirted through into that back bunker.
Here's a replay of that shot.
You get a nice free balanced hit at it. When they stare at it that long, they know it's a good strike.
For a second, he might have thought, have I got in those bunkers? But he's...
oh, it's brilliant.
That's a fantastic shot.
That's...
and that's where you want to putt it from, Matty?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's good from there.
It's not as steep up the back of the screen as the front section of it is.
Now, this doesn't look good for Daniel Pearce, does it? If you can't see him, I wouldn't have thought he has a good look at the
There are some big gums up the right that will probably intervene between he and the green. There's every chance he'll have some sort of swing at it.
He's going to have to fade this up the hill, isn't he?
Oh, he's fine. Look at this.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Sorry,
he hits the ball so far. You know, that's the gentleman over on the right there is standing on the 16th tee, so he's not far off getting it all the way to the 16th tee, which is incredible. I mean, he'll only have I'm guessing maybe a 7-iron or 6 or 7-iron in from here.
So Matty Miller's hitting 3 wood or 5 wood, and what's he hit that?
He's way up in here, so he's only going to have about 160 front.
What do we think he's hit that drive, Aussie? 300?
A long way.
probably 300 metres, yeah, you'd be right on the mark.
Wow. Wouldn't you love to have that in your armoury, Matty?
I would like to have that in my armoury, there's no question.
As Matt said, it was downwind, it's not that far downwind.
You had that in your heyday, right, Aussie?
Looks to be off the sprinkler heads. It looks to be sitting fairly well.
He's aiming a long way right here, it seems. That's got to be right.
He's coming from the left rough, not the right-hand trees. He's hit it way left off the tee.
No,
left
he
over
definitely
the
hasn't. No, that's the 16th tee, just to the right there.
He's definitely not on the green.
Yep. Right at the bunker, I believe. So that's going to be brutal.
Yeah, that's not good over there.
That is going to be brutal.
This is a story here on 17. I mean, you said this was the hole that can change things, and right now Matty Miller has a putt for eagle. This could be an actually, I mean, more than a 2-shot swing potentially.
From the front of the 18th green,
oh,
long birdie putt.
You need to hinge it from down there.
I think that's actually a par putt for Jack Munro. He had to chip out from the trees.
Correct. So, what you don't realise is the back section of that green is still quite uphill. It's not actually a flat section.
It just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. I relieved the guy of some duties there on 18. I'm not sure if you saw that, but
no,
held the quiet sign for him. And
oh, did you?
Yeah.
You're a man of many talents, aren't you?
Well, look, I thought, you know, I deserve to have to do something different today, the way I played. So, yeah, it was nice to... look, the volunteers this week have been outstanding.
Yep.
They're a great bunch. They support... At this club, they support the event so well. And every year, as we watch Chrissy Mewick get there... Just a little hard.
Where do you stay when you come up here, Matt? Do you stay, have you got friends up here? Or?
I do, yeah, I do. So Andrew Allpass is a local. He used to work for the Queensland PGA as the trainee coordinator back when I was doing my traineeship in 2006 and 7, and then he finished sort of halfway through. So he moved back up here with family, and yeah, it's always great to catch up with him and see his boys. And you know, we have plenty of soccer and cricket in the backyard while I'm up here for the week, so I love that sort of stuff.
Well, it's like Andrew, I tell you, we're going to watch him now. Sconnell will play his shot, but he was telling me last night as he makes, oh golly, that would have been nice. He's got a billet family who live near the course. He goes and stays with them, so it's a great local feel. He'd be disappointed to finish with that, but.
And I think that's the great thing about City Golf Club and their support of the event, is that a lot of people put their hand up to take the young guys in. And you know, Andrew's obviously just making his way, first year on tour, so you know, finances aren't necessarily always awesome when you first start out, or even when you've been doing it for a long time, finances aren't always awesome. So
well, the shame of that lip out was that potentially is the difference of $1,000 to $1,500 in prize money, which is, as you know, on the Australian tour, is, you know, could be the difference between a flight or, you know, some hotels.
Absolutely, and even at the end of the year, you know, the difference between keeping a card or getting into a higher category. So every shot counts.
You see Chris Muick made his par on 18, and Jack Munro, he made his bogey putt, that long bogey putt after leaving short.
Now I've got to ask you about this, because now that we know where he was, you could see standing behind Daniel Pearce, he was aiming very far right. Is that just a misread? Was he trying to hit a high draw off the wind, or what do we think went wrong there?
Yeah, I'm guessing off that upslope, Oz, it's often the ball will go a little left, won't it, off when you're standing on that upslope. And
maybe there's a big gum tree in his road there. He was playing right off rather than going left, and he could only move it 50 metres up there on the left.
What I can tell you, though, is that this is dead.
Well,
there's a bunker in the way. He can't really run it here, so he's going to have to play something special, high and with as much spin as he can. Fairly aggressive, I would think. It's about as good as he's going to do from there.
So he's got that for birdie, which he's going to probably need if Matt Miller does anything with this putt.
It's coming down to the wire. There's no question about that.
You're in the right seat right now, Matty.
Yeah, I'd like to be in their seat, though.
Matt's been holding putts to put pressure on Daniel. It's going to be Daniel putting first this time, so Matt will have a position, maybe do putt for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Outright.
But I also think that, you know, if Daniel can make his, it makes Matt's putt just that little bit more difficult, Aussie, in that he'll know he's got to make it to be tied going down the last. The last is playing tough today. You know, there's no question. It's a tough drive back into the wind. It's straight in your face. So anything can certainly happen down the last. And the left rough on 18 is brutal.
Yep.
It is brutal. And if you hit it, if you don't find the fairway on 18, the chances of controlling your ball under that top shelf where the flag is almost zero.
Yep. Well, as we know, Aussie, I mean, you mentioned on the 15th that when Daniel made that par putt, very brave, potentially the winning putt. But right now, as it stands, this is a bigger putt, probably the biggest putt he's had.
Well, he may get a bit of help from Adam here in terms of line.
This putt's going to break a lot left to right from here. I was a little closer to the hole on a similar line.
Okay.
It's actually quite quick, this putt. It's past the hole here. There is a bit of slope. There's not so much slope at the hole, Aussie, where you mentioned before, but when you get up past the hole at the back of the green here where he is, this is going to be quite quick and breaking left to right pretty hard.
It's for eagle, though.
Oh, yeah, you go. Yeah, well, you've picked that perfectly, Matty Guy. That's.
And if you're a bit forceful, they actually keep going the other side and wouldn't break.
Absolutely. He's actually going to have a little curler from there as well.
Look at the gallery there standing, having a look at this, because right now this is what sport's all about. These sort of battles, and we've got a beauty on our hands here. Daniel Pearce in the lead by one shot at the moment. He's got a very long putt for birdie, and Matt Miller has got a putt for eagle from about 2 metres, would we say? Maybe 2 or 3 metres, maybe less. But
it's a good angle to putt from too. There won't be a massive amount of break from over there, probably fractionally uphill and a little bit of right to left.
Definitely.
Whereas Daniel's putt's more uphill, a lot slower, and maybe a touch of left to right in that one.
Yeah, there will be a fraction of left to right, and both the guys, James Niddy's in my group and Laurie, putted from this sort of angle. Fractionally down the green, but their putts were slow, very slow. So this is a challenge for him to get this actually up to the hole.
It's actually been an interesting hole for Daniel as well.
Yeah.
He made bogey the first day down here, and he's made eagle the last 2 days. So it's sort of a...
I think he'd like to add a birdie to the mix, wouldn't he?
I think he would. Let's have a look and see if our leader can make birdie on 17, Daniel Pearce.
Got it there.
Just a fraction too hard through the break, or maybe pulled it a hair, shaking his head there. So
he's missed an opportunity there with his drive, how far up the hill he was. And as you said, I mean, we talked earlier about what's the perfect player to play this course, and you said Matt Miller has the game, regardless of the length. He doesn't have the length, but he's got the game to play this course, and it's proving to be the case. You can see...
Well, you've got to be straight. I mean, Daniel's got the advantage of being long and reasonably straight, but as soon as you get errant off line, whether you're short or long, it punishes you this course. It's a good members course that way. It's not overly long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
And a fantastic member base here, and club member base, which allows the membership to be kept at a pretty good rate for the members to play golf.
He's been exceptional with the flat stick today, Matt Miller. Let's see. No, he's pushed it so well. Here we go. So we've got scores are tied as we head to 18, and Matt Miller is a man who has felt the taste of defeat, unfortunately, before at this course. Can he reverse that this year? We're going to find out in one hole's time. This is huge.
We had a playoff here last year. It looks like it's going that way again this year.
Yep.
Certainly the advantage hitting off first on 18, I think, is in Matt's favour as well with the birdie there. So if he can put it in the fairway, that's going to apply the blowtorch. Great week for Adam.
Yep. That's a really important putt there. That gets him to outright second. So
third maybe.
Third maybe.
Sorry,
you've got 2 of them out there.
Apologies. To outright third.
Mark Brown, who put his hand up on the front 9, just a couple of poor holes in the midsection of his round has really dropped him out of the chance to win.
He'd like to have been betting $1 every time the ball would come up short on 18 up that hill today, Oz.
Yeah. You'd be able to buy a couple of yender at the back bar there.
Oh, yes. There's nothing wrong with the yender or two at the end of a good day.
The story at the moment is heading to 18. You've already mentioned how hard it's playing. You've got Matt Miller hitting off first with the advantage of coming off a birdie. Daniel Pearce coming off a par. And Adam Burdett at the moment playing some nice golf as well. So it's really, the story is set. Here's Charlie Dan, who's our leading amateur.
Another $1.
Another $1 for you for a short putt.
Might have to put it on the short-term market for a while.
I got mine to the hole there on 18, actually. That's one of my better putts of the day.
So how do we see this one playing out? Matty, we made a call last time on the tournament down in Victoria. How do you see it playing out here?
Look, I like the old stager at this point. I think Matty's been here. He's done it before. He's a part-time golfer. He calls himself nowadays. Yet he's in every Australasian Tour event, and every opportunity he gets to go overseas, he plays those as well. So I don't know what part-time is, but he's always a threat. Every week we tee it up. Matt Miller, he's going to be there or thereabouts, and his record over the last couple of years has been fantastic. As is this guy, Brad Kennedy, similar players.
Is this going to end up short, or you're going to get $1 out of this?
He'll get this to the hole.
It's a little wide. Barely.
It's there.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Distance was right. Just didn't quite read that break.
I think I'm backing a playoff from here.
Backing a playoff, yeah.
I see 2 4s up the last for a playoff.
Righto.
Yeah, it's a tough 3.
Then don't ask me who's going to win after the playoff. I've got no idea.
So they go back and play 18 until we find a winner, basically, which is good for the crowd, isn't it?
Absolutely.
No one has to move.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope it's not quite as anticlimactic as last week's playoff in the New Zealand Open. All over in a heartbeat. Two balls in the water.
Yeah. So you watch Charlie Dan try and clean up his par. Oh, bad luck.
A really nice young kid, actually. I've been lucky enough to have a game with Charlie and in the Queensland Open Pro-Am last year. And he's a really good young guy. Got a good solid game, and I think he's got a good future ahead of him as well.
Sitting next to 2 Maroons here, you boys must be proud about the sort of quality of talent that's coming out of Queensland.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. He's a lovely looking player. I mean, he and Shea, the two young guns at the moment in Queensland golf.
Laurie Flynn also.
Yeah, local. Yeah, well, ex-local from Dalby.
Blake Proverbs as well, I believe.
We always like Queenslanders up there, mate. There's no question. We stick together.
So you're okay if they're Victorian, but if they're New South Welshmen, you don't want to know about it.
Oh, look, the Victorians are probably marginally better than the Blues, aren't they, Oz? Marginal?
I don't know. I see a player for a player. I'm not that parochial about it. As long as we win the state titles and.
Correct.
And Brad Kennedy for his par. Got to hang it a little right from here. It's only a metre plus. Right centre, inside right edge, depending on the pace.
Lovely putt.
Only went in the centre.
Yeah, he rolls the ball almost as good as anyone out there. And I think a few years of playing in Japan on pure greens has really helped that facet of his game. And, you know, he's going to have a great season up there again, I feel. Like he's had a good few weeks here at home preparing and getting himself ready for the Japanese tour.
Probably looking at an outright 6th with that finish and pick up about a little under 4,500.
Came home with a bit of money from New Zealand as well, so he'd be feeling pretty good. Talking about New Zealand, here's Mark Brown here to finish off his par. Three under on the day for him. How would he feel about that round, do you think?
Just the middle of the round hurt him a little. You see he dropped shots on 12, 13. He was right in the mix there. And to 5 under for the round. And give that birdie on 17, 64. Put him at 18 under. He would have been threatening. All in all, good to be back in the fight though.
Well, it is down to 2. We have scores level at the 18th hole. Matt Miller from the ACT and Daniel Pearce from New Zealand. He had an 8-shot lead at the start of the day. It is now back to a level game with 1 hole to play. If you want some drama, you better stick around at the Queensland PGA Championship. We'll be crowning the new champion right after this. Welcome back to PGA TV, a live look at the 18th hole here. And Matty Guy, why don't you show us what 18 is?
Yeah, it's a demanding driving hole, so you can choose to play short to the left of this bunker on the right as we're coming up on it now, which will leave you a lot longer shot in, somewhere in the vicinity of around about 165, 170 metres today to that very back flag. Or you can opt to go over that bunker. It's about a 225 metre carry, which is spot on as I look at the yardage booklet, and then trying to keep it short of the second bunker, which is around about 275 to get into there. So anything in the fairway here is an absolute bonus with the pin tucked right in the back left. Matty Miller's obviously taken probably a 3-wood off the tee, I would think, to try and be short of this bunker, which he is. There's a ball in the bunker. We're not sure whose that ball is.
This is a developing story. Matt Miller tied for the lead here at the moment with Daniel Pearce from New Zealand, and this is the sort of shot that makes or breaks champions. And Louis Shirataft, Ozzie Moore and Matt Guyatt as he hits that shot towards the 18th.
It's 180 metres out. It's a long way back.
Now we can't see the ball. There sounded like...
I think I heard someone say left bunker.
Left bunker, I did too.
Yeah, in the crowd maybe. Thank you for that, if that's the case.
A lot of help there from the crowd. So it is.
It's Daniel. This
wow.
is tough because I don't know that he can get over that lip, and he may have to...
What did he hit off the tee to hit it there? I mean, he could probably rescue over that bunker.
Yeah,
off the tee.
Yeah, 225. It is playing back into the breeze though, so it's probably playing more like 240, 245 carries today.
You've got a hazard in front of the screen, so you need clean contact. I'll tell you what, he's got it pretty clean.
Looked a bit right.
I'm backing the putting surface.
Again, he might be in the same bunker Matty is.
The plot thickens.
The plot, we don't know yet exactly where that ball is finished, but we will find out as soon as possible. But it looks like our two leaders have both, well, they haven't hit the shots that they wanted to, have they, Matty?
What I'd like to know in the history books is the last time someone carried their own clubs for 72 holes and won a tournament.
Yeah,
he's carried his clubs all week around one of the hillier places.
It's amazing, isn't it? Iden Burdett.
Good shot.
Finished just short down the hill there. So we're going to find out where these two shots are, and we've got some up and downs to come.
It looks like the wind's quite strong out there still, probably in the 20 to 25 kilometre range. That's probably why the tee shots didn't get that far down there.
And I was just thinking before when we were talking about Mark Brown from New Zealand and the 3 bogeys on the trot that he made, it got very dark out there. I actually put my rain cover on my bag. It looked like the storm was coming and we were going to get wet, and the wind was really whipping. And at that time, I think Mark would have been just playing that stretch of holes, and the wind in those holes was a full crosswind, and we're playing, crosswind in opposite direction holes. So he just copped those holes at the wrong time, I reckon.
Yeah,
That really hurt his day, probably.
Yep.
Well, this is what the players are playing for, the Charles Bonham Cup, and the man sitting to my right has won it a couple of times. He's got his name on it. Matty Guyatt would love to have his name on it at some stage, but we're going to be crowning another winner in, well, we don't know how long, because we might be playing some extra holes here. Looks like a lovely trophy there, Ozzie. You've had it in your hands.
A lot of good names on it too. Yeah, it's a privilege to have won that.
You can see there, June 1935. 4 years later, another Aussie won it. Aussie Walker, but Greg Norman's on there, Peter Senior's on there a couple of times, and a few players who played today are on there. Brad Kennedy's got his name on there, as is Gareth Patterson. Here's Matt Miller, so talk us through this one here.
He's definitely in the left bunker. There's the practice green behind, so it's quite a deep bunker, but the pin's quite tight, so, and the green sort of sits against him a little bit, so this doesn't look too bad to me.
The one thing is, though, with that second shot, he was a little concerned because that pathway on the left is out of bounds.
Absolutely.
So anything that missed that bunker coming in from that distance was drop another one and take a penalty.
We look in the background at Daniel. He's either just short of the bunker or he's in the front section. He's in the bunker.
He's in the bunker as well. So he's obviously slightly closer.
It's a much tougher bunker shot from down there.
Oh, there we go.
He is coming up the green though, so he's got the full slope against him, Aussie, which might be helpful in stopping the ball.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now than watching this. This is great.
Long.
Bit heavy-handed on that one, do we think?
Sat in behind that a lot with his upper body. Quite bounced into the ball rather than being over the top of it and taking the sand from under the ball.
And he knows he's done that. Let's see what Matt Miller... If Matt Miller can put this close, it could be his to lose. But let's see what he does. Doesn't have a lot of green in front of the pin, though, does he?
Was he going through his mind? Surely is he's played 1,000, a million of these in practice. You know, this is his specialty. He's got a great short game.
To me, there's not a lot of pressure on it because Daniel Pearce hasn't hit it close. To me, this is just a stock standard bunker shot. He knows if he misses it a bit, so I'll be in a playoff probably.
It's almost a free hit.
In some ways, yes. Sounded heavy.
Yeah.
It is holeable, that putt. I think it's an easier putt to make than Daniel's putt.
No question, and Daniel's going to have to be careful with his as well. You know, looking to win his first event, he's got a chance to win if he makes the putt. A little rush of blood down that hill.
Yeah, sometimes the first one's the hardest one to win.
Are you trying to win this with a putt here, or are you trying to make sure of a two-putt? I mean, what do you do? Because he's putting first.
Oh, he can't run at this. He's just got to roll it and let it fall in last roll.
Yep.
It's not a putt you can have a run at.
Yeah, he can try and make it, but as Ozzy just mentioned, I think it's making it in the front door rather than hitting the back of the cup, so that if it does miss, he's guaranteed of his 4, which also then changes the equation a little bit for Matt too.
Because if he puts this past a metre or two,
yeah,
Matty starts to think, right, two-putt could win this. Whereas he wants Matty to really have to make that putt, doesn't he? Don't forget about Adam Burdett. He's had a great couple of days as well. How's he gone on this hole over the journeys? Hasn't had a great time at the 18, has he?
No, he's mixed it up a little bit. Bogeys first and third day and birdie in the day in between. It'll be an outrageous birdie here from the front of the green.
Could be another $1 for Matt Guy.
Another $1.
Coming up short.
Yeah, he's young. He'll have a go at this one.
Yeah,
I think he'll get it up.
It's a comfortable $1.
Yeah, done it easy.
Well, now, if you're just joining us here on PGA TV, firstly, where have you been all afternoon and why are you just joining us? But secondly, you are about to see some real drama here at the 2017 Queensland PGA. We had a leader of 8 shots, Daniel Pearce, this morning. It got whittled away slowly by Matt Miller. He eventually tied him, and then Pearce pulled away again. And in the last couple of holes, particularly on the 17th, where Miller made birdie and Pearce made par, the scores are tied. Both players playing their third shot now. Daniel Pearce downhill with a putt for birdie off the green, and Matt Miller to the side. This is drama at its greatest, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And the difference between first and second, we're looking a bit over $7,000.
Yep. But more important than that, these guys play for trophies. They want to say they're the champion. You don't want to say. And Matt Miller has been runner-up here before. He knows what it feels like.
And certainly for Daniel, who I believe has come through Q School this year, at the start of the year.
Yep.
You know, this is big for him to move himself into a winners category and guarantee starts in every other event for the rest of the year, and not only this year but the next couple of years as well. So it's huge for him.
Yep.
We're looking for a ruling, I believe, here.
I think it's stopped now, but Nick rolled slightly. Can you have a look?
So this week we've had preferred lie on the closely mown surface. He's placed his ball and then it rolled forward, so he's just seeking a ruling here.
Forward. So it's actually moved forward. Yep, that's fine. So you can get to replace it again because it's moved forward. Yep, yep, that's fine.
There you go. You get a good.
So essentially, once you let it go and it settles itself. Yeah. Okay, so that ball's now in play. Okay, thank you.
There you go. Nice bit of information there from the rules official.
Justin Maker, the rules official there.
It's an interesting ruling because I believe on the local rule they gave us at the start of the week, now if the ball moved now without any fault of his own, he would mark it and play from where it ended up. So
there you go.
Yeah, it's.
Tell you what, there's not many better places to watch a putt than those people behind in the VIP tent. They're going to watch this putt, and they'll probably give us an early indication whether it's going close.
I ever wonder if they've seen putts earlier and they say to the players, "Oh, you want to watch this one? It goes a little bit left to right."
Yeah, well, depends how good a bloke they are.
And you make a different read on it now. You don't know what to do.
Yeah. No, I think he's got to trust himself here, Daniel Pearce, and just get this thing close.
quite quick down here. He's got to guard against going past. Oh.
It's no gimme, is it?
Boy, oh boy, no, not when you're trying to win your first event and, you know, potentially get into a playoff should Matt miss.
So here we go now. Matt Miller from the ACT, runner-up here last year. He has a putt to win the 2017 Queensland PGA Championship, to etch his name on the Charles Bonham Trophy. And it's just been a fabulous week here at the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA, and we've seen some drama. And I tell you what, not many people would have thought an 8-shot lead would be whittled away like this.
It's almost, if Daniel knows he's going to make this next putt for par, it's almost a great putt to hit that first one so far past for Matt, for Matt's mindset, you know, to put a bit of seed of doubt as to whether he needs to make it or, you know, if he knew he was going to make it. I don't know. I'm going to make putt.
Not about ploy and match play, but in stroke play, I don't know that I'll be going that way.
I don't think he meant it, but here we go.
He won't leave this putt short, will he?
What's your read on this? Any break at all or just slow?
No, he's going to go a little left to right.
There it is for the win, Matt Miller.
Short and left to right. There we go.
Well, safely in.
Yeah, it's in. And you don't like watching blokes miss to lose a tournament, so let's... I'm sure Matty knows he might be heading up to the 18th tee again.
Knowing he had to put in a low round, he's shot equal low round of the day, 64.
Great score. And some of the pins were tricky today, so that is a phenomenal round of golf. And as we've talked about, he's been very, very good the last few years in Australian golf, no question.
So Adam Burdett to finish his round before we find out whether Daniel Fox sends us into a playoff.
And a difference of $1,250 if he can make this putt.
It all helps. Knock it in.
For outright third. Good stroke. Good stroke.
Great week.
It's a really good week for him. Finishes 3 under on the day. Great front 9 there from Adam. That really set him up today.
It's the tougher of the 2 9s as well, so he'll be happy.
Here we go, Daniel Pearce.
Not taking any time over it, that's for sure.
This is to send it to a playoff. We head back up the 18th. Well,
it didn't get to the back of the cup, did it?
Got to the bottom, that's more important.
As they say, it broke 4 inches down to the bottom of the hole. This is fantastic, and it sounds a lot like the Canadian club is in full flow with the Yenda
There's
products.
some Yenda beer. I think there might be a couple of New Zealanders in the crowd, I'm not sure, but either way, I think they're celebrating the fact that you don't want to see a bloke 8 shots up and then lose on 18.
It's surprising to look at that scorecard too. There was no birdies on the back 9. He made eagle on 10. You'd think a player of his length would pick up 1 or 2 birdies coming in.
Yeah, there's no question, and I think he would have thought that as well, particularly 17 with his length, you know, and then having, it looked like a short iron, you know, 7 iron in there, so, you know, he'll be kicking himself a little bit, but he's still got a chance to win, and he's got to regroup and just gather himself together, and they've both played 18 now once, so, you know, it'll be interesting to see what tactics they take off 18 the second time round, because they were both not in great positions on 18 off the tee.
No.
So.
All right, well, let's catch our collective breaths. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard before we come back with our playoff. There you go, Matt Miller, Daniel Pearce tied after the completion of our championship. Adam Burdett, fantastic few days at 16 under, followed by Mark Brown and Jordan Zunic. But we are coming back with a playoff. Matt Miller and Daniel Pearce will be playing the 18th again. We'll be crowning a champion here right after this.
Hi, I'm Charlie Dan from Pelican Waters Golf Club.
Hi, I'm Adam Burdett from Yarrawonga Malaya Golf Club Resort, and you're watching PGA TV.
my friends. I hit it off a tee with a driver. I hit it really far and there was a gigantic tree in my way. And when I hit it, it got stuck in the tree. So I used my club and I threw it up, but then it got stuck, my club, but my whole group laughed. They thought it was really funny.
One day maybe I'd like to be a professional golfer. So when I'm older, I'd like a house on the golf course. It'd be fun, I could just walk and play and then just go back home, relax and then go again.
The 18th hole, the finishing hole here at the City Golf Club in Toowoomba. And I can tell you one thing, it is a cracker. It's going to be great for the driving stats. It's completely downhill, plays 28 paces downhill of elevation change. 2 bunkers come into play off the tee. That first one down on the right-hand side, then also another one down on the left. So important to thread the ball through there to give yourself a chance at a closing birdie. You've managed to find the fairway, which is job well done off the tee here on the finishing hole. And then you find yourself round about here, which is about, say, 105 metres to the front of the green. So it's all depending on the pin, but back towards the clubhouse, this beautiful green complex has 3 bunkers defending it. There is water short, but that's not really so much in play, but those bunkers surrounding the green certainly will be. It's long, it's narrow, it's challenging, exactly what a finishing hole should be. Now, we've talked about how the 18th hole might help your driving stats because it is 28 paces downhill, as mentioned. However, I'm not sure it's going to help your putting stats because this is the biggest green on the golf course. It's 35 paces deep. And you can see, I'm just walking up this gentle little ridge. Oh, tears for days around here in Toowoomba. Absolutely incredible. So it's going to provide a very thrilling finish. If you can hit it on the right section, you might be in with a chance of a finishing birdie, perhaps taking home a trophy.
Well, it's almost prophetic words there from Ali Whitaker because that's where we sit right now. We are heading back to a playoff to the top of 18, and we just saw Matt Miller and Daniel Pearce play their shots off 18, not to where they thought. They're probably taking a different club this time round. Yeah, quite possibly. It'll be interesting to see who gets to play first as well, and that'll play a big part in what they do off the tee, I would think. So, and certainly potentially play a part in the second player's shot as well, depending on where they've hit it down the first. So it's going to be exciting, and the fans are out there ready to go. No doubt. It's been an enthralling day, and we're going to have a look at some of the highlights of the Queensland PGA Day 4, and starting with the first hole and what guys got up to. This is Jordan Zunic hitting his shot into the first, and this was an absolute beauty for him. Matty, you know it was playing quite tough early on, and that's a great shot. It's a tricky pin. I watched Brownie hold this, I believe. Yes, that's correct. From the third green. We were debating in here whether it was a chip or a putt. Mark Brown took his putter and put it straight in. So went in with some speed. That was going a decent distance past as we watched the leader. He couldn't have started in better fashion. Believe it or not, he was 9 shots up at this point, and things went awry from then. But here's Jack Munro, I should say, sorry, hitting his shot in 2-3. Oh, fantastic control. We said Matt Miller was pretty good with the flat stick today, and this was no exception. This was his putt on the par 3/4.
He's birdied a lot of par 3s this week, but nothing longer than this. A good 15-metre putt across the hill, and down it goes.
That is ridiculous. I'm just catching up on some of this for the first time today, so it's impressive to watch someone hold putts like that. I played with James. He was playing really well and just ran into a bit of a wall in the back 9. He's he's been unwell this week, and I think that caught up with him on the back nine.
This is Matt Miller again, his second shot on the par 4 7th. We've talked about how straight Matt is, and this was no exception.
He got a very kind bounce here and had some good spin on the ball. Put him in an ideal position to make a birdie on 7. On 8, Adam Burnett off the front of the green. A bit of break in this putt, but he read it very well. He was right in the mix at this stage.
Great learning experience for him.
This was Daniel Pearce for his eagle. We know he only just missed albatross, as you can see, for how close he was by a few inches.
Wow.
That was a wonderful way to start his back nine. But he had this bloke constantly on his back, and Matt Miller wouldn't go away, and he kept making putts like this.
Great shot in there, actually. That was playing very difficult, that par 3 this afternoon, with the wind whipping in your face and changing with the speed of it, as we watch Jordan, who's turned in 2 awesome rounds over the weekend. Nearly holding it on 18. What a golf shot that was. It was short, though. Do I get another $1 for that?
Yeah, that's right. And then this shot we marvelled at from Matt Miller. And just off the fairway there, using his medal, and what a run-up he got on 17. And got a look at eagle. Unfortunately missed that, but made his birdie that tied up the scores. Fabulous shot there from Matt Miller.
This was to win the tournament right here. Just didn't hit it. What he would have given for 2 more rolls of speed on that ball, Aussie.
And you're never going to knock it more than half a metre past the hole, even if you barreled it. And this was a good save coming back after being up the back edge of the green.
That was clutch, actually. You know, really great putt, you know, with a lot of pressure on him there. It might be enough to actually get him across the line here, Oz.
So the playoff is interesting because the first day they both birdied 18, the second day they both parred 18, the third round they both birdied 18, and to finish off the day they both bogeyed 18. So we could be here for a while if that keeps going. But they'll have a draw. Maybe it'll be maybe Andrew Langford-Jones with a couple of numbers in his hand, and they'll get to pick one of those numbers out, or a coin toss, but probably a draw for numbers. And as you said, the person that hits off first, probably with the advantage in the situation.
Certainly, if you can get it in the fairway, it's a massive advantage. And they've been here before. They've just played this hole 10 minutes ago. Conditions look like they won't have changed a great deal out there. Question is whether their strategies will change.
Yeah, well, we hope
what
that.
They were 15 minutes ago. Justin Maker looks like he's been given the duties.
Let's have a listen in to what's going on here. Sounds like he's just explaining how he's doing it. Looks like a toss of the coin.
Always go heads. I'd say Matty won that toss.
Good luck to the gentleman, and wherever you're watching across Australia, maybe across the ditch as well, if there's some fans of Daniel Pearce watching in New Zealand, welcome to PGA TV. You're with Shura Taft, Ozzie Moore and Matty Guyatt, who's finished his round today, and we are watching the playoff here between Matt Miller and Daniel Pearce, and Matt Miller warming up. We could be here a while, we don't know. We're going to be replaying the 18th hole until we find a winner, basically.
It's pretty warm outside. I don't know what he needs to warm up for. He's only just come off the golf course, but it looks to me like he's changed strategy here. I can't see how he would have hit a driver the first time round to be short of that bunker.
No, and I think he realised he was so far back hitting that second shot in, he was actually at a disadvantage, even though Pearce was in the bunker. I think he's got to take that bunker on and leave himself a mid-iron or even a short iron into the green.
And Matty hitting off first. We'll see whether this is an advantage or not. If he puts this down the middle and lets it run down the hill.
I think he'd even say right centre or left centre. It doesn't have to be down the middle.
Yep.
Short grass, please.
Well, short grass, yes. Should say that. There we go. So we're looking right up back up the hill from the clubhouse, from the green. And that's how far uphill. It's a long way uphill to where Matty Miller's hitting his drive now.
And it's awkward when you're hitting this tee shot because the ball hangs in the air for so long. I think I'd rather be driving uphill rather than downhill in a situation like this.
You know what's happening straight away.
Set himself up over on the right-hand side of the tee block for all those budding golfers at home. This probably suggests he's going to try and shape the ball left to right. There it is. Great camera work.
That looks down the middle, right on the Hutchison Builders. And then look at that. So advantage Miller.
advantage, Miller.
And he probably forces the hand here.
Yeah.
So Daniel needs to hit probably 3 metal or driver.
I think Daniel, for mine, Daniel has played a certain way this week to get himself into that position after 3 rounds, and I think he's got to go the same way here. And look, he's got his driver out, and
yeah, I think there's the right strategy.
I don't think he should back his way. And I think he obviously hit an iron off the tee here in the final hole of regular.
Takes that first bunker out of play. I don't know that he can really reach the second bunker, so it's fairly generous fairway from tree line to tree line. It's down the left
Doesn't like
side.
it. He's got enough length to get into trouble too.
We can't see it yet, but you think down the left?
I think he's pulled that one. Yeah. Just the physical mannerisms. Tried to hit the little slider left to right and it just hasn't worked. It's gone straight.
He's got some thinking to do as he heads down there. We know how difficult this pin is here on 18. So even though Matt's hit it in the fairway, to actually get it into that back section, we've only seen Jordan Zernich, hit it in there, really, out of anyone, or certainly since I've come into the box. So he's got to be thinking, four's probably still good enough to give myself another crack at it here.
Yeah. There are a few trees over on the left-hand side. There's nothing really at ground level, so you'll get some sort of opportunity to punch it out. You may even get a gap if you can.
All right, we're going to go have a look at the shot of the day for today, and let's have a look at which one it is. And you just talked about it, Matty Guide. It was Jordan Zernich at the last, and this is just a magnificent shot.
I love how low his hands were through the shot there and to the left clearing. Most golfers, that's a good way to control the club face.
Golf shot. And as I said, I think he shot 64, 65 over the weekend, and he's probably just ruining a little bit of a slow start on Thursday, Friday. But yeah, great golf. Great table tennis player too.
Oh, is he?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
It's nice to know the outside skills of these people.
Yeah, last week at the New Zealand Open, we were very lucky to have a table tennis table in the Players' Lounge. And it got a bit of a workout on Sunday afternoon. So
who was the overall contender?
Well, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but I managed to keep the table for about an hour and a half.
Okay.
So, and Jordan was the most talented of all the boys playing me, and I managed to he led 19-17 with serve, and all of a sudden a couple of boys started betting on the fact that he would knock me off, and he went to water, and I won the last 4 points to win 21 so he wasn't happy the boys were putting some coin on it.
Well, it's funny you mentioned before about how he would have rued that slow start, but there is something to be said for learning how to play 4 days of golf, isn't there?
Yeah, no question, and I'm a perfect example of that today. Starting the day in a reasonable spot and playing a really pretty average 9 holes. And you can't afford an average 9 holes. You can't really afford an average, 5 holes if you're going to win a tournament. So yeah, that's the challenge for me, and that's the challenge for everybody else as well. And the first couple of days were probably the best of the conditions too, and he's managed to shoot his low numbers over the weekend when the pins were harder, the wind was stronger. So yeah, he would certainly be a little bit disappointed in his first couple of days, but he's played great golf, and I know he's heading over to Europe, and he's got some, the Volvo China coming up at the end of April as well. So, it's nice for him to have some great form. And as we saw the boys walk down the hill here, it looked like Daniel did continue on left into that tree line. And
that's not where you want to be, is it? That looks like a punch out more than anything else. Although it must be said, it looked like Matty Miller's ball's below his feet, which isn't.
I think he'd be fairly happy with where it is. There's a fair mound there, as you can see on the left of the screen. But he's in the fairway. He'll get preferred lies, clean the golf ball, preferred lies 1. Still a fair way out though. He's probably 6 or 7 iron shot in from there.
Yeah, I think he's right on this. He's right on this. So he's going to play 132, but the pin's back 23, I think, today, or 28 back today. So yeah, he's going to be around the 160 mark. Still to go.
Into a breeze, a little bit uphill.
Hanging lie. But the beauty of the preferred lie is he can go a club length to the right here and make that slope that he's standing on a little less too.
Yep. Take advantage of the rules if there's a rule in place, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just does make it difficult to get this ball back into that back left pin location when he's got a left to right slope.
He's looking now where the perfect spot to put his ball is. You can see he's just going a little bit.
It's been a very interesting part of the week. And knowing what to do with your preferred lie, because sometimes you don't want spin, so I'd actually put the ball in a little bit of a hole and take a bit of the spin off. Other times you really needed to spin in your favour, and so you find the highest bit of Kikuyu grass you could find and know that the thing's going to be spinning hard when it hits the green. And so, you know, for him here, he's just wanting to get as flat a stance as possible, probably, Aussie. Would you agree?
Yeah, without doubt. The direction he's going, the marquee, the white marquee you can see in the background there, the left edge of that is about where the flag is.
So we don't know how bad a shape Daniel Pearce is in yet, but Matt Miller's going to hit first. You heard earlier from Matt Guy, he's got about 150, 60 metres into a breeze, so we'll see what he can do for his second shot here, but he can certainly put the pressure on Daniel Pearce with a shot to the heart of the green here.
You just see Daniel Pearce in the left of the shot there. He's just gone out of shot now, but wondering whether he's not all the way into the trees. You can see him standing there in the green as we watch Matt.
I'm surprised Matt hasn't gone and had a look at where he is either. Started inside the right edge of the bunkers, right of the pin.
Look like it's drawing, but a great golf shot. He's got an uphill putt there that he knows he can have a go at to win the tournament, should he get an opportunity.
He's in great shape. So there you go.
If his ball's in that area there, he can comfortably get it over the hazard. Whether he can turn it enough out of that rough to get it back to the green, he's got to move it a long way from right to left.
Best case scenario for him is a 4 here, I would say, unless he holds something ridiculous from the right bunkers or short right of the green.
And he's further down, so the more loft of the club, the harder it is to turn it out of the rough too.
The rough's just so thick here too, it's really difficult to get the ball turning. You know, generally speaking, it's been coming out fairly straight and not hooking at all. He knows what's ahead of him though. Don't know if it carried the water. Oh, it did, and got on the green. That's a great golf shot.
For a second there, you just...
Oh, it came out so low, I just didn't think it had any carry on it at all. But
you've only got a good 15 metres from that water to the front edge of the green. He's landed it in that zone.
Well, he's alive, and that's all that matters here. As he said, par will hopefully, for his sake, keep him in the tournament. But Matty Miller's obviously a lot closer and with a good-looking uphill putt. So as it stands right now, both players on the green in 2 here at the 2017 PGA Championship presented by Coca-Cola. And, well, advantage Matt Miller, we'd say, but both players with a putt for birdie.
I just think it's brilliant. He's carried his own clubs for 73 holes now. How many holes will he carry them for? And he carried them in the practice round as well. I haven't seen him with the pull buggy all week. It's you know, it's quite an effort. Sometimes it's actually easier to carry your clubs when you're on a hilly course rather than pushing your buggy up and down.
He is a fairly fit-looking specimen.
He is a unit. He is a unit.
We're doing some research, but apparently Tiger Woods wanted to carry his clubs at the 2005 Masters, but they wouldn't let him.
Wow.
Don't know if that's true. But no, we don't know if any other players have carried their clubs. Matty, I know you wanted to find out the history of that. But
I know he's just getting into a little bit of hunting over in New Zealand.
We did hear
that. And so I think for him carrying a set of clubs versus carrying a wild boar or a pig on his shoulders after I've seen a photo of that recently actually of him getting his first one. So
yeah, Gareth Pattinson reliably told me, his countryman said that he catches, skins, cooks, does it all with those animals. So he's a bit of a Bear Grylls, if you will. He's got the beard as well, but right now his main focus will be making, well, if he makes this, it's an exceptional putt. Matty Guyot reckons all these putts are finishing short. You might have another $1 in your pocket.
This could be another $1, but you know, I'd like to see him get it there, and I'd like to see him roll it in. Actually, wouldn't that be a big roll? We'd hear it from in here, I think.
Yeah. I don't think Matthew's in agreement with you.
No, I'm sure he's not. I'm sure he's not.
It's a shame, isn't it? Someone has to lose, and in both circumstances, it's a heartbreak in a way, because Matty Miller's been here before. He's come second, and for Daniel Pearce, he had an 8-shot lead at 9 a.m. It's now no longer.
I think the exemptions are the big things that go here for Daniel.
Yeah, no question. Gives him a better category and an opportunity to get into all the events for the rest of the season.
He would probably still bump Matthew up categories, but it wouldn't make that much difference. He'd be into all those tournaments anyhow.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he did win in 2015, and those categories will just be dropping out, but he's
so
high up on the money list. Now he's seen
if it's any consolation for the loser here, there's another 118 of us as well who didn't win this week too. It's such a brutal sport, isn't it, Aussie?
Yep.
One winner every week.
Yeah,
One winner.
Plenty of losers. At least in a football game, 15 win and 15 lose.
What about Justin Maker here?
Holding the pin.
This is incredible.
Well, he doesn't have a caddy, does he? So
no caddy.
Yeah. So here we go. So Daniel Pearce putting for birdie. You know, he's had a couple of putts.
Giving it a wrap.
Yeah, won't be far off
Going
in
to
this
get
one.
there.
Well, that's Security's 4. Security's 4 though, and that's all his goal was from down there, really.
Well, where he was, which is going to be a strong fall. But Matt Miller once again has a putt to win the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship, and you know, wouldn't he love that?
I think I would have finished there, Oz. You?
If you weren't interfering, yeah.
Yeah, quite within his rights to roll that in, and just to change the situation for Matt. You know, I'm sure Matt knows he's going to make that putt. But you know, sometimes
maybe
it's
his
nice
stance might have been a bit awkward.
Yeah,
Ball
maybe.
coming from the right there, he might have had to straddle a bit, and you don't want to do that and miss
No,
it.
definitely.
Haven't we had a fabulous ISPS Hander tour of Australasia so far? Some of the tournaments, they've come down to the wire. We've had the New Zealand Open with a playoff. We've had the Victorian PGA come down to the last hole with Damien Jordan. We've had some great tournaments. So
both New Zealand tournaments were playoffs.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry,
The Open and the PGA.
The Open as well. Yep. And we're in another playoff here at Queensland PGA. So let's see if Matt Miller.
Both of those playoffs were one-hole playoffs too, interestingly. So will this be another one? Will this be another one-holer?
We'll find out.
What's this? 4 metres, 3.5.
Yeah,
Outside right.
Yeah, you would think it has to come a little from the right, and the uphill putts actually this week have been probably more difficult to hole.
He's been pretty good from this distance all day.
Great
Seen
putter.
him
He
make
knows
3 or 4 of these.
He knows his routine. He's just going to pull the trigger on it. And
here we go.
It's high.
Yeah. Looks like we're going back up 18 again, lads.
The crowd love it. Listen to them.
He'd be disappointed with that, wouldn't he? He sent that out right.
That's a pretty good opportunity there. You might make 1 and 3 of those.
And that was a, you know, he's had 2 looks at it now, and it's interesting, you know. And how does that start to play on the mind as well?
Right. Who knows if Daniel sends a drive, long time one down the middle, we could have another winner. Well, there you go. So the first playoff hole is done, and we still don't have a winner. These two are tied. Daniel Pearce from New Zealand, Matt Miller from the ACT. We're heading back up 18 here at the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA. We'll find a winner. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Terry Pilkadaris, touring professional from Keysborough Golf Club, and you're watching PGA TV.
I started playing golf when I was 9. I remember the first time I got a birdie when I was playing with my pa, and I just started jumping around because I was really excited.
Yeah, it's the back line I'm worried about.
Won't worry about my back.
So how are those pro lessons going?
Well, let's see.
Well played.
Thanks, mate.
Found it! Looks like a bit of a tricky shot you got there, mate.
on 18th you had a
bogey. And what did you have?
A pop.
Back to back. Nice work.
Welcome back to PGA TV, live wherever you are watching. It's great to have you with us, and it is enthralling golf at the moment. Shira Taft, Ozzie Moore and Matt Guy with you, and we are watching Daniel Pearce and Matt Miller play their second playoff hole here on the 18th at the City Golf Club here in Toowoomba in Queensland. It's been a fantastic few days of golf, and well, yet again, a PGA tournament is going to a playoff, Aussie, and we've seen Matt Miller have his chances. He's had two birdie putts, also not two birdie putts, but two putts to win the tournament, and so far hasn't quite made either of them.
Well, also look back to 17 where he hit that magnificent shot, and there he had an eagle chance to go one up playing the last, one shot ahead playing the last. So there's three putts in a row there. None of them were gimmies, don't get me wrong that way. They're all, 3, 4, 5 metre putts. But if one of those goes down, and as good a putter as he is, he would make 1 out of 3, probably even a little better than that.
Let's see what he does here, Matty. He's taken driver again. He hit it very well on the first playoff hole. He still had quite a long shot in though.
Doesn't matter how many times you've hit the fairway here, this is still a difficult tee shot. And he's got to put a good swing on this to get it back in play again and hopefully create that advantage that he did for himself in the first playoff hole. Watching this a little more intently, this one's a little left, I think. That's okay. The fairway.
It's going to end up very similar
in the rough. It is in the rough though this time, so
can't lift and drop.
No, but it's fine. It's certainly. I'd go down and put my ball there if I was in the playoff.
Does Daniel go with driver again, or has he hit 3 metal this time?
He's going with driver again.
Okay. Well, I like his attitude. He's backing himself.
This is what got him to the lead, no question this week. That got him that big lead going into today was his driving. Ability to drive the ball long distance and give himself opportunities for birdies, and I think he's got to back himself as he is. There's a couple of good shot calls, but he's a bit anxious.
That was a little bit further right than the first one.
It's better. I think I heard someone say it's better.
It's better. Oh, golly. Yeah, the drama here, we love that, and good on him for backing himself. You're right, Matt. He said, you know what, I'm going to back myself with the driver. He seems a pretty cool customer. We had Lucas Herbert in with us earlier chatting. He said he's played a bit with Daniel Pearce and said he's fiery, but he gets on with the job once he's made a bad shot. But this is his day so far. It wouldn't be the day that he wanted at the start of the day, apart from obviously the first hole when he started with a birdie, Aussie, but things sort of went downhill a few holes later.
Well, he had 2 pure shots in there, smoked the drive down there, just a little wedge in and made the putt for 3. He backed that up with a few pars, and he had a poor run here on 7. He hit it 50 metres, 55 metres from the hole in the fairway. He left it just short of the green, putted this far past, and that was for his 3rd bogey in a row. Unfortunately, earlier 5, he hit it behind a tree and had to play out sideways. Didn't quite see what happened on 6, but on 8, made a mess of that as well.
He did. He hit it short, and then he made this bunker shot, and he hit it very short of the hole, and went on to make another bogey. And this was a run that he didn't need.
And the whole time, Matt Miller being in the group, applying some pressure, and that, if Matt's in a different group, it's a different feel too, So sometimes I think, even if you're not in this group, that was a great eagle. It must have gone very, very close to going in for an albatross.
Well, Matt made par there as well. And this was the putt that Ozzie said would change the tournament. He made that was a par save, and it was a big putt, but it
was very similar to what he did on 7. He just missed the edge of the green and putted that far past.
Yeah, right.
This time made it coming back.
This was to get into the playoff.
This was the regulation bogey here in the final hole to send it to a playoff. So that's been the story of the day for Daniel Pearce, the only player in the first half of the leaderboard to have a day over par. So interesting day for him. Wouldn't have been the one that he would have wanted. But hey, he's in a playoff and he's got a chance to lift the trophy yet again. We're going to see where he is. We know it's better, that's all we know, than his first playoff shot.
It's a new experience for him though as well, so he's held himself well throughout the day. He's held a couple of clutch putts at the end there by the look of things to get himself into this position. He can still win, that's the important thing. He's got to be telling himself, I can still win this tournament.
I'm looking at him thinking, you know what, he's feeling more comfortable now. He's got into the playoff by doing what he had to do in the last couple of holes. He's already played one playoff hole and managed to secure a par. I think all of a sudden he feels like, well, maybe it is my turn now.
Yeah, and I think, as I mentioned before, when Matt was having his putt, you know, and you said he had his putt on 17 as well. He's had a couple of cracks to try and win it here when he's had his chances. And, you know, I wonder sometimes whether sport's an interesting game. And, you know, if Daniel gets one chance, he might just take that one chance. So
it's like I think it's like in tennis. Players have match points, and if your opponent keeps saving match points, it starts to weigh on you, and then your opponent gets one, and you start thinking, I didn't take that chance.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's game over. And it's similar, like you said, in golf. I think that's it's probably the same kind of thing. So, look, but Matt's a pretty level-headed guy, isn't he? I mean, he seems like he's...
Yeah, he is. He's an extremely competitive guy. He has high standards for himself, which I really appreciate. I think that's fantastic, you know, in this sport. And he gets disappointed in himself when he doesn't necessarily produce what he knows he's capable of. So, you know, as you were just mentioning before about Daniel being, you know, quite firm and hard on himself and quite fiery at times, Matt can be as well. But, you know, he's got an incredible mental game, and that's why he's producing the results he's producing time and time again. He knows his abilities. He plays within his abilities all the time as well, which is something that all golfers at club level should be trying to do as well.
I dare say he's playing almost the identical shot, except not off the fairway here. So he knows the distance. Let's see if he can play the same shot.
Out to the right. Pin high almost. So we know that putt does break a little from the right coming up there, and it actually holds a little bit of speed as it gets to the hole too. So
a little more difficult than the one he had though on the first playoff hole.
Yeah, no question, and a little longer. So let's see. It looks like Daniel's in okay position. There's his longtime friend David Branston.
Yep. He's casualed up after his round. There you go.
Travel everywhere together, those two, inseparable. Right rough. Coming more straight up the green though here, isn't he?
Yeah, not that far out either. Probably around the 115, 120 metre mark. So good pitching wedge, maybe a little 9.
Good move there.
He doesn't mind it either. He's watching it.
Okay.
Well, it's a
pace off.
Got ourselves a dead set putt off here. Both players. Whose putt would you prefer, Matty?
I think Daniel, as we just spoke about, he's now finally given himself a chance, you know, to win the tournament, you know, and as Ozzy said, he just looked a bit more relaxed walking down the hole. He feels like he's actually got himself into the mix here and through making a great four the other time. But we know Matt Miller can roll a rock. Look at this. I mean, this is over a couple of dead elephants, down a waterfall, and
there it is. It almost hit the edge.
Unreal.
This was at 9, and another great looking putt. And this is when Daniel started to feel the heat from Matt, because he was making birdies left, right and centre.
And the important thing for those of you watching at home is that if you've got a putting action or a golf swing that doesn't look necessarily fundamentally correct, but it works for you, keep doing it. You know, Matt Miller's putting action is, you know, if you were to watch it, it's Jim Furyk-like, isn't it?
Yeah. You wouldn't teach it.
You wouldn't teach it. You couldn't teach it, I don't think. But he knows what it's doing time and time again, and it produces the results, as this 3-wood that he chased up out of the rough. And
yeah, this might be the best shot he hit all day, I think.
Amazing shot.
And he needed to make that putt. Could have won ahead playing the last.
This was to win the championship not long ago. And unfortunately, will that be remembered for all the wrong reasons? We'll find out, because both players have a putt for birdie. But you're right, Matty. You know, it's trusting if you're doing the right thing and it feels right for you. It's all about feel, isn't it? And go with, I'm sure along the journey someone had told Matty you can't putt like that, and he said, I will.
Just watch me.
I'd putt like that in a heartbeat if I could get the ball going in the hole as frequently as Matt Miller does. No question. Justin here again.
Who putts first?
He's got the theodolite out.
He's becoming a feature of this playoff, Justin Maker, isn't he?
He's just after a bit of TV time, that's what it is.
If only he knew, he would have worn some better shoes, I think. Sorry, Justin. He's been a long-term servant for the Queensland PGA here in Queensland, and obviously spent time on tour as well.
He's a good player in his own right.
Absolutely. Got injured and forced a change of lifestyle for him, and he's a great guy. We all love him on the Sunshine Tour, even though he's slightly changed his roles this year and moved away from looking after the Sunshine Tour, but yeah, still working with the Queensland PGA down at Sanctuary Cove.
Now, it looks like Matty Miller might be the first to putt, I think.
Well, here we go, because if this misses, Daniel gets his first opportunity to really win the tournament in this playoff. And we've spoken about it already, that it might only take him one chance.
Yep.
So I putted from down the tier here in regulation play for me, and this putt did come from the right a long way, but it didn't really snap at the end. So I thought it was a chance to go in the putt I hit, thinking it was going to break a little more at the end, but it stayed high. And then we've watched a couple of other guys. I think Charlie Dan, I believe, missed a putt from reasonably close from this angle, where he stayed high as well.
It
so
just straightens out the last metre or so of the putt.
Yeah, and it seems to just carry a little bit of speed at the hole in this direction. The greens have certainly been growing throughout the day, no question. They do grow in Queensland. It's noticeable, the growth, isn't it, Ozzy?
Yeah.
You know, with the heat that we get, especially at this time of year.
Unfortunately, bent grass greens here. It's just length. It's not grain as well.
That's right.
You hear the crowds going silent there. Just a little side note, Matty Guy. Matt Miller was booked on a 6:45 flight out of Brisbane, so I don't think he'll be making that.
No, he won't be making that flight tonight.
He won't mind, though, if he's got a trophy in his bag.
So mind you, could be worth the wait.
Yeah, here we go. It's for birdie.
Uphill right to left. Big chance.
Oh, well.
We called it. It just didn't turn at the end. You know, we spoke about that. You know, he thought it. He saw it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he thought he probably made that putt.
That looked in. I looked in probably 3/4 of the way. It just.
But that, you know, as we spoke about prior to him putting, that's what we've seen. A couple of balls high side, and I guess that's the advantage for myself coming into the commentary box, is that I had a putt from a similar line, and so you know we've been out there and seen a little bit.
He's not taking too long here.
Does he get it there?
Yeah,
he's got to get it there.
He gets it there, no question.
This? I mean, people say he was rolling it very, very well the first 3 days. Let's see if he can win this tournament.
I'm going to back it in.
Sure.
Didn't get it there.
Left. Well, it looks like we are going to our third playoff hole. And we might be here a while, potentially, because these boys keep making pars.
At this rate, he might not make a 6:45 a.m. flight tomorrow morning.
Seriously. They're all at risk of that. Here we go, Daniel Pearce, just to make sure of it.
The last time a playoff carried over was Coolum, I think. Ozzy, do you remember that? Was there
They declared it a tie.
A tie, it was too
Peter
dark, wasn't it?
Lonard, Australian PGA Championship. Peter Lonard, I can't remember the other player in the lineup.
Well,
a long time ago.
We didn't know what was going to happen, and the first time that Daniel gets a putt for the win, and unfortunately he misses to the left side. But it looks like we're going back up the 18th again. In fact, we are, to find our winner here. So we'll be joining you back after the break, and we're going to try and find ourselves a PGA Championship winner of Queensland. Who could it be? You'll find out next.
My name's Isaac Richards. One day I'm playing golf all around the world, just like Jason Day. like playing golf with my dad because sometimes he hits it in the water. And once when he hit it, there was a rock in the river and then the ball hit the rock and then the rock bounced the ball over the water so it didn't go in, so it went in on the green. He was very lucky and he got a double bogey.
Welcome back live onto PGA TV, and well, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but we are back at the 18th tee. I am repeating myself because we're doing it for a fourth time after we saw these boys hit off on the regulation 18th, and unfortunately for Matt Miller, he missed a putt to win it. He then missed a putt the next playoff hole to win it, and then Daniel Pearce had a chance just before on our second playoff hole, and we're back up again. Matty Guy at Aussie Moore.
I think the hard thing now is to keep your levels up. You get excited about the playoff. Once you've played a couple of those holes, it's hard to keep that high level of play up and that high level of attention.
And as we've spoken about leading into this playoff, the pin location and the difficulty of the 18th hole is such that, really a 3 is probably not going to happen, Well, it may happen, but, the likelihood is more that someone will make a 5 here,
yep.
I think. And so, like you said, Aussie, they need to keep their levels up, and, they've got to hit a great drive down here. Interestingly, the volunteers were up there. They were putting their chairs out on this tee. I saw them packing them up and moving them off out of the way. They thought the playoff might have been coming to an end.
Well, Matty Miller's hit 2 good drives on these playoff holes to pretty much the same spot. Let's see if he can do it again.
He gets closer to the bunker. If it carries, it's good down the right-hand side. If it doesn't, it's a very difficult shot.
He didn't like that off the tee. And, well, Daniel Pearce here could set an advantage.
What do we read out of that little body language there from Matt? You think it's maybe caught the bunker, Aussie? Or?
I think so, yeah. I think it's landed right up in the face and probably rolled back down. And with his length, I think he'll struggle to get the green out of that bunker. If it ran in the front of the bunker, in the tee side of the bunker, he's got a chance. But the green side of the bunker, it's a fairly high lip on that trap.
Absolutely, and I don't think he's going to run it in there from the tee side, is he? He's going to get it in there.
But Daniel's still got to knock it in the fairway here.
Yeah.
That's a difficult task in itself.
He likes it.
He didn't say anything, and he looked down straight away. So that's Daniel Pearce. In case you've just tuned in here on PGA TV, Daniel Pearce was 8 shots up at the start of the day. And then his playing partner, Matt Miller, steadily came back at him and evened it up after
9
holes. And then Daniel Pearce then hit an eagle at 10. And this is the highlights of the playoffs so far. We've had 2 holes of playoff action. This is where Daniel Pearce was on the first playoff. This is an incredible way to...
For all money, it looked like it was going in the hazard short of the green. There's only about a 15-metre area there. It's bounced on that area, chased over it, up onto the front section of the green.
Possibly bounced over the edge of the bunker there, I think, as well. And this was a great putt from down there. We've seen everybody struggle to get this ball all the way up to the hole. Justin Maker struggling to get the pin out of the hole. Great work, Justin. Just in time. Aptly named, Justin.
This was to win the tournament for Matt Miller, and he'd love this putt again. Just didn't quite come back where he thought it might. So we headed back up the hill, and we played another one, and Matt Miller again managed to find the green with his second shot.
Great control. This is one of his specialties in golf for him, is his ball striking control and the distance control, and we all know that that's critical to good golf, isn't it, Aussie?
Certainly is. Coming out of the right-hand rough, taking more directly out the pin. Daniel Pearce flew it on the back section. No backspin out of that grass. Matt Miller thought he hit the perfect putt here.
This looked in for all intents and purposes. He was almost walking this one in.
Oh my goodness, it just straightens, doesn't it? You can see it there on the replay. Just straightened about 2 feet out. Interestingly, Daniel's putt broke quite a bit here. Not a dissimilar angle to Matt's first attempt, but this one broke across the hole. Perhaps he pulled it a hair, which gets the ball going left, and, as Matt's first attempt at birdie in the first playoff hole stayed fairly straight there. It looks a lot like...
There you go. Looks like someone's caddying for Daniel now. He's put someone on the bag.
Yeah.
About time. He's carried the bag for 21 holes today. It might be time to relieve the duty a little bit to whoever that is.
Long and the short of it, it's Luke Toomey. So Luke played this week. Also a fresh face on the professional circuit, coming through the Q School this year.
Is he from the same area as Daniel's from around Ashburton, isn't he?
Yeah, they're both
south of Christchurch.
Both New Zealand lads, and they were playing a practice round together, so I'm guessing they were travelling together. And that's the beauty of what we do, is you get to find some guys to travel with that you get along well with, who do the same things that you do. That's important too, isn't it, Ozzy? You don't want to be travelling with someone who likes to party if you don't like to party. As we see Matt's ball here. This is a challenging golf shot.
Does he have the length here, do we think?
Ooh, do you have a go, or do you lay up from here?
He doesn't hit the ball super high, so he's not one of these high launch players, so it'll be interesting. Depends on the lie, probably. The lie looks quite good, though. Front of that bunker to the front of the greens, around 130. Yeah, he's got about 132 metres to the front of the green, roughly.
120 to carry the water. Into a breeze.
You can see how far down Daniel Pearce is. Look at that. He's down probably another 60 metres.
With this situation, you're not going to make 3. You've got to give yourself a decent chance to make 4 and hope that Daniel doesn't make 3 to win the playoff. The last thing you want to do is hit in the water and take 6 and gift it.
Yep. There you go. So you can join the conversation here at PGA Tour Oz. There's plenty going on. I'm sure there'll be plenty of avid golfers around Australia and potentially around the world watching this. And it looks like he's taking out
I'm not
hybrid.
sure I can believe this.
Talk me through this one, Matty.
Well, this is a hero shot, isn't it?
Is he
you either make it or you miss it.
Is he carrying a 7 hybrid? That's what my question is at the moment.
Incredible. You can see
Wonder what hybrid this is. I wouldn't think he would carry any more than a 4.
It'd have to be a 5 to get over the lip. You couldn't get over the lip with a 4. You're only looking at mid-20s in loft.
I can't see him carrying a 5 hybrid, though, can you?
This
is all or nothing play here from Matt Miller. Righto. Third playoff hole.
Rolling the dice.
Oh, he got it up. It looks like it's going a little right to me.
Might have been a little heavy too, that's why it got up. Maybe front right trap. Maybe just right short of the green. As long as it's over the water, he's still in shape.
And with his short game, he's thinking he's thinking what we've spoken about, in that it's a very difficult 3 here.
Yep.
And a bit like Daniel on the first playoff hole, if he can manage to sneak a 4, there's a good chance he's still going to be in this playoff and have another opportunity for himself. They're going to have to get a couple more electric carts out, though. I think they're going to start running out of dudes.
Yeah, I know.
So he's in the rough, down the right-hand side. He'll have clear avenue to the pin. Maybe as little as a gap wedge.
Probably not dissimilar to the last time he played this hole, on the second playoff hole from the right rough. And we straight up the green. It's a great view. Started a little right, but the wind is off the right. Short on the front of the green. Geez, he would have liked to have done better. We don't know about the lie there, though, was he?
No.
He might have been guarding against a flyer going over the back of the green there. And with us not knowing where Matt's ball is as well, he might have been...
He's got a similar putt, though, as he had on the first playoff hole, so he knows the pace.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
He picked that pace in the first one, so at least he's in a position that's familiar to him. We don't know where Matt is. We don't know what Matt has.
Yeah, and for all intents and purposes, Matt might have been in a lot more trouble than we know about, and he's playing smart there.
If Matt is in play and not in the bunker, and he now pitches it in close to the hole, the coin flips.
Again.
It's like match play, isn't it, really?
The coin flips again.
It's like match play here. Well, you just joined us, the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. It doesn't get any tighter. We're on to our third playoff hole. We've got Daniel Pearce from New Zealand, who led by 8 shots at the start of the day. Matt Miller was a number of shots back, and he just had a fantastic day. I think he shot 6 under through the final round, and now we find ourselves in a playoff, and well, it's had everything so far. We've had all the shots in these playoff holes.
Well, Matt put the squeeze on. He went out the front 9 5 under, and Daniel turned 3 over. He caught him. Then all of a sudden it's game on. And also playing with him, the young new pro Adam, he put some pressure on him as well. So the two guys in his group really crunched him the front 9. But he stood up. He made eagle on 10. Didn't make a birdie from there on in. He got in the playoff, and he's played reasonably well in the playoff.
He hasn't done anything too wrong in the playoff, has he?
No.
I mean, he missed his drive a little down the first playoff hole, but played an amazing recovery shot onto the green and got himself back in the playoff. And as we look at Matt here, he's coming across the bridge. Looking like he's heading right. We thought the ball went short right of the green somewhere. He's just jogging up now, so potentially in the bunker. Yeah, he's pulling up at the bunker, so this is a tough trap shot. This reminds me of Nick Cullen at the Masters.
Wasn't that a shot?
At Metro
Wasn't
a
that
couple
a
of
shot?
years ago.
Yeah, standing there with 9 in the green, just got a hit on the putting surface, and he hits
Wow.
it miles away and hits some fantastic bunker shot.
Long bunker shots.
So you're looking at 40, 45 metres here back to that pin from the bunker, and you've got to get it over that little tier. It'll feed back down to where Daniel is.
Absolutely. And I think for those of you watching at home, this is where it's not an automatic get your sand wedge out, is it, Aussie?
No.
It's not your 58 or your 56 or whatever. Sometimes you've got to actually just play the same style of bunker shot, take some sand, but using your gap wedge or using your pitching wedge.
Yeah, pitching wedge is good, or even a 9 on. Just leave the club face a little bit open, so it effectively makes the sole wider, so it gives you some bounce when you play the shot. It's not the loft you're after, it's the bounce you're after.
Yeah, that's right.
Because your sand iron's built with a lot of bounce, but your wedges and your 9 irons are not.
And then that allows you to just play the bunker shot like it was a shorter bunker shot, but because you've got the longer club, it's going to bounce out and go up the green.
And you've got plenty of green to work with here. It's not like you have to fly to the pin and spin it. You can land anything on that top section and run it up towards the hole.
Always in it. There you go.
There
As
you
we've
go.
just discussed how to play out of a long bunker shot. Oh my goodness.
Wow. So he's only avoided the hazard by mere...
Oh my goodness. Well, this
centimetres.
probably explains a little bit about Daniel as well, and we did talk about that. We didn't know where Matt's ball went, but Daniel did.
Yep.
So for him, guarding against a flyer, going over the back of the green, just hitting it in the centre of the green was probably a very, very smart shot. And it's definitely advantage to Daniel Pearce now. No question about that. Will this be the shot of the tournament, though?
There's a lot on the lie. It's sitting down in the grass. It's whether he can get the club at it, because he's got plenty of green to roll it. And whether he's got some sort of stance down there as well.
The stance is the thing, isn't it? I mean, have a look at this. It doesn't look like he's got a great stance.
Just tell you what, he's lucky he's not in the water.
You can't see the top of the pin either from here. Or can you just on the right-hand side there? It's either way. It's
Is this the sort of thing dreams are made of?
I wonder if Daniel knew it was. He may have thought it was in the water, actually, not even in the grass from where he's standing. Anyhow. Good 55, 60 metres to the hole.
Oh, it's come out pretty good.
Oh!
What a shot.
That almost went in.
He's inside Daniel's ball. Even though he's off the green here, he's inside where Daniel is. So Daniel will still have to putt next, and that will give Matt every opportunity to see what he has to do.
He's come out with a bit of height. He's come out on the right line. He's just a little unlucky he hit it so solidly.
Does he chip or putt that, do we think?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
He's been chipping from off the green, so...
He's got a very good short game, so it'll depend on the lie and what... I think it'll depend on what Daniel does as well, to be honest.
Yeah. If Daniel lies it up close, he's got to try and chip it in.
Yeah, no question. But the tricky part about chipping around here is the Kikuyu, so he probably can't afford to chip that into the fringe grass there.
No.
He's got to chip it onto the surface, and then it's all downhill from there down to the flag. So, you know, he'll wait, and he'll assess now, but he'll wait and see what Daniel does.
Yeah.
And
well, there's two options there, and he's not going to make the decision straight away.
No question about that.
I'm still surprised he went for the shot out of the bunker. I think I may have laid up and backed myself to wedge it up and down. I obviously felt he could get it there. Well, he has had this putt earlier, so he does know what it does. But he hit a wonderful putt. It's not easy to hit two wonderful putts from over 15 metres out.
No, not up this green, which we've seen everybody coming up short all the time. He knows he's not looking at the hole so much here. He's thinking, if I can get this inside a 1 to 2 foot radius of the hole, I've put an enormous amount of pressure on Matt, and I know that he knows his stats from 2 feet are probably in the high 90%. So, that's where he's looking at the moment, I would think. Apply the pressure straight back onto Matt. Force Matt to have to hole it, basically.
Yeah, no doubt. Does he get it there?
This could be another $1 for Matt Guyatt. my winnings are just going up by $1 at a time.
This is to win the championship.
It's a great putt.
Oh, wonderful putt.
Outstanding.
He's feeling a little bit more at ease now, isn't he, knowing that Matt Miller has to chip this one in to continue this playoff.
Tap it in.
No, you wait.
You wait.
Tap it in, miss it. You'd be ruining that, wouldn't you?
Well, he's done all the hard work. He played fantastically for 3 days. They had all the pressure on him going into today, even with an 8-shot lead. They ran him down through 9 holes. Well, Matt Miller did. And he stood up, made eagle on 10. And now he looks like he may have secured victory at the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship.
It's mixed feelings. It must be mixed feelings for Matt Miller here. I know that he's certainly had a chance to win here last year. A couple of years ago against Ryan Fox it was actually. And he's right in the mix again here to win. There's a 3-hole playoff going on. So he knows he goes well around here, but he hasn't quite got across the line. He's leaving the pin out here, which is basically bringing his attention on the hole, isn't it?
Focus.
His focus is he's got to hole it. He knows he's got to hole it. So he's just taking the flag out and he's just going to chip it straight in.
Wow. Great effort. And he knows it wasn't enough.
He's not happy camper. It was a great chip shot though.
It had every chance. It just didn't run it out.
Didn't it?
Yeah, just dug in a little bit. He'll tap in. And the putter just over half a metre for New Zealander Daniel Pearce to win his first event on the Australasian Tour.
Very exciting. It's a new dad. And now about to be a winner. Now SPS Australasian Tour. He's got
There you have it, a 3-hole playoff. Daniel Pearce from New Zealand wins the Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. Took all the pressure going to the last round, had an 8-shot lead, played magnificent golf for 3 days. They caught him through 9 holes and he stood up. He is now a winner on the tour. And the exemptions that go with it, that must be wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it'll be interesting to see. I mean, he's such a good player, and the confidence that comes out of winning as well. Aussie now knowing that he can do it. Yeah, it wasn't quite the way the script was. This morning he thought it was going to play out, but he got the job done, and it's very exciting for him. And he's a good guy. I really like spending time with Daniel. He's a good fella. So it's. This is what you work hard for. Right here.
From a media perspective, he's been great to talk to during the week. Always available for interviews. Very clear about his comments about what he wants to do and where he's going, and candid about how he's played. Really deserved winner. And there'll be golf courses out there will really favour him in weeks and months to come.
Oh yes, it's a very exciting moment. You think back to your first win, Aussie?
It's a long time ago. The grey matter may be in the way, but I really did enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we'll take a break now and we'll come back with the presentations when we get a chance. All right, we'll leave you now. And You're watching PGA TV. Here's the highlights of the playoff hole. Daniel Pearce, second shot out of the rough. And Matthew, he just had to play it on the green here, didn't he?
Yeah, he knew Matt Miller was in some trouble with his second shot out of the bunker. And this is where he found himself. He nearly hit the flag here with an amazing recovery shot.
He made great strike. It just came out a little hot on him. And running over the back left section of the green. And that left Daniel Pearce, front of the green. 2 putts from here would probably assure him a victory if Miller didn't chip it in. And he hit a wonderful first putt.
Fantastic. He hit 2 great putts from down there in the playoff as Matt Miller had to hole this. Just propped on him a little bit and slowed down that hill. I'm sure he would have thought that was a little quicker down there, and you could see his disappointment.
And this was the short putt he needed for victory in the 2017 PGA Championship.
The smile of a champion right there. Exciting times.
Well, let's have a look now at the presentations, and with Shearer Taff, the winner's with him right now.
Thanks very much, Aussie. Well, the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA champion, Daniel Pearce. How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds pretty good, I guess. It was a bit of a hard slog today, so it's very pleasing to get the victory in the end.
Tell us about your mindset coming in today. You had an 8-shot lead overnight. What did you think on the first tee, and then you started with a birdie?
I just planned to try and play exactly the same as I did the last few days, and didn't quite manage to do exactly how I did it, but I managed to get the job done in the end, so I'm very, very happy with how it all went.
No, it's a great lesson in the mindset of a golfer and staying true to how you play, and credit to you for doing that. But it must have been hard as well, because not only did you have someone chasing you, you had someone chasing you in your playing group.
Yeah, it was actually, to be honest, I was quite excited going into the back nine. I know I probably should have been a little disappointed with how I'd played on the front nine, but I just looked at it as a challenge and thought I've been playing great and I can still play well on the back nine, so I just keep trying to do what I was doing. So.
Well, tell us about that first playoff hole as well, because you sent your drive a little bit left, you were under the trees. It was a difficult shot and you played a fantastic second shot.
Yeah, I think I got a little lucky that one. I've had a few bad bounces off the trees this week, so I think that one I got a little bit away with that one. And it wasn't too difficult a shot. All I had to do was hit a low draw and managed to pull it off. So.
Was there ever a moment there where you thought maybe I could go safe off the tee on 18 and play maybe a 3-metal, or was it always just go with driver?
Nah, I hit 3-iron every day off that tee in regulation, and it didn't work for me in the last hole, so I figured I might as well just hit driver, and if I had a good drive, I'm going to give myself a good advantage. So.
We also talked as well in the commentary booth about the fact that this isn't just the fact that you get a championship, but it's about the exemption and what it means for you going forward as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I've struggled to keep my Aussie Tour card for the last four and a half years, I guess. So I've been back to Q School 4 years running, mainly because I haven't played enough events with playing overseas and stuff. So to have it be exempt for next year already is fantastic. Takes a lot of pressure off my shoulders, I guess.
Anyone you'd like to thank for today?
My wife and my child. We just had a baby 4.5 weeks ago, so I wasn't even planning to come play this event. I was going to stay at home with them, so the fact that I came is extra special, but yeah, it's a shame they can't be here to be with me.
And fantastic, by the way. We were trying to check up in history how many players have carried their bag for 4 rounds of golf and won a championship. We don't know yet, but that's an amazing effort as well.
Yeah, cheers. I had someone carry it for the back nine for me yesterday, so it wasn't the whole round, but yeah, that was good.
Well, here comes the fun bit, mate. We're about to get Ed Britnell here from the City Golf Club to present you with a novelty check. We love these, $18,750. So there you go. Yep. And the CEO of the PGA of Australia, Mr. Gavin Kirkman, to present the Charles Bonham Cup to our champion here from New Zealand, Daniel Pearce.
Daniel.
There is our champion, Daniel Pearce from New Zealand, winner in a playoff against Matt Miller. Congratulations to our champion. That is it here today from the 2017 Coca-Cola Queensland PGA Championship. We would like to say a huge thank you to the City of Toowoomba and of course City Golf Club for having us here, Coca-Cola for sponsoring the event as well. And that is it for PGA TV. The next time you will see us will be in May. We'll be over in the West in Kalgoorlie for the WA PGA Championship. Will it be another playoff? We'll find out then. Until then, take care.